and Julius Caesar, Antony and Cleopatra, Coriolanus and Julius Caesar. Now, I'm going to concentrate on Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. And in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, I'm going to give much importance to Mark Antony. We all know that the title of the play is Julius Caesar. So, I'm going to give importance on Caesar, maybe Caesar. But I want to show how Antony acted as a perfect friend of Julius Caesar in the play William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Now, I'll just give a brief outline of the play Julius Caesar for more idea. See, the whole Rome is celebrating the victory of Caesar against Pompey. But there are some people in the crowd, they were just appreciating and applauding the victory of Caesar against the sons of Pompey. And some people told in the crowd that once Pompey was great to you, and now Caesar is a great man to you. How come people can shift their mind from Pompey to Caesar immediately after a victory? And people were questioning this in the crowd. But the mob, the crowd were very happy about the victory of Julius Caesar. When Caesar was coming in a parade after his victory, there is a soothsayer in the feast of Lupercal. He tells Caesar that, my dear Caesar, beware the Ides of March. Beware the Ides of March. Ides means between. Beware the month of March, that is 15th of March. The month in between March. Beware the Ides of March, to which Caesar ignores. Cassius, one of the men in Caesar's triumph, and Brutus, they joins to try to kill Caesar with a conspiracy. Brutus was a sincere friend of Caesar, but Cassius, the villain, he joins hands with Brutus and turns Brutus' mind against Caesar. So there's a big conspirators forming under the headship of Cassius. Brutus, the first one. Brutus was so friendly towards Caesar, but he's not ready to kill Caesar. But Cassius tells Brutus that Caesar wants power rather than looking after his men. He don't want his crowd to be happy. Just because getting power, he just satisfies his army. He just satisfies his people. So don't believe in Caesar, believe in my idea. So now Brutus is tempted. Oh, he is after power. Okay. So Brutus is tempted by Cassius and he was turned to kill Caesar. So the one among the conspirators is the main Brutus, who is a friend of Caesar. Next, Casca, one of the conspirators tells Brutus that, do you know one thing? Mark Antony gives the power, the crown of Rome to Caesar 3 times. But Caesar refuses the crown. Do you know why? To create applause among the people. People should say that Caesar was offered crown 3 times, but he refused. See, such a criminal was Caesar. Don't believe in Caesar. Such was the argument of Casca against Caesar to Brutus. So now Brutus is brainwashed by Cassius and Cassius. So now what happens is, it is the Ides of March. It has come on the eve of the Ides of March. There are some conspirators, they are ready to kill Caesar. So conspirators, they meet and they forged a letter in Brutus's home. They sent the letter in Brutus's home in the handwriting of ordinary mob that people in the country, Rome, they are not satisfied with the rule of Caesar. So there are 3 valid points for Brutus to say that Caesar is not loyal to Rome. The first point given by Cassius is Caesar's want power. Casca tells Brutus that your friend Caesar refused the crown of Rome 3 times. The reason is people should be pleased with the mind of Caesar. For that thing only Caesar refused his crown 3 times. Now, this man, Cassius, under the hands of the mob, throws a letter into the house of Brutus. Brutus reads the letter and finds that people in the Rome are not satisfied with the rule of Caesar. The letter is anonymous, written in the letter. So now what happens? Now Brutus turns his mind, the point 3, against Caesar. So what happens is, on that particular night, again soothsayer comes and tells Julius Caesar, Caesar, beware the Ides of March. Caesar ignores this wordings again by the soothsayer. On the very morning or night on the same day, Calpurnia, the wife of Julius Caesar, she had some premonitions. She had some bad dream that Caesar goes to the Senate and people are killing the statue of Caesar and blood oozes out from the statue of Caesar. She had some bad dream and she asked Caesar not to go to Rome on that meeting on that particular day. She refused to, she didn't give permission to Caesar to leave away from home because she's upset. She has some premonitions, something she had. So she didn't allow Caesar to move away from home. But what happens is these conspirators, they come into Caesar's home. They managed and brainwashed the mind of Calpurnia, saying that it is all just imagination. Don't think anything bad. Think positively. Saying this, these conspirators take Caesar to the Capitol. They take him to the Capitol and there arises the murder of Caesar. One by one, they started stabbing Caesar. The last man to kill Caesar is, it's none other than Brutus. Brutus, who just stabs Caesar. At that time, Caesar was totally shocked with the attitude of his own friend Brutus. He says, you too, brute. You too, brute, which means, you too, Brutus. You too have conspired against me. I'm unable to believe. Taking all the stabs of the conspirators, our Caesar fall with the words, you too, brute, which means, you too, Brutus. And these conspirators, what happened is, they want to create a scene that Caesar is ambitious. So they have killed Caesar. So they have taken the dead body of Caesar and took it to the common place, the pulpit. And now Brutus starts to talk to the people of Rome, telling why he had killed his own friend. Because all the people were shocked to see Brutus has killed Caesar. So now Brutus takes the opportunity of talking to the people of Rome to tell them, to justify them why he had killed Caesar. In the meantime, Antony also finds that Caesar is dead. Antony is also the close associate of Caesar. He is not in the scene at the time of murder. But when he comes and sees the dead body of Caesar and saw that Brutus is also involved in the murder of Caesar, the very close friend of Caesar, who is involved in the murder of the death of Caesar, This Antony is shocked. And he told Brutus that he also wanted to talk on the dead body of Caesar. Brutus and Cassius were aware. Cassius tells Brutus, this man Antony, don't believe in him. He might have some plans. So Brutus tells Antony, wait a minute. I will talk to the people of Rome first to justify my points, and later you can talk. But you should not point your fingers at us that we are responsible for the death of Caesar. Antony agrees. Okay, I will agree to your point. I won't tell to the people that you people are responsible for the death of Caesar. So now Brutus goes and stands on the stage. He stands on the pulpit. When this man enters, Brutus enters, people says, oh Brutus. We all know that when our leader stands on the pulpit, all our common crowd, our people will just say the Valhe. Similarly, when Brutus also stands on the pulpit, people says, oh, hail you Brutus. Now Brutus says, oh mob, please keep quiet. Now I'm going to talk to you about why we have this death is caused. About why this death is caused. This death means the death of Julius Caesar. So Brutus starts his speech by saying, be patient till the last. I quote, be patient till the last. Romans, countrymen, lovers, hear me for my cause. Be silent that you may hear. Believe me for mine honor, and have respect to mine honor that you may believe. Censure me in your wisdom and abate your senses that you may the better judge. Underline, Brutus says, you are going to be the better judge now. That I'm going to tell why Caesar is dead. So now you are all going to be the better judge why Caesar is dead and gone. So he gives some justification and says, if then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. That is, oh people, you may ask me why the friend of Caesar, Brutus, has been against Caesar and involved in the death of Caesar. I'll give you an answer. You may ask me that question. I'll give you that answer. My answer is not that I loved Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more. That is, I loved you people more than anything else. I loved you more. I loved you more than Caesar. For only this cause, I have killed Caesar. See, he justifies his point by saying, as Caesar loved me, I weep for him. As he was fortunate, when he was very happy, even I rejoiced at my friend's happiness. My friend's happiness, I honor him, I salute him. But my friend Caesar was ambitious. He was ambitious against Rome. So I slew him to pieces. I slew him. That is, I killed him. There is tears for his love, joy for his fortune, honor for his valor, and death for his ambition. My dear friends, there is tears for his love. I loved him so much, so I shed tears for him. Joy for his fortune. Whenever he won the victory, whenever he won any war, whenever he took upper hand, I was very joyful at his ambition. I was honored for his valor. I salute that he was a brave man. But when he was ambitious, when he was very ambitious, when he was just like felt that people of Rome are not predominant to him, but only his ambition is predominant to him. I just slew Caesar. So this was the justification given by Brutus to the people of Rome. So he asked people of Rome as that a question: who is here so wild that will not love his country? My dear people, I know that all of you love your country, isn't it? If somebody doesn't love his country, I feel that death is the only punishment to him. So all the people said to Brutus, yes, Brutus, what you have done is correct. What you have done is correct. Caesar is deserved to be killed in order to save Rome. And people are now for our Brutus. Now, was very successful. Yes, I have made it. I have brainwashed the mind of people. People will be all for me and only for me with all his overconfidence. Caesar. Now Brutus leaves the pulpit. He moves away from the stage. Now there enters the hero, whom I consider to be hero, the Mark Antony. He is also the close associate of Caesar, but not the friend of Caesar like Brutus. So Antony enters the mob, enters the crowd. He's standing on the stage. He put the dead body of Caesar in front of him. All the body of Caesar is filled with blood. Okay. Antony, through his speech, he tries to touch the heart of the people. He tries to grab the attention of the people with emotions. Emotion-filled talk is given by Antony. The first word begin by Antony in his speech is friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. My dear friends, before I get into the quotations of Antony, I would like to tell you that keep this in mind. The speech of Antony reminded me of the speech of Swami Vivekananda on September 11, 1893 at the First World Parliament of Religions. He started his speech. He started his touching speech with sisters and brothers of America. Swami Vivekananda addressed the people of Chicago in the Parliament of Religions as sisters and brothers of America. It fills my heart with joy unspeakable to rise in response to the warm and cordial welcome which you have given me. This is the wordings of Swami Vivekananda, sisters and brothers of America. Similarly, I am reminded of the wordings of Shakespeare, that is the Cease, our Antony addressing the mob as friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. Friends, Romans, and countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar and not to praise him. I come to bury Caesar and not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. ஒருவர் செய்த வினைகள் அவர் இறந்த பிறகும் அவர் வாழும் பொழுதும் தொடர்ந்து கொண்டே இருக்கும். That is the wordings of Shakespeare in the words of Antony. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is interred with their bones. So let it be with the Caesar. Okay, Caesar has done something good and something bad. So he is enduring this punishment. Okay, now I am going to talk about the noble Brutus. Underline the word noble Brutus. Whether Brutus is noble? No, He is not noble to his own friend Julius Caesar. But they said Brutus is noble. Okay, Shakespeare has meant it. The noble Brutus. The noble Brutus has told you Caesar was ambitious. Caesar was ambitious. This was the wordings given by noble Brutus, the friend of Caesar. If it were so, it was a grievous fault. Brutus has said these words. It is a great fault on the wordings of our Brutus. And grievously had Caesar answered it. There is an answer for every Brutus's question that Caesar is good. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man. Oh, people, you all just now told that Brutus is an honorable man. Yes, so are they all. These conspirators are all honorable men only. Come, I to speak in the Caesar's funeral. Now, let me come to the point to talk in the Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. Yes, Caesar is also my friend. He was very faithful. He was very just. He was very just. He was very sincere. Yes. But Brutus says, my faithful friend is an ambitious man. But Brutus is an honorable man. This was the wordings of Antony. See how Shakespeare has putting attack on Brutus and his conspirators through the wordings. The wordings of Shakespeare are really a magic. Yes. Now, our Antony says, you all know that our Caesar has brought many captives to Rome. When he won the battle with Pompey, he brought in many captives and he filled the Gajanas of our Rome, and all the people know that once victory is proclaimed, the enemy country will give lot of money to Rome. Similarly, once Caesar has won the battle against Pompey, the sons of Pompey, in the beginning of the play, you all know that many captives to Rome, many people are slaves to Rome, and the enemy has paid a lot of money to Caesar. But you all know that. But if Caesar would have thought of it, he would not have revealed this to you. But Brutus says that Caesar was ambitious. But you all tell that Brutus is an honorable man. See, my dear friends, here Shakespeare has repeatedly, through Antony using the word, Caesar is ambitious, Brutus says, and you all say that Brutus is an honorable man. See how Antony touches the heart and soul of the people. Brutus just touched the mind of the people, giving some 3 points, saying that why he had killed Caesar. But now, our touches the heart and soul of people, telling them that why he had killed Caesar, why these men have killed Caesar. Okay, next justification Antony gives. You all know that? Do you know that Caesar is ambitious? When you people all cried, Caesar also cried. Whether ambitious man will do like that? But you say that Brutus says Caesar was ambitious. But you all say that Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see at the Lupercal, I thrice presented him a kingly crown, but he refused it thrice. You all know that. Casca in the beginning of the play tells Brutus that Antony offers crown to Caesar 3 times, but Caesar refused the crown. So now Antony justifies that. See, I offered the crown to Caesar for 3 times, but Caesar refused the crown, refused to take the crown. Do you think that Caesar is An ambitious man, a man who refuses crown 3 times, do you think he is ambitious? But you all say that Caesar is ambitious and Brutus is an honorable man. See how the valid reasons that Antony brings against these conspirators. Okay, and sure, Brutus is an honorable man. I speak not to disapprove what Brutus spoke. Brutus has already told something, but I'm not here to neglect or ignore anything of Brutus. I have come here to give just my valid points about Caesar. You all did love him once, not without a cause. I know that you people all have loved Caesar, but without a cause. But now, why don't you mourn for the death of Caesar? Why don't you cry for the death of Caesar? Oh, judgment! Oh, judgment! Thou art fled to brutish beasts. Brutish beasts here refers to the people that Antony talks about. That is, once Caesar was that, people worshipped Caesar. But now once Caesar was killed, the same people turned against Caesar, not thinking about the good done by Caesar. See how Shakespeare shows the thing that is happening in the real world. Literature is a reflection of life. Shakespeare very really shows people once admired Caesar when he was living, but now they just disapprove the points of they just ignore Caesar for the points of Brutus. Okay, you all Brutus beasts, and men have lost their reason. See, men have lost their reason. Reason means they have lost their wisdom to know what is right and what is wrong. Bear with me. Okay. My heart is filled with Caesar. My heart lays in the Caesar. And I must pass till I come back to me. I must pass till I come back to me. So, Antony gives point by point to tell that people don't have wisdom to judge who is right and who is false. And now Antony touches the people by saying that, see, Caesar, you all tell that, people tell that he is ambitious. Here is the will of Caesar. Will means okay, here is the will of Caesar. Do you know that what is there in the will? See, Antony now increases the curiosity of the mob, curiosity of the people. Now people all says, oh, Antony, tell us what is happening. What is happening? What is there in the will? See, the mind of people. When Antony says that, I have got the will of Caesar, and that something is there in Caesar's will, people all have changed their mind towards Antony. See, the people, once they were with Brutus, before the death of Caesar, they were with Caesar, worshipping Caesar, but after his death, they supported Brutus. But now once Antony started talking, they were now acting like a foolish people. See how Antony induces the mind of people. He says, I got the will of Caesar now. That something is written. Caesar has written something for the people, for the country. Do you want to know that? And all the people now raises the question to Antony. Antony, please tell us what is written in the will. What is written in the will? Now, see, Antony takes, rolls the will, but sheds tears. Tears comes from his eyes. He just takes a will and reads from Caesar's will that every Roman citizen in the country would receive 75 drachmas. Drachmas means some amount. is written, every Roman citizen would receive 75 drachmas. Drachmas means amount. As Antony tells people that you all tell that Caesar is ambitious, but Caesar has written in his will that he is ready to give 75 drachmas to every citizen in Rome. Do you think that Caesar is ambitious? Caesar ambitious, ah? Perasai kondavara? And people says, no, Caesar is not ambitious. Caesar is not ambitious. See how Antony takes the mind of the people. He just takes the people with himself. He checks the audience, whether audiences are there in his path. He's tracking the people towards his point. Now, people were all fall into the trap of Antony. Antony touches the mob by showing the Caesar's dead body, the bled body of Caesar, and he takes a sword and points at the cut of Caesar one by one. He says, this cut was made by this cut was. So now Antony felt that all the people are in his side. So he tries to awake the emotions of the people, brings out the emotions of the people, but thereby saying that, see this body? In this body, you can see that there are many cuts. And he takes the sword and says, this cut was made by Casca, this cut was made by Cassius, and this by Cinna, and this by this conspirator, one by one. And finally, he says that this cut was made by Caesar's beloved Brutus. This cut in the body of Caesar is made by Caesar's beloved friend, Brutus. Saying this, 1 minute, our Antony gives a big pause. He makes a big sigh. He sheds tears on seeing Antony. People are all touched by the words of Antony. They were touched by the emotions. See how Antony arises the feelings inside the hearts of people. See, he touches the heart of the people by saying, see, this cut is made by your beloved Caesar's beloved friend. He is none other than our Brutus. So, this man, Antony, ends his speech by saying that my heart lies in the coffin of Caesar. My heart lies in the coffin with Caesar. So bringing out all the emotions in the people, Antony now proves to be the perfect orator, and he turns out to be the hero of the play, Julius Caesar. See how one by one, point by point, Antony arises the feelings of the mob. He gives forth certain points by saying that Caesar is ready to give this, but you say that Caesar is an honorable man. He refuses the crown thrice, but you all say that Caesar is an honorable man. Is Caesar ambitious? Is Caesar ambitious? But you all say that Brutus say that Caesar is ambitious. But according to Brutus, Caesar is ambitious, but according to me, Caesar is not ambitious. By the wordings of Shakespeare through Antony, we find that the real Kannagi is standing in amidst us, arguing for the death of Pope to the Pandyan Manna. Okay, we feel Mark Antony like Kannagi. Arguing for the death of Caesar is equal to arguing for the death of her own husband to Pandyan Manna. Just as Kannagi takes a syllable and just drops it down and says, what you tell is wrong, my dear Pandyan Manna. நீ சொல்லும் judgment is wrong. நீ சொன்னவை தவறு என்று நிரூபித்தாள் கண்ணகி. Just like that, our Antony proves point by point by saying that Caesar is honorable and he is not ambitious. Just as Kannagi took the Lambu and shows that her husband is good and sincere and truthful, our Antony takes the will of Brutus and showed it to people to kindle the curiosity in the minds of the people and touches the heart of people. ஒவ்வொரு தடவையும் நாம் கண்ணகியை பார்க்கும் பொழுது எனக்கு புரூட்டஸ் ஆண்டனி ஞாபகம் தான் வரும். கண்ணகி எப்படி தன்னுடைய கணவனுக்காக பாண்டிய மன்னனை கோபம் கொண்டு மதுரையே எரித்தாலோ அதே போல எனக்கு அடிக்கடி ஞாபகம் வருவது ஆண்டனி நான் எப்பொழுதும் கண்ணகியிடம்தான் ஒப்பிடுவேன். Antony always justifies his valid points like Kannagi. Similarly, after hearing the speech of Antony, now what people's mindset will be? Your guesses are right. Yes. After hearing the speech of Antony, all the people are infuriated and they started saying that Caesar is not ambitious. Caesar is not ambitious. And Caesar is an honorable man. Caesar is an honorable man. The people in the Rome, they were infuriated, they were angry, and the people in the Rome, they scattered here and there. They just went out to kill the conspirators who were the causes for Julius Caesar's death. Yes. So now there lies the sincerity of Antony against the death of Caesar. Antony was so sincere to Caesar. He tries to justify his points by saying that Brutus and his conspirators have done a big sin, a big crime against Julius Caesar. He very cleverly points out the mindset of people by saying that those people, when Caesar was living, they admired him. But after his death, when Brutus was talking against Caesar, they say that yes, Caesar is not a very good leader. But when I now talked about the good of Caesar, these people says, yes, Caesar is very honorable and Caesar is not ambitious. Shakespeare very clearly shows the mindset of people in those days too. Since literature is a reflection of life again, we can find such kind of people in our real life also. Yes. Now, through the speech, Antony turns out to be a real hero in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. We find that our Brutus has touched only the brain of people, that is wisdom. Okay, but our Antony touches the heart and soul of people. Emotions always speaks a lot, my dear friends. Emotions always speak a lot. So since Antony very cleverly touches the heart of people through his oration and justifies that Caesar is very, very honorable man, and he melts down the hearts of the Roman people through his touching words. Really, Antony melts down the hearts of Roman people through his touching words. Yes, just my hero, who is called the hero of the play in Julius Caesar, is Antony. So, my dear friends, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam says, our former president, he has said, confidence and hard work are the best medicine to kill the disease called failure. I shall repeat it. Confidence and hard work is the best medicine to kill the disease called failure. It will make you a successful man. Yes, confidence and hard work, they are the best medicine to kill the disease called failure, and will surely make you a successful man. Yes, I felt that. True to the words of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, a former president, Antony was very confident in convincing the mind of the people, in convincing the mind of, and only through his confidence and work, my Antony turns to be a real hero of the play, William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Like to quote the wordings of Shakespeare through his character Malvolio in 12th Night. Shakespeare has said through the character, some are born great. Within quotations, I put it. Some are born great. Some achieve greatness, and some have thrust upon them. See, some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon. Yes, Shakespeare proved true to his words, and he exemplifies Antony to be a best example for his wordings. Shakespeare was born great, he achieved greatness, and he had some greatness thrust upon him. William Shakespeare, the dramatist, stood a perfect example for his wordings and his characters that I have chosen. Antony in William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar was a perfect match for his wordings. And thank you so much for this opportunity. At last, I'd like to quote, be truthful, be confident, and be hardworking. Success is yours. Be truthful, be confident, and be hardworking. Success is yours. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And thank you so much. I thank our college management, our principal, Dr. T. Palanishwari, and the organizing secretaries for giving me a wonderful platform to talk and to present, to address on my topic, Mark Antony, the real hero in William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Mark Antony, the real hero in William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. B. Sivapriya, for your vociferous talk this fine morning, and it set the note for the entire day and our 12 hours program. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
It is now time to listen to TamilAmericaTV. தற்போது கருத்துரை பேராசிரியை முனைவர் திருமதி வி. மீனாட்சி அம்மா அவர்களை நாடகம் அன்றும் இன்றும் என்னும் தலைப்பில் சிறப்புரையாற்ற வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறேன். Over to you, ma'am.
நன்றி மேம். அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இன்று நாம் பார்க்க இருப்பது நாடகம் அன்றும் இன்றும். சமூகத்தின் ஒவ்வொரு நிகழ்வுகளையும் நிழல் போல் தொடர்ந்து நமக்கு நிஜமாக்கி தருபவை இலக்கியங்கள். இவ்விலக்கியங்கள் காலத்தின் தேவைக்கு ஏற்ப பல்வேறு பரிமாணங்களை பெற்றிருக்கின்றன. இலக்கியம், சங்கம் மருவிய கால இலக்கியம், காப்பிய இலக்கியம், பக்தி இலக்கியம் என பல்வேறுபட்ட களங்களில் பல்வேறுபட்ட முகங்களை நமக்கு பிரதிபலிப்பாக இருக்கின்றன. சமூகத்தின் பின்புலத்தை கண்ணாடி போன்று நம்மிடையே பகிர்ந்தளித்திருப்பது இலக்கியங்கள் என்று சொன்னால் அது மிகையாகாது. அந்த வகையில் இக்கால பாட்டிலக்கிய வகைகளுள் கவிதை, புதினம், நாடகம் என நாம் கூறுகின்றோம். நாடகம் என்பது அன்று முதல் இன்று வரையிலும் எத்தகைய பரிமாணங்களை பெற்று வளர்ச்சி பாதையில் சென்றிருக்கின்றது என்பதையே நாம் தற்போது பார்க்க இருக்கின்றோம். நாடகம் என்றால் என்ன? நாடு கூட்டல் அகம் நாடகம். நாட்டு மக்களின் அகத்தை பிரதிபலிக்கும் ஒரு கலையே நாம் நாடகம் என்று சொல்லுகின்றோம். அகம் கூட்டல் நாடு என்று பிடித்தாலும் அதே பொருளினை வழங்கக்கூடியது. நாட்டு மக்களது உணர்வுகள் சார்ந்த ஒவ்வொரு நிகழ்வுகளையும் காட்சிப்படுத்தக்கூடியது நாடகம். நடிப்பு, ஒப்பனை, இசை, ஓவியம், அரங்க அமைப்பு, இலக்கியம், ஒளி என கலைகளின் கூட்டிணைப்பாக பிரதிபலிக்கக்கூடியது நாடகம் என்று கூட நாம் சொல்லலாம். இந்த நாடக அரங்கு அமைப்பு என்பது மிகவும் நேர்த்தியான அமைப்பு. கதாபாத்திரங்களின் நிழல்கள் தரையில் படாத வண்ணம் நேர்த்தியான ஒளி அமைப்பை அந்த நாடக அரங்கம் பெற்றிருக்கும். திரைக்கு பின்பு இருக்கக்கூடிய காட்சிகளே எதிர்பார்ப்புகளை தூண்டக்கூடியது. ஆகையால் அந்த திரையும் எதிர்பார்ப்போடு அமையக்கூடியதாக இருப்பது நாடக கலையில் மட்டுமே. ஒருமுக எழினி, ஒருமுக எழினி, கறந்து வரல் எழினி என திரைகள் வகைப்படுத்தப்படுகின்றன. ஒருபுறம் மட்டும் இருக்கக்கூடியது ஒருமுக எழினி, இருபுறமாக பிரித்து அமையக்கூடியது பொறுமுக எழினி, பார்ப்பவர் கண்களுக்கு படாத வகையில் அமைக்கக்கூடியது கறந்து என திரைகள் வகுக்க பெற்றிருக்கின்றன. திரைகள் மட்டுமல்ல, திரைக்கு பின்பு எழுப்பக்கூடிய பல்வேறு கதாபாத்திரங்களோடு கூடிய நாடகமும் சமூகத்தின் மறுமலர்ச்சிக்கானது என்று சொன்னால் அது மிகையாகாது. ஆக இந்த நாடகம் எங்கிருந்து தோன்றியது? ஏதோ ஒரு ஆரம்ப புள்ளி இருந்தால்தான் அங்கு கோலம் புனைய முடியும் அல்லவா? பண்டைய கால சமுதாயம் நாகரீகமற்ற காலத்தில் வேட்டையாடி வாழ்ந்தது. அந்த வேட்டை சமூகம் என்பது நிரந்தரமான வாழிடம் இல்லாத வாழ்க்கை கொண்டது. நிரந்தரமான வாழ்க்கை என்பது தொழிலை அடிப்படையாக கொண்டபோது அங்கு மக்கள் இனக்குழுக்களாக பிரிய ஆரம்பித்தனர். இந்த இனக்குழு சமூகம் என்பது அவர்கள் செய்யக்கூடிய தொழிலை அடிப்படையாக கொண்டது. கல்வி, வாணிபம், கூத்து என தொழிலை அடிப்படையாக கொண்ட ஒரு இனக்குழு என்பது உருவானது வேட்டை சமூகத்திற்கு அடுத்து தோன்றிய சமூகம். கூத்து என்பதுதான் தற்போது நாடகம் என்று நாம் சொல்லுகின்றோம். அந்த கூத்தும் பாட்டும் பாணர்களின் தொழிலாக அமைய பெற்றது. அப்பாணர்கள் பழுமரம் நாடும் பறவை போன்ற வாழ்வினை வாழ்ந்தவர்கள். நன்கு பழுத்து பழங்கள் நிறைந்திருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு மரத்தை நாடியே பறவைகள் செல்லும். அதை போல புலவர்களின் வறுமையினையும் புலவர்களின் ஆற்றலினையும் நன்கு உணர்ந்து அதற்கு தக்க யார் ஒருவர் கொடை கொடுக்கின்றார்களோ அந்த புரவலர்களை நாடி செல்லக்கூடிய வாழ்க்கை வாழ்ந்தவர்கள் பாணர்கள். அந்த புலவர்களை தேடி செல்லும் புலவர்களின் ஆற்றல், ஆளுமை திறன், ஆளுமை என்பது சொல்லாளுமையும் இருக்கின்றது, நடிப்பாளுமையும் இருக்கின்றது. இத்தகைய வல்லமை பெற்ற வல்லுநர்களின் வெளிப்பாட்டு திறன் கூத்து. இந்த கூத்து என்பது இலக்கண வகையில் நாம் பாடான் திணை என்று சொல்லுகின்றோம். பாடப்படும் ஆண்மகனின் ஒழுகலாறுகளை கூறுவது. புரவலர்களின் வீரம், கொடை, ஆட்சி சிறப்பு, புகழ் அனைத்தினையும் பாடியும் ஆடியும் மன்னரிடத்து பரிசில் பெறக்கூடியவர்களே பாணர் குலத்தை சார்ந்தவர்கள். பரிசில் என்றால் போனவுடன் கிடைப்பது இல்லை, அவர்களது திறனை அடிப்படையாக கொண்டு கிடைக்கக்கூடியது. ஆகையால் தான் அதை பாடாந்தினை. பாடப்படும் ஆண்மகனின் ஒழுகலாறுகளை ஆடியும் பாடியும் நடித்து காட்டுவது. இந்த கூத்து என்று சொல்லுகின்றோமே, இதுதான் முதல் வித்து. இதனை இலக்கணம் வகுக்க பெற்றது. ஒரு அரங்கம் எப்படி இருக்க வேண்டும், எழினி எப்படி இருக்க வேண்டும், கதாபாத்திரங்கள் உயிரோட்டம் உடையவர்களாக எப்படி இருக்க வேண்டும், ஒரு நாடகத்தின் கரு என்பது எப்படி வலுப்பெற்ற கருவாக இருக்க வேண்டும், அது எப்படி சமூகத்துக்கு கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்பட வேண்டும், அதனுடைய விளைவு என்பது எப்படி இருக்க வேண்டும், இவையெல்லாம் அடுத்து தீர்மானிக்கப்பட்டது. இந்த நாடகத்திற்கு என்று இலக்கண நூல்கள் எழுத பெற்றன. முதன்மையாக இடம்பெறுவது அகத்தியம், குணநூல், கூத்தநூல், சயந்தம், மதிப்பான நாடகத்தமிழ். இவையெல்லாம் நாடகம் எப்படி எழுத வேண்டும், நாடகம் எப்படி அமைய பெற வேண்டும் என்பதற்கான இலக்கணத்தை வகுத்து கொடுத்த நூல். சான்றாக கூத்து நூலிலிருந்து ஒரு செய்தி. மோனத்து இருந்த முன்னோன் கூத்தில் உடுக்கையில் பிறந்தது ஓசையின் ஓசையில் பிறந்தது இசையின் உயிர்ப்பே. இசையில் பிறந்தது ஆட்டத்து இயல்பே. ஆட்டம் பிறந்தது கூத்தினது அமைவே. கூத்தில் பிறந்தது நாட்டிய கோப்பே. நாட்டியம் பிறந்தது நாடக வகையே. ஒரு இசை என்பது இசைவிப்பதாக மட்டும் அமையாமல் அதை கேட்பவர்களது மனதை லயப்படுத்தக்கூடியதாக இருப்பதோடு மட்டும் அல்லாமல், லயம் என்பது ஆட்டத்தை ஏற்படுத்தக்கூடியதாக இருக்க வேண்டும். அவ்வாட்டம் என்பது வாசகர்களை நுகரக்கூடியதாக இருக்க வேண்டும். அதுதான் நாடகம். வெறும் செயல் கதாபாத்திரம் மட்டும் அழும் நாடகம் அல்ல. பார்ப்பவர்களையும் அந்நாடகத்தில் தன்னை ஒரு கதாபாத்திரங்களாக மாறி நினைக்கக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு வல்லமை பெற்றிருப்பது. அந்த வகையில் நாடகம் என்பது அமையப்பெற வேண்டும். அதைதான் கூத்தநூல் சொல்லுகின்றது. உடுக்கையில் பிறக்கக்கூடிய ஓசை என்பது இசையினை லயப்படுத்தக்கூடியது. அந்த இசை என்பது உயிரினை உருக்கக்கூடியது. அந்த உயிர் என்பது ஆட்டத்தினை வெளிப்படுத்தக்கூடியது. அந்த ஆட்டம் என்பதுதான் கூத்து என்பதையே அந்த நூல் பதிவு செய்திருக்கிறது. நாடக இலக்கணத்தை சொல்லுகின்ற நூல் நாடகத்திற்கான வகைகளையும் சொல்லுகின்றன. நாடக வகை என்பது அதனுடைய கருப்பொருளை மையமாக கொண்டு அமைகின்றது. அகக்கூத்து, புறக்கூத்து என நாம் இரண்டாக பிரிக்கலாம். அகக்கூத்து என்பது நான் பாடான் திணை என்று சொல்லேன் அல்லவா, அதனை உள்ளடக்கியது. ஒரு மன்னர் முன்பாக மட்டுமே நிகழக்கூடியது. அதுதான் அகக்கூத்து. இதனை வேத்தியல் என்று சொல்லுவார்கள். மன்னனது புகழ், வீரம், கொடை, ஆட்சி சிறப்பு அத்துணையும் உள்ளடக்கிய ஒரு கதை பாங்கோடு நடித்து காட்டுவது அகக்கூத்து. இரண்டாவதாக சொல்லப்படக்கூடியது புறக்கூத்து. பிறர் முன்பாக ஆடக்கூடியது. இதில் சமூகம் சார்ந்த நிகழ்வுகளும் இடம்பெறலாம், தனி மனிதன் சார்ந்த நிகழ்வுகளும் இடம்பெறலாம். அதுதான் புறக்கூத்து. இலக்கணம் வகுத்து நாடகத்தினை இசையோடு கூடிய இயலாக வடிவம் பெற செய்தது நாடகம். சமூக தேவைகளும் அந்த தேவைகளை நிறைவேற்றுவதற்கான வழிமுறையும் அந்த வழிமுறையில் ஏற்படக்கூடிய விளைவுகளையும் மையப்படுத்தி நாடகம் என்பது எழுத பெற்றது. இந்த புறக்கூத்து இன்னும் பல்வேறு பரிமாணங்களோடு உடையது. வசைக்கூத்து, புகழ்கூத்து, வரிக்கூத்து, வரிசாந்தி கூத்து, சாந்தி கூத்து, வினோத கூத்து, ஆரிய கூத்து, தமிழ் கூத்து, இயல்பு கூத்து, தேசிய கூத்து. இவை அனைத்தும் ஒவ்வொரு தனித்தனி பொருண்மைகளை உள்ளடக்கியது. இந்த பொருண்மைகள் அனைத்தும் சமூகத்தை நோக்கிய பயணத்தில் இருப்பது. இந்த பயணம் என்பது முயற்சி. அதனுடைய வெற்றி என்பது அதனை கண்டு அனுபவித்து அறியக்கூடிய வாசகனை சார்ந்தது. இந்த வகையில் கூத்து வகைப்படுத்த பெற்றது. அகக்கூத்து, புறக்கூத்து என. அகக்கூத்து, புறக்கூத்து. அகம் என்பதில் புறவலர்களை பற்றிய செய்திகள் இடம்பெற்றன. புறம் என்பதில் சமூகத்தை சார்ந்த செய்திகள் இடம்பெற்றன. அப்ப இந்த சமூகம் என்பது எதனை உள்ளடக்கியதாக இருந்தது? பண்பாடு, கற்பு நிலை, பக்தி, அறம், சமூக கொடுமைகள். இதனை பாடுபொருளாக கொண்டு நாடகங்கள் எழுத பெற்றன. பண்பாடு என்கிற போது ராம நாடகத்தை சான்றாக சொல்லலாம். ஒருவனுக்கு ஒருத்தி என்னும் தமிழர் பண்பாட்டினை உலகிற்கு உணர்த்துவதற்காக ராமபிரான் அவதாரம் எடுத்ததாக சொல்லப்படக்கூடிய அந்த கதையினை நாடகமாக்கி மக்கள் மத்தியில் கொண்டு சேர்த்தனர். எப்படி வேண்டுமானாலும் வாழலாம் என்பது அல்ல வாழ்க்கை, இப்படித்தான் வாழ வேண்டும் என்பதை வாழ்ந்து காட்டுவதே வாழ்க்கை என்பதை அறிவுறுத்தக்கூடிய ராம நாடகம் பண்பாட்டின் அடையாளமாக மக்களிடையே கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்பட்டது. கற்பு நிலை. ஆண் பெண் இருவருக்கும் கற்பு என்பது பொதுமைப்பட்ட ஒன்று என்பதை வலியுறுத்தக்கூடிய நாடகங்கள். பக்தி, இறை சிந்தனையை மக்கள் மத்தியில் கொண்டு செல்வதற்காக. சங்க இலக்கியம் ஒரு மனிதன் எப்படி வாழ வேண்டும், அவனது வாழ்வில் இடம்பெறக்கூடிய கூறுகள் எவை, தொழில் என்ன, இல்லற வாழ்க்கைனா என்ன, மக்கட்பேறுனா என்ன, பண்பாடு, பழக்க வழக்கம், நம்பிக்கைகள், சடங்குகள், வழிபாடுகள், அந்த வாழ்வியல் கூறுகளை அடையாளப்படுத்தியது. வாழ்வியல் கூறுகளை அறிந்த மனிதன் கட்டுக்கோப்போடு வாழ வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக அடுத்தடுத்து இலக்கியங்கள் தோன்றலாயின. அவை அனைத்தும் சமூகத்தினுடைய தேவையை மையப்படுத்தி. பக்தி என்ற ஒரு நிலை மனிதர்கள் மத்தியில் வரும்பொழுது அங்கு ஆன்மா ஒருங்கிணைப்பு என்ற நிலைப்பாடும் தோன்றுகின்றது. வாழ்வியலை கற்றறிந்த மனிதன் ஆன்மா ஒழுக்கத்தோடு செயல்படல் வேண்டும் என்பதை வலியுறுத்தக்கூடிய வகையில் பக்தியை மையமாக கொண்ட நாடகங்கள் எழுதப்பெற்றன. அதனுள் இறை சிந்தனையும் சமயத்தை பரப்பக்கூடிய பணியும் இடம்பெற்றுதான் இருந்தது. அறம், மனிதன் வாழ்வியல் கூறுகளை கற்றுக்கொண்டான், ஒழுக்கத்தை கற்றுக்கொண்டான், இறை சிந்தனையை கற்றுக்கொண்டான். ஆனால் அறத்தினை விட்டு விட்டான். அறம் என்றால் என்ன, நீதி என்றால் என்ன? நம்ம நீதி என்றவுடன் நினைவிற்கு வருவது பசு செய்த செயல் இல்லையா? இப்ப மனிதனுக்கு நீதியை புகட்டக்கூடிய ஒரு காலம் வந்தபோது அந்த அறக்கருத்துக்களை வலியுறுத்தக்கூடிய நாடகங்கள் எழுதப்பெற்றன. அந்த அறத்தின் வழியை கற்றுக்கொண்டாலும் அடுத்து சமூகம் சார்ந்த கொடுமைகள் என்பது மேலிடப்பட்டது. சமூக கொடுமைகளை அடையாளப்படுத்துவதும் அதிலிருந்து மீண்டு வருவதற்கான ஒரு வடிகாலினை உருவாக்குவதும் அந்த நாடகத்தின் உருவாக அடுத்து மேற்கொள்ள பெற்றது. கரு என்பது நிச்சயமாக உறுதி செய்யப்பட்ட ஒன்று அல்ல. அன்றைய காலகட்டத்திற்கு எது தேவையோ அதுவே அன்றைய இலக்கிய படைப்பின் கருவாக தோற்றம் பெற்றது. தொடக்க காலத்தில் நாடகம் என்பது சமூகத்தின் தேவைக்காக, சமூகத்தின் பிரதிபலிப்பு, சமூகத்தின் மீட்டு உருவாக்கம் என்ற வழித்தடங்களை உருவாக்கிய பணியில் முன்னணியில் இருந்தது. இயல், இசை, நாடகம் மூன்றையும் சேர்ந்ததுதான் நாம் முத்தமிழ் என்று சொல்லுகின்றோம். அந்த இயலும் இசையும் இணைந்து செயல்படக்கூடிய கலைதான் நாடகம். சமூகத்தின் பணியை மையமாக கொண்ட இந்த நாடகம் என்பது ஒரு வீழ்ச்சி பாதையை நோக்கி சென்றது. தமிழகத்தின் இருண்ட காலம் என்று கூட நாம் சொல்லலாம். தமிழகத்தின் இருண்ட காலம் என்று அழைக்கப்படக்கூடிய காலத்தில் இந்த நாடகம் என்பது சிற்றிலக்கியத்தின் வடிகாலாக மட்டுமே, சிற்றின்பத்தின் வடிகாலாக மட்டுமே இருக்கின்றன என்று இதனை ஒதுக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு காலமாக இருந்தது. இதனுடைய கரு என்பது வீழ்ச்சி அடைய தொடங்கியது. ஏனென்றால் நாடகம் என்பது படித்து கற்று அறிந்த அறிஞர் பெருமக்களால் முன்னணி எடுத்து செல்லப்படவில்லை. படிப்பறிவு குறைவாக இருந்த நாட்டுப்புற மக்களால் தான் இந்த நாடகம் என்பது எடுத்து செல்ல பெற்றது. அங்கு சில குறைபாடுகள் இருக்கும் பொழுது அவை வீழ்ச்சி அடைய தொடங்கியது. அந்த காலகட்டத்திலேயே நாம் இருண்ட காலம் என்று சொல்லுகின்றோம். இப்படியாக இருந்த நாடகம் மறுமலர்ச்சிக்கு வருகின்றது. பல்லவர்கள் எப்படி நாடக கலையினை முன்னெடுத்து சென்றனரோ அதற்கு அடுத்தாறு போல சோழர்கள் அதனை வழிநடத்தி செல்கின்றனர். அவர்கள் சோழர்களது வாழ்வியலை உணர்த்தக்கூடிய ராசராசேஸ்வர நாடகம் என்பது மிகவும் சிறப்பாக பேசப்பட்ட ஒரு நாடகம். அரசனது அவையிலும் மக்கள் மத்தியிலும் நடத்தப்பெற்ற நாடகம். சோழர்களது ஆட்சி காலத்தில் மக்கள் மன்றங்கள் என்று அமைத்து அங்கு நாடகங்கள் நடத்தப்பெற்றன. அந்த நாடகத்தின் வழி மக்களுக்கு தேவையான அறக்கருத்துகள் அனைத்தும் கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்பட்டன. அந்த சோழ பேரரசுகளின் காலத்தை தான் நாம் மறுமலர்ச்சி காலம் நாடகத்தில் என்று நாம் கூட சொல்லலாம். உருவாக்க பெற்ற நாடகங்கள் சிற்றிலக்கியத்தில் இடம்பெற்றிருக்கின்றன. பல்லு, குறவஞ்சி, நொண்டி நாடகம். 17, 18ஆம் நூற்றாண்டுகளில் சைவம், வைணவம் என்ற சமய காழ்ப்புணர்ச்சி அதிகமாக இருந்தது. சமயம் சார்ந்த பிரச்சனைகளை மையப்படுத்தக்கூடிய வகையில் இலக்கியங்கள் தோன்றும் பொழுது அங்கு பல்லு இலக்கியம் தோன்றிற்று. முக்கூடர் பல்லு, ஒரு மனைவி அந்த பல்லன் அந்த உலகிலே செய்யக்கூடிய அந்த கதாபாத்திரத்திற்கு 2 மனைவியர். ஒரு பெண் சைவ சமயம் சார்ந்தவள், மற்றொரு பெண் வைணவ சமய சார்ந்தவள். இவ்விருவருக்கும் இடையே ஏற்படக்கூடிய பூசலின் வழி அன்றைய சமூகத்தை விளக்கியம் படம் பிடித்து காட்டியது. நாட்டுப்பாடல் வடிவில் களிப்பாயாப்பில் எழுத பெற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு படைப்பு. பல்லு இலக்கியம் போன்று நாடகத்து இலக்கியத்திற்கு சான்று சொல்லக்கூடியது எதுவுமே இல்லை என்று சொல்லலாம். குறவஞ்சி, ஒரு குறத்தி குறுக்கி உருவால், அதற்கு பின் தன் கணவன் அதற்கு பதில் உரைப்பான், திரும்ப குறத்தி குறி கூறுவாள். இப்படி ஒருவர் பேச மற்றொருவர் பதிலளிப்பது போன்ற ஒரு நாடக அமைப்பு குறவஞ்சி இலக்கியத்தில் இடம்பெற்றிருக்கும். சான்றாக சரபேந்திர பூபால குறவஞ்சி சொல்லலாம். நொண்டி நாடகம் பரத்தமத்தால் அடையும் ஒரு ஆண்மகன் அடையும் இன்னல்களை பதிவு செய்த நாடகம். ஒரு நாடகம் முன்னேற்ற பாதையில் செல்லுகின்றது என்றால் அதற்கான கரு என்பது முன்னேற்ற பாதையை நோக்கியதாக இருத்தல் வேண்டும். ஒரு பரத்தமை ஒழுக்கம், சமூக சீர்கேடான ஒழுக்கம் என்பதை வலியுறுத்தி அதிலிருந்து மீட்டெடுக்கும் முயற்சிதான் நொண்டி நாடகம். சீதக்காதி நாடகத்தினை அதற்கு சான்றாக சொல்லலாம். சமூகத்திற்கு எது தேவை என்பதை மட்டுமே படைப்பாளர்கள் மனதில் கொண்டு தங்களது ஆளுமை திறத்தில் அதனை உருவாக்கி கொடுத்தனர். கிபி 19ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் இது மக்கள் இலக்கியம் என்று கொண்டு செல்லப்படுகிறது. மக்கள் இலக்கியம் என்பது மக்களுக்காகவே படைக்கப்பெறுவது. மக்களுக்கு எது தேவை அதை மட்டுமே மையப்படுத்துவது. அநீதி நாடகம் தோன்றின. கர்நாடக நவாப் அவர்களுடைய ஆட்சி காலத்தில் அவர்களுடைய ஆட்சியில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பிரபுக்களால் கிராமங்களில் ஏற்படக்கூடிய சிக்கல்கள், அந்த சிக்கல்களை எதிர்கொள்ள மக்கள் என்ன மாதிரியான விளைவுகளை தோற்றுவிக்கின்றனர், கான் சாஹிபுடைய ஆட்சி எப்படி சிறப்பு மிகுந்த ஆட்சியாக இருந்தது, இவை அனைத்தையும் அந்த அநீத நாடகம் என்பது உள்ளடக்கியதாக இருந்தது. தொடக்கம் என்பது கூத்து, அதற்கடுத்த பயணம் என்பது சமூகத்தை நோக்கிய பயணம். அந்த பயணத்தில் அவை அகக்கூத்து புறக்கூத்து என பகுக்க பெற்றது. நாடகத்தின் கரு என்பது சமூகத்தின் தேவையை மையப்படுத்தியது. அந்த சமூகத்தின் தேவையில் எதிர்பார்த்த விளைவுகள் இல்லாத போது அது வீழ்ச்சி பாதையை நோக்கி சென்றது. அந்த வீழ்ச்சி பாதையில் இருந்த இலக்கியம் சோழ பேரரசு காலத்தில் மறுமலர்ச்சியை நோக்கி வந்தது. அந்த மறுமலர்ச்சி என்பது இலக்கியத்தை அடிப்படையாக கொண்டு தோற்றம் பெற்றது. அந்த தோற்றம் சமூகத்தின் தேவை. எல்லா படைப்புமே சமூகத்தை மையப்படுத்துறது தான். 20ஆம் நூற்றாண்டுல அந்த நாடகம் என்பது எப்படி மக்களிடையே கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்பட்டது? புராண நாடகங்களாக, பக்தி இலக்கிய நாடகங்களாக, வரலாற்று நாடகங்களாக, கற்பனை நாடகங்களாக, சமுதாய நாடகங்களாக, நகைச்சுவை நாடகங்களாக மக்களிடையே கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்பட்டது. அந்த புராண நாடகங்களின் வழி, புராண கருத்துக்களின் வழி ஒரு மனிதன் எப்படி வாழ வேண்டும் என்பதை சொல்லி, சகுந்தலை விலாசம், தாருக விலாசம், இதெல்லாம் புராண நாடகத்திற்கு சான்றாக சொல்லலாம். கற்புக்கரசி என்று சொன்னவுடன் நாம் முதல்ல சொல்றது கண்ணகி, நலாயினி, அப்படியே நம்ம சொல்லிட்டே போவோம். இந்த கோவலன் கர்ணகை கதைப்பாடல் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு நாட்டுப்புற வழக்கில் எழுதப்பட்ட கதைப்பாடல் இருக்கு. அந்த கதைப்பாடலும் நாடக அமைப்புல எழுத பெற்றதுதான். அந்த கதைப்பாடல் பார்த்தோம்னா நாட்டுப்புற மக்களினுடைய வழக்காறுகளை, பேச்சு வழக்குகளை மையமாக கொண்டு அவர்களுக்கு ஏற்றார் போல அந்த கதை புனைய பெற்றிருக்கும். ஆனால் செய்தி ஒரே செய்திதான். சிலப்பதிகாரத்தில் என்ன கதைப்பாங்கு சொல்ல பெற்றதோ அதே கதைப்பாங்கில் கோவலன் கர்ணகை கதை பாடல் என்று சொல்ல பெற்றிருக்கும். பக்தி இலக்கிய நாடகம் என்ற போது சிறு தொண்டர் விலாசம், மார்க்கண்டேயர் நாடகத்தை எல்லாம் சொல்லலாம். என்றும் 16 என்று மார்க்கண்டேயருக்கு நாம் சொல்லுவோம். இதன் வழி இறை தாளினை முழுமையாக பற்றி கொண்டவர்கள் இம்மையில் மட்டும் அல்லாது மறுமையிலும் நிறைவான வாழ்வினை அவர்களால் பெற இயலும் என்பதை வலியுறுத்துவதாகவே பக்தி இலக்கிய நாடகங்கள் அமைந்திருக்கும். வரலாற்று நாடகம் சேரர், சோழர், பாண்டியர் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய மூவேந்தர்களால் ஆட்சி செய்யப்பெற்ற இந்த நாடு என்பது எத்தகைய வரலாற்றினை உள்ளடக்கி இருக்கிறது, எப்படி வீரம் மிகுந்த மண்ணாக இருந்திருக்கின்றது, பெண்கள் எப்படி உயர்வாக நடத்த பெற்றிருக்கிறார்கள், இதையெல்லாம் அந்த நம்மை ஆட்சி செய்த பழமையான மன்னர்களுடைய வரலாற்றினை அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கு எடுத்து சென்ற நாடகம் வரலாற்று நாடகம். சமுதாய நாடகம் அக்காலத்தில் புஷ்பவல்லி என்கிற ஒரு நாடகம் மிகவும் பெருமையாக பேசப்பட்டது. நகைச்சுவை, நகைச்சுவையை மையப்படுத்தக்கூடிய நாடகம் சபாபதி என்ற ஒரு நாடகம், அது திரைப்படமாக கூட வந்திருக்கிறது. இன்று மனிதன் மறந்துவிட்ட ஒன்று நகைச்சுவை. பொன்னகை தேவையில்லை, புன்னகை போதும் என்று சொல்லுகின்றோம். ஆனால் இன்று புன்னகை எவர் மத்தியிலும் இல்லை. அதுவும் தேவை மனிதனுக்கு என்பதை வலியுறுத்தக்கூடிய வகையில் நாடகங்கள் எழுத பெற்றன. மனிதர்களது மனதில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பல்வேறுபட்ட உணர்வுகளை சமநிலைப்படுத்தக்கூடிய ஆற்றல் நகைச்சுவைக்கு உண்டு. அந்த நகைச்சுவை நாடகமாக மக்கள் மத்தியில் கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்பட்டது. நகைச்சுவை எவ்வளவையும் அது வலியுறுத்தியது. இப்படியாக ஒவ்வொரு உணர்வுகளையும் மையப்படுத்தி கொண்டு செல்ல பெற்ற நாடகங்கள் சில மாறுதல்களையும் உள்ளடக்கி இருந்தது. தமிழ் நாடகங்கள் என்பது இன்பியல் முடிவுகளை கொண்டது. ஏதாவது ஒரு சிக்கலை மையப்படுத்தி நாடகம் தொடங்கி இருக்கும். அந்த சிக்கலின் முடிவாக தீர்வாக இன்பியல் முடிவு அமைய பெற்றிருக்கும். ஆங்கில நாடகங்களில் துன்பியல் முடிவு அமைய பெற்றிருக்கும். இது ரெண்டும் ஒரு மாறுபட்ட. வடமொழி நாடகங்கள்ல பரத வாக்கியம் என்று இறுதியாக ஒரு பாங்கு உண்டு. அந்த பரத வாக்கியம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய பாங்கு தமிழ் நாடகங்களில் கிடையாது. மொழி சார்ந்த அமைப்பில் நாம் நாடகத்தினை பார்க்கும் பொழுது நாடக கூறுகளில், நாடக இலக்கணங்களில் சில மாறுதல்கள் காணப்படுகின்றன. ஆனால் எம்மொழி சார்ந்த நாடகமாக இருப்பினும் அவை சமூகம் சார்ந்த பணியை மட்டுமே மேற்கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. அதில் மாற்றம் கிடையாது. தொன்ம நாடகங்களில் பாட்டுக்கள் அதிகமாக இருக்கும், உரைநடை பாங்கு குறைவாக இருக்கும். சூத்திரதாரன் கதையின் தொடக்கத்தில் வருவான், கட்டியங்காரன் இடையிடையே வந்து கதையின் சுவாரஸ்யத்தை கூட்டிச் செல்வார். இப்படியாக இருந்த நாடகம் சில மாற்றங்களையும் சந்தித்தது. அமைச்சர் நாடக குழு என்ற ஒரு குழு வந்த பொழுது நாடகத்தில் இசை என்பது மாற்றம் பெற்று பேச்சும் நடிப்பும் பெரும்பான்மை வகித்தது. பாடலாகவே இருந்த நாடகம் நடிப்பு திறமையால் மறு உருவம் பெற்றது. பம்மல் சம்பந்த முதலியார் அவர்கள் எழுதிய சுகுண விலாசம் சிறந்த நாடகம். அவரை நாடகத்தின் தந்தை என்று நாம் சொல்லுவோம். ஷேக்ஸ்பியருடைய நாடகம் அங்கம் காட்சி, ஓரங்க நாடகம், இதையெல்லாம் தமிழ் நாடகங்களுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுத்தது. ஆங்கில படைப்பாளர்களது படைப்புகளை பின்பற்றி மொழிபெயர்ப்பு நாடகங்களும் தமிழில் உருவாக பெற்றன. தமிழில் உருவான நாடகங்கள் என்பது தமிழ் மக்களின் பண்பாட்டை அடியொற்றி எழுதப்பெற்று மொழிபெயர்த்து மக்களுக்கு கொடுக்கப்பட்டது. இந்த நாடக அமைப்பு என்பது தொன்மத்தை சிதைக்காத வகையில் மக்களிடையே கொண்டு சேர்க்க பெற்றது. நாடக குழு என்பது இசை நிலையை மட்டும் மாற்றி அதே செய்தியை பேச்சும் நடிப்புமாக கொண்டு சேர்த்தது. அதில் மக்கள் லயப்பட தொடங்கினர். பேச்சு நடிப்பு என்று சொன்னவுடன் நம்முடைய சிவாஜி கணேசன் சார் தான் நினைவுக்கு வருவாங்க இல்லையா? அந்த திறமைக்கு சான்றா நம்ம யாரையுமே சொல்ல முடியாது. அதுதான் நாடகத்தின் சிறப்பு. ஏட்டு இலக்கியங்களில் மற்றும் எழுத பெற்றதா இல்ல நாடகம்? இல்லை. செவி வழியாகவும் நாடகங்கள் இயற்ற பெற்று மக்களுக்கு சேர்க்க பெற்றிருக்கிறது. அரங்கங்கள் எதுவுமின்றி, அலங்காரங்கள் எதுவுமின்றி தெருக்களை மட்டுமே களங்களாக கொண்டு மக்களுக்காக நடத்த பெற்ற தெருக்கூத்து என்பதும் நாடக வகையை சார்ந்தது. பாமர மக்களுக்காக பாமரனால் எழுத பெற்றதுதான் தெருக்கூத்து. ஆண்களே பெண்களுடைய வேடமிட்டு நாடகம் நடிப்பர். பெண்கள் நாடகத்தில் நடிக்கும் வழக்கம் என்பது தொடக்கத்தில் மறுக்கப்பட்டிருந்தது. செவி வழியாக இந்த நாடகங்கள் அடுத்த தலைமுறை என்று நகர்த்தி கொண்டு சேர்க்க பெற்றது. இந்த தெருக்கூத்து நிகழ்வு என்பது விவசாய களைப்பு தீர மக்கள் நடத்தியது. இந்த கார்காலம், அதனை சார்ந்த விவசாய நிகழ்வு, மழை பெய்த உடனே விவசாயம் செய்கிறது, அடுத்தடுத்த பணியில அவங்க இருக்கிறாங்க. அந்த ஏப்ரல் மாதங்கள் காலத்துல வெயில் அதிகமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய நேரங்கள்ல அவங்களுக்கு வயல்வெளிகள்ல வேலை குறைவாக இருக்கும் பொழுது அந்த களைப்பு தீரவும் ஆண்டு முழுவதும் பணி களைப்பு தீரவும் அவர்களுக்கு சிறு பொழுதுபோக்கு தேவைப்பட்டது. அந்த பொழுதுபோக்கு என்பது திருவிழாவாக வடிவம் பெற்றது. திருவிழா காலங்கள் பெரும்பாலும் மார்ச், ஏப்ரல் மாதங்களில் நடைபெறும். அந்த ஏப்ரல் மாதங்களில் மக்கள் அந்த ஆண்டு முழுவதும் உழைத்த களைப்பு தீர தங்களை வாழ்வித்த இறைவனுக்கு திருவிழாக்கள் எடுத்து புத்தாடை அணிந்து இனிப்பு பலகாரங்கள் உண்டு உறவுகளோடு கூடி இணைந்து இன்பமாக வாழும் ஒரு காலம். அந்த திருவிழா காலங்களின் போது அந்த ஊரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தெய்வ கதையினை மக்களுக்கு சொல்லும் வகையில் அந்த தெருக்கூத்து நடைபெறும். அல்லது சமூக நீதியை மேம்படுத்தக்கூடிய கதைகளை கருவாக கொண்டு நாடகங்கள் நிகழ்த்த பெறும். தெருக்கூத்து, அதான் தெருக்கூத்துன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. கூலிக்காரன் கிழக்கே பார்ப்பான், கூத்தாடி மேற்கே பார்ப்பான். ஏன்னா கூலிக்காரனுக்கு கிழக்கு உதிச்சாதான் அவனுக்கு வேலைக்கு போக முடியும், அவனுக்கு வருமானம் கிடைக்கும். கூத்தாடிக்கு இரவு நேரம் வந்தாதான் அந்த விடிய சாயந்தரம் 6 மணில இருந்து மறுநாள் காலையில 6 மணி வரைக்கும் அவன் என்ன பண்ணுவான்? கூத்தாடுவான். கூத்தாடுனாதான் அவனுக்கு வருமானம் கிடைக்கும். மாலை 6 முதல் மறுநாள் காலை 6 மணி வரை அவன் கூத்தாடினாலும் அவனுடைய உழைப்பு என்பதும் குரல் என்பதும் சிறிதும் சோர்வடைந்திருக்காது. அவனுக்கு கிடைக்கக்கூடிய புத்துணர்வு பானம் என்பது அந்த தெருக்கூத்தில் வாசகனாக அங்கு அமர்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய மக்கள்கள் முகத்தில் காணக்கூடிய எதிர்பார்ப்பு மட்டுமே. அந்த எதிர்பார்ப்பு அவனுக்கு தேவையான உற்சாகத்தை கொடுக்கும் பொழுது அங்கு அவன் தன்னுடைய படைப்பினை சிறப்பாக வெளிக்கொணர்கிறான். இந்த படைப்பு என்பது மக்கள் மத்தியில் ஏற்படக்கூடிய விழிப்புணர்வை மையமாக கொண்டது. அந்த வகையில் தெருக்கூத்து அமைய பெற்றது. அதுக்கு அடுத்த வகையாக அவை ஏட்டு இலக்கியம் பெற்றது. சில நாடக வல்லுநர்கள் எழுத்து பிரதிகளாக நாடகங்களை கொண்டு வந்தனர். சுந்தரம் பிள்ளை அவர்கள் எழுதிய மனோன்மணியம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய நாடகம் மிக பிரசித்தி பெற்ற நாடகம். பண்டைய சமூகம் எப்படி இருந்தது என்பதை அடையாளப்படுத்திய நாடகம். மனோன்மணி சோழ பேரரசின் மகளாக இருக்கிறாள். அவளை சேர மன்னன் திருமணம் செய்து கொள்ள விரும்புகின்றான். இவ்விருப்பத்திற்கு மாறாக எல்லை பிரிவு என்ற நிலையில் போர் தொடுக்கிறது. போர் நடைபெறும் பொழுது அந்த போரின் வழி அந்த நாட்டை தான் அடைய அமைச்சர் முயற்சி செய்கின்றார். இறுதியாக சேர மன்னனால் அமைச்சர் சிறை பிடிக்கப்பட்டு மனோன்மணியை மனம் முடிக்கிறார். இது கதை சுருக்கம். இதன் வழி சேரர், சோழர், பாண்டியர் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த மூவேந்தர்கள் பற்றின வரலாற்று நிகழ்வினை இவ்வாசிரியர் அந்த நாடகத்தின் வழி வெளிக்கொணர்கிறார். லார்ட் லிட்டன் எழுதிய த சீக்ரெட் வே என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய நாடகத்தை தழுவி மறைவழி என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய நாடகத்தை எழுதியவர் அவர்கள். சங்கரதாஸ் சுவாமிகள் நாடகம் என்று சொன்னாலே அவரை சொல்லாமல் அடுத்த நிகழ்விற்கு நகர்ந்தே செல்ல முடியாது. சங்கரதாஸ் சுவாமிகள் எழுதிய பிரகலாதன், லவகுசா, அபிமன்யு சுந்தரி, சுதி சுலோச்சனா, சதி அனுசுயா இந்த என்று வரிசைப்படுத்திக் கொண்டே செல்லலாம். பம்மல் சம்பந்த முதலியார் இவர் நாடகத்தை தன்னுடைய அரை நூற்றாண்டையே நாடகத்திற்காக சமர்ப்பித்தவர், அர்ப்பணித்தவர். நாடகத்தில் மறுமலர்ச்சி என்கிற ஒன்று உருவாக்கிய தன்மை இவருக்குரியது என்று கூட நாம் சொல்லலாம். இவர் 1891 சுகுண விலாசம் என்று சபை என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒன்றினை தொடங்கி அதன் வழி நாடக கலைஞர்களை உருவாக்கி நடிப்பும் பேச்சும் கற்றுத்தந்து வல்லுநர்களாக உருவாக்கி கொடுத்தவர். சமூக பிரச்சனைகளை மையப்படுத்தக்கூடிய அந்த புஷ்பவல்லி நாடகத்தினை உருவாக்கியவர். கற்பனை திறத்தோடு 90க்கும் மேற்பட்ட நாடகங்களை எழுதியவர். ரத்னவழி, மனோகர், இரண்டு நண்பர்கள், வேதாள உலகம் என்பன போன்ற பல படைப்புகளை உருவாக்கி தந்த வல்லுனர் பம்மல் சம்பந்த முதலியார். பம்மல் சம்பந்த முதலியார், சங்கரதாஸ் சுவாமிகள் போன்று பல படைப்பாளர்கள் நாடகங்களை உருவாக்கி உருவாக்கி கொடுத்திருக்கின்றனர். நாடகம் என்பது தமிழ் மொழி சார்ந்தது மட்டுமல்ல, மொழிபெயர்ப்பு நாடகங்களும் இடம்பெற்றிருந்தன. மாக்பெத், ஹாம்லெட், வணிகன், விரும்பிய வண்ணமே சிம்பலின் இவையெல்லாம் மொழிபெயர்ப்பு நாடகங்களுக்கு நாம் சான்றாக சொல்லலாம். சகுந்தலம், மாளவிகார்ணி, மித்ரம் இதெல்லாம் வடமொழியிலிருந்து தமிழ்ல எழுதப்பெற்ற நாடகம். சங்கரதாஸ் சுவாமிகளுடைய நாடகங்கள் பெரும்பாலும் பாடல் மற்றும் உரை கலந்த தன்மை இருக்கும். இலக்கியம் சார்ந்த சாயலோடு சங்கரதாஸ் சுவாமிகள் நாடகம் அமைய பெற்றிருக்கும். பம்மல் சம்பந்த முதலியார் பாடல் இல்லாத உரை. ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட காலம் வரைக்கும் செயல் வடிவிலான யாப்பு வடிவிலான நாடகம் ஈர்க்க பெற்றது. கால மாற்றத்தின் போது எப்படி நாம் மிகப்பெரிய காப்பியத்தை 2 அடுக்கு புதுக்கவிதையில் சொன்னார்களோ அதை போல மண்ணுக்காக நிகழ்ந்தது பாரதம், பெண்ணுக்காக நிகழ்ந்தது ராமாயணம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய பல பக்கங்களில் அச்சிட்டு வெளியிட்ட பெரிய காப்பியத்தை 2 அடிக்குள் அடக்கிவிட்டனர். அதை போல அடுத்தடுத்த நாடகத்தினுடைய பரிமாணம் என்பது அன்றைய சமூகத்தினுடைய சுழற்சியை பொறுத்ததாக மாறிவிட்டது. பாடல் இல்லாத உரைநடை பேச்சில் பம்மல் சம்பந்த முதலியார் நாடகத்தை உருவாக்கி கொடுத்தார். அதில் அலங்கார நடை என்பதே கிடையாது. அனைவரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளக்கூடிய எளிய வாக்கியங்களை மட்டுமே அவர் தன்னுடைய படைப்பில் பயன்படுத்தி இருப்பார். இந்த எளிய வாக்கியங்கள் என்பதுதான் ஈர்க்க பெற்ற ஒன்றாக மாறியது. சொற்கள் உடைக்கப்படும் பொழுது அதனுடைய பொருள் என்பது மிக எளிமையாக உள்வாங்கிக் கொள்ளுதல் நிலை ஏற்பட்டது. அந்த உள்வாங்கிக் கொள்ளுதல் என்கிற நிலையில்தான் இங்கு பம்மல் சம்பந்த முதலியார் எளிய வாக்கியங்களை பயன்படுத்தி நாடகங்களை எழுத ஆரம்பித்தார். அதுதான் மக்களிடையே விரும்பத்தக்க ஒன்றாகவும் இருக்கிறது. இப்படி எழுத பெற்ற நாடகங்களில் சில சிக்கல்களும் தோன்றின. பேச்சு வழக்கில் நாடகங்கள் நடிக்கப்படும் பொழுது மக்களிடையே பெரும் வரவேற்பை பெற்றது. தாம் பேசக்கூடிய பேச்சு வழக்கு சொற்கள் நாடகங்களில் இருக்கும் பொழுது புரிந்து கொள்ளக்கூடிய தன்மையும் எளிமையாக இருந்தது. ஆகையால் மக்கள் அந்த பேச்சு வழக்கு நாடகத்தை விரும்பினர். கற்றவர்கள் அதனை விரும்பவில்லை. அவர்கள் யாப்பினை கற்றறிந்தவர்கள், யாப்பின் வழி இலக்கியத்தை எழுதியவர்கள் பேச்சு வழக்கில் இருக்கக்கூடிய நாடகத்தில் விருப்பம் கொள்ளவில்லை. அவர்கள் கொள்ளாத போது அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கு அத்தகைய விருப்பத்தை எடுத்து செல்லவில்லை, ஊக்குவிக்கவில்லை. நாடக வாசிப்பு திறன் என்பது குறைந்தது. பேச்சு முறை வழக்கு இல்லாத நாடகம் என்பது உயிரோட்டம் இல்லாத நாடகமாக தோன்றியது. பார்த்தோமே ஆனால் அந்த நாடகத்தில் வரக்கூடிய கதாபாத்திரம் பேசக்கூடிய பேச்சும் ஏற்புடையதாக இருக்க வேண்டும். நாடகம் என்பது மக்கள் தன்னை போலவே ஒருவர் என்று நினைக்கும் பொழுதும் தன்னை போலே பேசக்கூடிய ஒருவர் என்று நினைக்கும் பொழுது அதனை விரும்பி பார்த்தனர், விரும்பி ரசித்தனர், விரும்பி உள்வாங்கினர். முழுமையாக இலக்கிய நடையில் இசை வடிவில் கொடுக்கும் பொழுது மக்களிடையே எதிர்பார்ப்புகள் குறைந்தது. நடிப்பதற்குரிய நாடகம் வாசகன் இல்லை. அதாவது வாசகன் இருந்தான் அப்படின்னா அவன் நடிக்கக்கூடிய வகையில நாடகம் எழுதப்பெறல. நாடகம் எழுத பெற்றது அப்படின்னா அந்த நாடகத்தை நடிக்கக்கூடிய நடிகன் இல்லை. செயல் வடிவில நாடகம் எழுத ஆசிரியர்கள் இருந்தாங்க. அந்த செயல் வடிவில் எழுத பெற்ற நாடகத்தை நடித்து மக்கள்கிட்ட கொண்டு சேர்க்கக்கூடிய கலைஞர்கள் இல்லை. மக்களும் விரும்பவில்லை. படிப்பதற்குரிய நாடகம் என்று ஒன்றும் நடிப்பதற்குரிய நாடகம் என்று ஒன்றும் இரண்டாக அவை பிளவு பெற்றது. படிப்பதற்குரிய நாடகம் கல்வி அறிவு பெற்றவர்களால் மட்டுமே உயித்து உணரக்கூடிய ஒன்றாக இருந்தது. நடிப்பதற்குரிய நாடகம் என்பது மட்டும்தான் மக்களை ஈர்க்கக்கூடியதாக இருந்தது. இதுதான் இந்த நாடகத்துல இருந்த சிக்கல், நாடக கலைக்குன்னு இருந்த சிக்கல். இந்த சிக்கல் தான் நாடக கலை அப்படிங்கிறத அடுத்தடுத்த வளர்ச்சி பணிக்கு எடுத்து செல்லல. ஏன்னா கற்றவர்கள் பேச்சு விளக்கு நாடகத்தை விரும்பவில்லை. அடுத்து இதனை படிக்கும் ஆர்வத்தை அவர்கள் தூண்டவில்லை. ஆகையால் அதை வாசிக்கக்கூடிய வாசகனுடைய எண்ணிக்கை குறைந்தது. நடிக்கக்கூடிய நடிகனுடைய எண்ணிக்கை செயல் நாடகங்களில் குறைந்தது. இவை எல்லாம் இணைந்து ஒரு சிக்கலை ஏற்படுத்தும் பொழுது அந்த நாடக இலக்கியம் என்பது வளர்ச்சி பாதைக்கு செல்ல சிறிது காலம் ஆகியது. இப்படி ஒரு போராட்ட களத்தில் இருக்கும் பொழுது நாடகம் புதுமையான வடிவத்தைகின்றது. பேச்சு வழக்கு செயல் வழக்கு என்பது ஒழிந்து அடுத்த கட்ட வளர்ச்சி நிலையாக நாடகம் அடி வைக்கிறது. மேலை நாட்டவர்கள் நம்மை ஆட்சி செய்த போது மக்களிடையே விடுதலை உணர்வினை தூண்ட வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக நாடகங்கள் நடிக்க பெற்றன. மனிதனுக்கு உடைமையும் உரிமையும் உணர்வு சார்ந்ததாக இருக்கலாம். அந்த உணர்வு என்பது விடுதலை நோக்கிய பயணமாக இருக்க வேண்டும், சுதந்திர சிந்தனையில் செயல்பட வேண்டும் என்பதை வலியுறுத்தக்கூடிய நாடகங்கள் தோன்றின. விடுதலை உணர்வினை மையப்படுத்தி முதலில் எழுதப்பெற்ற நாடகம் முதல் முழக்கம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடியது. ரா வெங்கடாச்சலம் அவர்கள் எழுதிய நாடகம் முதல் முழக்கம். வீரபாண்டிய கட்டபொம்மனின் வாழ்வியல் நிகழ்வுகளை வலியுறுத்தக்கூடிய நாடகம். இந்த வசனங்கள் எல்லாம் அவர்கள் பேசும் பொழுதே அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கு உணர்வினை எழுப்பதாக இருந்தது. இந்த விடுதலை உணர்வு என்பது நாடகத்தின் வழி மக்களுக்கு கொண்டு சேர்க்க பெற்றது. ஒரு தனி மனிதனாக இருந்தாலும் சமூகமாக இருந்தாலும் அவர்களுக்கு விடுதலை என்பது தேவையான ஒன்று. விடுதலை என்பது உடைமைக்கு மட்டுமல்ல, உணர்வுக்கும் தான். அன்று ஆங்கிலேயரிடம் அடிமைப்பட்டு இருந்த நம் சமூகம் விடுதலையை நோக்கிய பயணத்தில் நாடகமும் களப்பணியாற்றியது. தேப்போ கிருஷ்ணசாமி பாவலர் கதரின் வெற்றி என்னும் நாடகத்தை வெற்றிகரமாக நகர்த்தியவர். சகபுரி கொடி போராட்டத்தை முன்னிலைப்படுத்தக்கூடிய தேசிய கொடி என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய நாடகம், பானபத்து வீரன், பாரதியாருடைய பாஞ்சாலி சபதம், விடுதலையே ஊக்குவிப்பதற்காக எழுதப்பெற்ற நாடகங்கள் இவை மட்டுமல்ல, இன்னும் நிறைய. விடுதலை வேண்டும், சிந்தனைக்கும் வேண்டும், செயலுக்கும் வேண்டும் என்று நாடகங்களின் வழி வலியுறுத்தியவர்கள். அன்று சமூகத்தின் விடுதலைக்காக நாடகங்கள் நிறைய எழுத பெற்றன. இன்று நாம் சொல்லுவோம், நாம் நமக்கே அடிமையாகி கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். நாம் நமக்கே அடிமை என்றால் நாம் நம் அகத்திற்கு அடிமையாகி கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். தாழ்வு மனப்பான்மை நிறைய இருக்கின்றது. நம்மிலிருந்து நம்மை காப்பாற்ற இன்று எந்த நாடாது, நாம் தான் அதிலிருந்து வெளிவர வேண்டும். அன்று யாரோ ஒருவர் என்று இருந்தார்கள், சமூக விடுதலை நாம் என்று. இன்று நாம் நம்மிலிருந்தே அளவிற்கு சிக்கலை நமக்கு நாமே உருவாக்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். அன்றைய நாடகங்களில் சாதி வேறுபாடு, பொருளாதார ஏற்றத்தாழ்வு, கலப்பு மனம், வறுமை எவையெல்லாம் சமூகத்தின் முன்னேற்றத்திற்கு தடை கற்களாக இருந்தனவோ அவையெல்லாம் உடைத்தெறியக்கூடிய முயற்சியாக நாடகங்கள் தோன்றின. சாதி வேறுபாட்டின் காரணமாக ஒரு மனிதாபிமானம், மனித நேய சிந்தனைகள் என்பது சிறிதும் இல்லாட்டத்தில் அதனை வலியுறுத்தி நாடகங்கள் எழுதப்பெற்றன. எந்த மதம் சார்ந்த மனிதனாக இருந்தாலும் அனைவரும் குருதியின் நிறம் சிவப்பு. இதில் உயர்வென்ன தாழ்வென்ன? இறைவனால் படைக்கப்பட்ட உயிர்கள் அனைத்தும் இறை உயிர்கள். இதில் உயர்ந்தவர் தாழ்ந்தவர் என்ற பாகுபாடு கிடையாது. பொருளாதாரம் என்பது தேவை, வாழ்க்கைக்கு தேவை. சமூகத்துக்கு மனிதன்தான் தேவை. கலப்பு மனம் தோன்றியது. அந்த கலப்பு மனத்தை முன்னிலைப்படுத்தக்கூடிய நாடகங்கள் தோன்றின. வறுமை போன்று மிகப்பெரிய கொடிய நோய் எதுவுமே கிடையாது. சமூக அனைத்திற்குமான ஒரு காரணி வறுமை. திருடுதல், பொய் சொல்லுதல், கற்பு நிலை தவறுதல் என்பன போன்ற பல காரணங்கள் வறுமையை அடிப்படையாக கொண்டது. இந்த வறுமை சமூகத்தை எப்படியெல்லாம் ஆட்டி படைக்கிறது, மனிதன் அதில் வதைப்பட்டு எப்படியெல்லாம் தேழாய் சுருண்டெழுகின்றான் என்பதை கொணரக்கூடிய வகையில் நாடகங்கள் தோன்றலாயின. புராணம் சார்ந்த நாடகங்களாக இருக்கட்டும், பக்தி சார்ந்த நாடகங்களாக இருக்கட்டும், அன்றைய காலகட்டத்தின் தேவையை மட்டும் நிறைவேற்றின. அன்னன்னைக்கு எது தேவையோ அதை மட்டும் கருவா கொண்டு நாடகங்கள் எழுத பெற்றன. விடுதலை தேவை, விடுதலை சிந்தனையை விதைத்தனர். இறை சிந்தனை தேவை, அதனை விதைத்தனர். விதைகள் என்றும் மலடானது கிடையாது, விருட்சமாகவே தோன்றி இருக்கின்றன என்பதை அடுத்தடுத்து வந்த சமூக பிரதிபலிப்பின் வாயிலாக நாம் அறிந்து கொள்ள முடிந்தது. இக்காலம் சார்ந்த நாடகங்கள் அனைத்துமே விஞ்ஞானம் நோக்கிய அறிவியல் படைப்பாகவும் தோன்றி வருகின்றன. அன்று அறிஞர் அண்ணா அவர்கள் எழுதிய ஓரிரவு, வேலைக்காரி, கண்ணீர் துளி, சந்திரமோகன் இது எல்லாம் சமூக சிக்கலை மையப்படுத்தி எழுத பெற்ற நாடகம். இந்த சமூக சிக்கலை உடைத்தெறிய வேண்டும், சமூக வளர்ச்சிக்கு எவையெல்லாம் தடைக்கற்களாக இருக்கின்றனவோ அவையெல்லாம் உடைத்தெறியும் ஒரு நிலை ஏற்பட வேண்டும் என்பதை தங்களுடைய எழுத்துக்களில் கொண்டு வந்தவர்கள் வல்லுநர்கள், நாடக வல்லுநர்கள். அந்த எழுத்துக்கள் தேவையான மாற்றங்களை கொண்டு வந்தன. அந்த இக்கால நாடகங்கள் என்பது சமூக கொடுமைகளை சுட்டிக்காட்டி அதிலிருந்து ஒரு தீர்வினை கொண்டு வந்து மறுமலர்ச்சியினையும் தோற்றுவித்தது. அதுக்கு அடுத்த ஓரங்க நாடகங்கள், பக்கம் பக்கமாக நாடகங்கள் படிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு நிலை மக்களிடையே இல்லை, மாற்றம் பெற்றது. எந்திரத்தோடு எந்திரமாக மனிதன் பயணிக்க தொடங்கிய போது அவனுக்கு பேருந்துகளில் பயணிக்கும் போதோ அல்லது சிறு சிறு இடைவெளிகள் கிடைக்கும் போதோ அவன் படிக்கக்கூடிய நிலை மட்டுமே உருவானது. அப்ப அந்த காலத்தின் தேவைக்கு ஏற்ப அடுத்த நாடகங்கள் தோன்றின. 5 அங்கங்களை மட்டுமே கொண்ட ஓரங்க நாடகங்கள் வார இதழ்களிலும் திங்கள் இதழ்களிலும் அவை பிரசுரிக்கப்பட்ட ஏதாவது ஒரு சிறிய கருவி செல்ல பெற்ற நாடகங்கள் அடுத்து வானொலிக்கு மாறின. வானொலி என்கிற போது அவர்கள் படித்து அறிந்ததை விட அனைத்து காட்சிகளையும் அவர்கள் ஒலி அமைப்பில் கொடுக்க வேண்டும். வானொலியின் வாயிலாக நாடகத்தை கேட்கக்கூடியவர்களுக்கு கற்பனை திறத்தில் அந்த காட்சிகளை கண்முன் நிலைநிறுத்தக்கூடியதாக வானொலிகள் கொடுத்தன. கதை அமைப்பு என்பது கற்பனை காட்சிகளை நாமாக உய்த்துணரக்கூடிய நிலையினை வானொலி நாடகங்கள் கொடுத்தன. 5 காட்சிகள் கொண்ட ஓரங்க நாடக அமைப்பு என்பது உய்த்துணரக்கூடிய நிலையினை உருவாக்கியது. நாடகத்தின் சிக்கல் என்று கூட சொல்லலாம். நாடகம் என்ற போது நிகழக்கூடிய நிகழ்வுகள் அனைத்தினையும் நம்முடைய கற்பனையில் நாமாக உய்த்து உணர்ந்து அனுபவித்து அறிய வேண்டும் என்கிற நிலை வரும் பொழுது அது சில தெவிட்டல்களை உருவாக்கியது. அதுவும் இதற்குரிய வீழ்ச்சி என்று கூட நாம் சொல்லலாம். சமூகத்தின் தேவைகளை நல்வழிப்படுத்தும் நோக்கில் நாடகங்கள் அன்று எழுத பெற்றன. வறுமையும் பொருளாதார ஏற்றத்தாழ்வும் கற்பும் அதனுடைய நிலை எப்படி தேவை என்பதை இலக்கியத்தின் வழி, நாடக இலக்கியத்தின் வழி மக்களிடையே கொண்டு சேர்த்தனர். மக்களும் அதனை சரியான முறையில் புரிந்து கொண்டு செயல்படுத்தி வெற்றியும் அடைந்தனர். சமூகத்தில் மறுமலர்ச்சியும் தோன்றியது. விதவை மனம் அதில் சிறப்பாக சொல்ல வேண்டியது. குழந்தை மனம், 6 வயது இருக்கக்கூடிய குழந்தைக்கு திருமணம் செய்து வைத்தல் அப்படிங்கிறது இன்னைக்கு 18, 21 வயது என்று மாற்றம் பெற்றமைக்கு காரணம் நாடகம் என்று கூட சொல்லலாம். குழந்தை மனம் எவ்வளவு கொடுமையானது, விதவைக்கு செய்யக்கூடிய சடங்குகள் எவ்வளவு கொடுமையானது. கணவன் இறந்தவுடன் அவளும் உடன் எறிதல், கணவன் இறந்தவுடன் வெள்ளையாடை கொடுத்து வீட்டில் ஒரு ஓரத்தில் வைத்திருத்தல், உப்பில்லா பண்டம் கொடுத்தல். கணவன் இறந்தவுடன் மனைவியும் இறந்துபடுதல் என்ற நிலையிலிருந்து அவள் வாழலாம், ஆனால் உப்பு இல்லாத உணவு உண்டு வாழலாம். அது ஒரு வெற்றி தான், அது ஒரு கொடுமைதான். ஆனாலும் உயிரோட இறக்குதல் அப்படிங்கிற நிலையிலிருந்து ஏற்பட்ட ஒரு முன்னேற்றமான நிகழ்வு அவள் உணவில்லா உப்பில்லா உணவு உண்ணுதல். அடுத்தடுத்த நிலை அந்த விதவை மீட்டுருவாக்கும். அவளுக்கென்று ஒரு வாழ்வு உண்டு, அவளுக்கென்று ஒரு உணர்வு உண்டு. அந்த உணர்வுகள் மதிக்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்பதை நாடகங்கள் கொண்டு வந்தன. குழந்தை மனம் தவிர்த்தல் நிலை, வயது முதிர்ந்தவருக்கு வயதே அடையாத பூப்படையாத பெண்ணை திருமணம் செய்து வைக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு நிலையெல்லாம் இருந்தது. இதுல எல்லாம் மாற்றம் வந்தது நாடக இலக்கியத்தின் வெற்றி. தேவரடியார் சமூகம் பேரரசர்கள் காலத்தில் இறைப்பணிக்காக கொண்டு வரப்பட்ட பெண்கள் தேவரடியார்கள். இறைவனுக்கு தன்னை முழுமையாக ஒப்படைத்து இறை தொண்டில் சிறப்புடன் திகழக்கூடியவர்கள் தேவரடியார்கள். அவர்களுடைய வாழ்வு என்பதும் அடுத்து ஒரு காலகட்டத்தில் சிக்கலானது. குறுநில பிரபுக்களாக நிலங்கள் ஆட்சி செய்யப்படும் பொழுது தேவரடியார்கள் தங்களுக்கான வாழ்வாதாரத்தை இழந்தனர். அந்த வாழ்வாதாரத்தை இழந்த போது அவர்களிடம் இருந்த வறுமையினை சமூகம் பயன்படுத்தி கொண்டது. அதிலிருந்து தேவரடியார் பெண்களை மீட்டெடுக்கும் முயற்சியாக நாடகங்கள் நடத்த பெற்றன. நாடகத்தின் வெற்றிதான் அச்சமூகம் மாறிய வாழ்க்கை பாதை. தனக்கென்று ஒரு தொழில், தனக்கென்று ஒரு ஒரு நிலையான வாழ்வை அவர்கள் அடைந்தது நாடக இலக்கியத்தின் வாயிலாக. சமூகத்தில் நிகழக்கூடிய ஒவ்வொரு சீர்கேடுகளையும் சீர்மைப்படுத்தக்கூடிய பணியினை நாடகம் செய்தது. பேச்சு வழக்கில் மக்களிடையே கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்படும் பொழுது அவை வெற்றி பெற்றது. செயல் வடிவில் கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்படும் பொழுது அது கற்றறிந்தவர்களால் மட்டுமே படித்து அறிந்து ஏட்டில் எழுதப்பட்ட இலக்கியத்தில் நாடக இலக்கியம் என்பது சிறப்பு பெறவில்லை. ஏடில்லா செவிவழி செய்தியாக நாடகம் கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்பட்ட பொழுது தேவையான மாற்றங்கள் சமூகத்தில் உருவாகின. அன்றைய நாடகங்கள் தாம் நினைத்தவற்றை செயல்படுத்தியும் காட்டியது. சமூக மறுமலர்ச்சி ஏற்பட்டது. வாழ்வியலில் முன்னேற்றம் ஏற்பட்டது. அறத்தினை மனிதன் கற்றுக்கொண்டான். பேச்சும் நடிப்பும் சமூகத்தை பயப்படுத்தியது. ஆளுமை திறனை வெளிக்கொணர்ந்தது. நடிப்பு என்பது பேச்சும் நடிப்புமாக தோற்றம் பெற்றது. இதெல்லாம் வளர்ச்சி. இக்கால பாட்டிலக்கிய வகையில் நாடக இலக்கியம் என்பது சிக்கலான பல்வேறு நிலைப்பாடுகளை தாண்டி வெற்றி அடைந்த நிலை. எந்த இலக்கியமாக இருந்தாலும் அல்லது எந்த வாழ்வியலாக இருந்தாலும் சிக்கல் என்பதே இல்லாத படைப்பு என்பது உருவாக்க பெறுவதே கிடையாது. மனித வாழ்க்கையும் அதே போல்தான். இந்த ஒரு சிக்கல் இருக்கா, இது தீர்வு பெற்றதா, அடுத்த ஒரு சிக்கல் அதற்கு முன்னாடியே வந்து நிற்கும். சிக்கல் இல்லாத வாழ்க்கை சுவாரஸ்யப்படாது. அது போலதான் சிக்கல் இல்லாத படைப்பும் ஆக்கம் பெறுவது கிடையாது. நாடகம் பல்வேறு விதமான சிக்கல்களை எதிர்கொண்டு 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 ஆனால் தனக்கான வெற்றியை மட்டும் அடைந்து கொண்டேதான் வந்தது. இன்னும் அதனுடைய பரிமாணங்களும் அதனுடைய முயற்சிகளும் அதற்கான சமூக பணியும் அடுத்தடுத்த நிலைப்பாடுகளில் இருக்கின்றன. அன்றைய நாடகங்கள் சமூகத்தை நல்வழிப்படுத்தும் நாடகங்களாக எழுத பெற்றன. அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கு ஏதேனும் நல்ல கருத்துக்களை விதைத்து செல்ல வேண்டும் என்கிற ஒரு நல்ல மனப்பாங்குடன் நாடகங்கள் எழுத பெற்றன. இன்றும் புராண நாடகங்கள், சமூக நாடகங்கள் வைக்கப்படுகின்றன. ஆனால் அதுவும் கல்வி கற்கக்கூடியவர்கள் மட்டுமே வாசிக்கவில்லை. இன்றைய திரைப்படங்களும் தொலைக்காட்சியும் பல்வேறு நல் கருத்துக்களை எடுத்து சொல்லுகின்ற போதும் சில நிகழ்வுகள் காட்டப்படும் பொழுது அவை வன்முறையை தூண்டக்கூடியதாக அமைந்து விடுகின்றன. எதிர்பார்க்காத ஒன்றுதான். அன்றைய நாடகம் சமூகத்தை நல்வழிப்படுத்தியது. இன்றைய நாடகம் பொருளாதாரத்தை வளப்படுத்தும் நாடகங்களாக தோற்றம் பெற்றுவிட்டன. சமூக கொடுமைகளை களையும் முயற்சி இருப்பினும் அதில் வன்முறையை தூண்டக்கூடிய சில நிகழ்வுகளையும் கற்றுக் கொடுப்பதாக இன்று நாடகங்கள் அமைந்து விடுகின்றன. சமூக மறுமலர்ச்சிக்கான ஒரு களத்தினை அன்றைய நாடகம் அடையாளப்படுத்தியது. இன்றைய நாடகம் மறுமலர்ச்சிக்கு வித்திட்ட போதும் ஒரு சில நிகழ்வுகள் அங்கு வன்முறையை அடையாளப்படுத்துவதாகவும் அமைந்து விடுகின்றன. அன்றும் இன்றும் நாடக சமூகத்தை நல்வழிப்படுத்தும் நோக்கம் மட்டுமே தன்னுள் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. ஒரு சில நிகழ்வுகள் அதற்கு மாற்றம் உடையதாக இருக்கலாம். எப்படி அன்னப்பறவை நீரையும் பாலையும் வைத்தால் அது பாலை அருந்தி நீரை தவிர்க்கின்றதோ அதை போல மனிதன் தன் கண் முன்னே நல்லதும் இருக்கும் கெட்டதும் இருக்கும். நன்மைகளை அவன் எடுத்துக்கொண்டானே ஆனால் அவனது வாழ்க்கை என்பது சமூகத்தின் வளர்ச்சிக்கு அடிகோலிடும். நல்லவன் நல்லதை மட்டுமே செய்வான் என்று சொல்லுவார்கள். இந்த இலக்கிய நாடகத்தினை நாம் உரை நாடகங்கள், செயல் நாடகங்கள் என்று தற்போது எழுதுகின்றோம். உரைநடை நாடகங்கள் என்பது நாம் பேசக்கூடிய பேச்சு வழக்கில் அமைய பெற்றிருக்கும். அந்த உரைநடை நாடகங்கள் இன்று பாடப்பகுதிகளுக்கு கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்படுகிறது. செயல் நாடகங்கள் என்பது கவிதை நாடகங்களாக அமைய பெற்றிருக்கும். கவிதை நாடகம் என்ற பொழுது பொருள் புரிதல் என்பது சிக்கல் ஏற்படும். அந்த சிக்கலில் சில மாறுதல்களும் ஏற்படுகிறது. இலக்கிய நாடகமாக இருப்பது எழுத்து வடிவம் பெற்றாலும் செவி வழியாக அமைய பெற்றாலும் இந்த நாடகம் என்பது சமூகத்தை களமாக கொண்டு அதனுடைய மறுமலர்ச்சிக்கான ஒரு வடிகாலாக திகழ்கின்றன என்று சொல்லுவதில் அச்சமில்லை. நாடக கலை என்பது ஆளுமை திறனை வெளிக்கொணர்ந்து அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கு அந்த ஆளுமையை விதைத்து செல்லக்கூடிய களமாக இருக்கிறது என்று கூறி நல் வாய்ப்பினை வழங்கிய எம் கல்லூரி நிர்வாகத்தினர் அவர்களுக்கும் முதல்வர் அவர்களுக்கும் ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றிகளை கூறி விடைபெறுகின்றேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். நாடகம் என்பது சமூகத்தினுடைய எதிர்பார்ப்புகளை அடையாளப்படுத்தி சமூக எதிர்பார்ப்புகளின் விடியல்களை உள்ளடக்கியது. நாடகம் இன்றைய தலைமுறையினரால் மேலும் எடுத்துச் செல்ல வேண்டும். அறிவியல் சார்ந்த கருத்துக்களை வலியுறுத்தக்கூடியதும் அறிவியல் சார்ந்த சிந்தனைகளை விதைப்பதுமாக நாடகங்கள் தற்போது எழுதப்பெற்று வருகின்றன. தற்போது எழுதப்படும் அறிவியல் சார் நாடகங்கள் மாணவர்கள் மத்தியிலும் கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்படுகின்றன. ஆனால் அவை பண்பாடு சிதைவு என்பது சிறிதும் இன்றி கொண்டு சேர்க்கப்படுகின்றன. பழக்க வழக்கங்கள், பண்பாட்டு கூறுகள், சடங்குகள், தமிழர்களின் வாழ்வியலை அடையாளப்படுத்தக்கூடிய அடிப்படையான செய்திகள் எதுவும் நாடகத்திலிருந்து விடைபெறாமல் முழுவதுமாக பதிவு செய்யக்கூடியதாக இலக்கிய நாடகங்கள் மாணவர்கள் மத்தியில் இன்று நிலை பெறுகின்றன. இக்கால பாட்டு இலக்கிய வகையை சார்ந்த இந்த நாடக இலக்கியம் இன்னும் அடுத்த கட்ட பணிக்கு மாணவர்களாலேயே கொண்டு செல்ல முடியும் என்று கூறி நல்வாய்ப்பு வழங்கிய உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நன்றி மேடம். நாடகத்தின் பரிமாண வளர்ச்சியை பல்வேறு உதாரணங்களுடன் எடுத்து இயம்பிய எம் தமிழ்துறை பேராசிரியை முனைவர் திருமதி மீனாட்சி அம்மா அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றி. Now I call upon Mrs. N. Pratibha Lakshmi, Assistant Professor of English, to take over the session and to deliver her address on the topic Indian English Drama and Overview. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible, ma'am? Yes. Good morning, all. I'm very happy to welcome you all for my presentation on the topic, the contemporary Indian English drama and overview. First, let me explain what is drama. Drama is nothing, it's a combined form of art. It is a kind of literary form which gives pleasure to the audience through audio, visual, and performance. The scripts become live and animate when the performer enacts a play. It is a kind of imitative art like other arts in literature. It imitates the life of the people and the society too. India has a long and age-old history in drama. It starts from Sanskrit plays of Vedic age. Let me explain the classical Indian drama and its origin. Drama in India has had a rich and glorious presence. Excuse me. It begins its journey with the Sanskrit plays. Bharata Muni Natyashastra preserves the Indian tradition. It is the oldest text which deals with this theory of the drama. It says, drama is of divine origin and has a close connection with the sacred Vedas themselves. The origin of Indian English drama can be traced from the ancient rules and seasonal festivities of Vedic audience. The most renowned and talented dramatists of ancient era are Ashwaghosh, Basha, Sudarka, Kalidas, Harsha, Bhatha Narayanan, Murari, Rajesh Kora. Let us see the development. The dramatist of Indian writing in English, then Rabindranath Tagore, to the contemporary dramatists like Mohan Rakesh, Girish Karnad, Vijay Tendulkar, Magesh Dattani, Padal Sarkar, Magashweta Devi, and Usha Ganguly have measured the growth of dramaturgy of India during and after independence. In order to comprehend the depths of Indian drama in English, certain characteristic features ought to be kept in mind. Indian writings in English during modern age not only motivates the budding as well as the present writers, further it absorbs the influence of existentialism, globalization, surrealism, magic realism, and post-colonial issues. India had been colonized by British for 300 years. Therefore, to our surprise, the colonial language and culture has cast a shadow directly on Indian literary values. So we have the impact of British, and especially in Indian English drama. The rise of modern drama during 18th century. The rise of modern drama initiates during the 18th century when the British Empire strengthened its power in India. The impact of Western civilization on Indian heralds a surge of Renaissance and dawn of new Indian arts, including drama in India. For the first time in the history of modern Indian theatre, two comedies such as Disguise and The Love is the Best Doctor are translated by Labidov and Goloknath Das from English to Bengali. But the real journey in English drama begins with Mikhail Madhusudanan Das. Is this called Civilization? It was written in the year 1871. Any progressive inventive moves were not taken place in drama for 2 decades after that date. In fact, the Indian English drama has faced many difficulties in its paths of development. However, those difficulties has been overcome to a certain extent by some talented Indian English dramatists. They carefully chose a situation and language that transcend time and place as well as characters. By the end of 19th century, the literary giants like Rabindranath, Sir Aurobindo, Bharati Sarabhai, and so on tried to overcome these difficulties and open up new panoramas in drama. This pre-independence Indian dramatists did not bother about the acceptability and the stage worthiness of their plays. Hence, during the colonial drama in English in Indian soil could not flourish. Nevertheless, the pre-independence Indian English drama is notable for its poetic excellency, variety, technical intelligence, symbolic significance, and its commitment to human and moral values. Hence, it lacks stage exposition. Let us see the post-independent Indian English drama. The post-independent Indian English drama has highly elevated the interest of foreign countries in Indian English literature in general and Indian English drama in specific. A good number of plays by Indian playwrights were successfully staged in Europe and United States of America. Despite the growth of poetic drama in early post-independence, Indian English drama has made a genuine progress. Dramatists like Nazim Ezekiel, Gurucharan Das, G.V. Dasani, Pratap Sharma, Asif Karimboy, G. Patel, and so on made a significant contribution in uplifting Indian English drama. The realm of Indian drama, Nazim Ezekiel is well known for his exceptional poetic read and rare dramatic sensibility. In spite of strong sense of dramatic concept, Ezekiel could not transform his poetic talent into appropriate dramatic talent. His plays can be appreciated for symmetrical construction with abundance of irony. They unveil his sharp observation of oddities of human life and behavior. Asif Karimboy is one of the most prolific playwrights of post-independent period. He is India's first authentic voice in the theatre. He is one among the modern Indian playwrights who has shown great interest in producing dramas. His love for Shakespearean drama has influenced his work a lot. In his plays Goa, he has dealt with racial discrimination as an archetype of post-colonialism. In spite of the comprehensiveness, Karimboy's art has been a subject of criticism. In his earlier plays, symbols that he used are often crude, conventional, mechanical, but in his later plays, the usage of techniques such as theatrical tricks and stage gimmicks became the major hurdle for the expression of his dramatic art. Let us see other dramatists too. Dramatists like Mohan Rakesh, Badal Sakha, Vijay Tendulkar, Girish Karnad, and Mahashweta Devi are not only the representative of Indian drama, but they represent Hindi, Marathi, Bengali, Kannada drama, and so on. They not only concentrated in English language, but they concentrated on the regional languages too. They developed dramas in Indian languages too. Those dramas are widely considered to be among the finest dramas in Indian languages. They have made use of remarkable innovative techniques and themes. They have contributed a lot to modernize the Indian theatres. While the English drama in India struggles to sustain itself, drama in other Indian languages encounters a tremendous growth. Let us see one by one. First, I'm going with Mohan Rakesh. Mohan Rakesh, a Hindi playwright. He projects Marxism in his plays, which highlights a relentless fight against the traditional dominance of Hindi drama. As a playwright, his main concern is to portray the crisis of contemporary man who caught in the web of uncongenial surroundings and the persistent threat to human relationships. His plays dramatize the suffering of men and women who fall as a victim to socio-economic hierarchy and cultural hegemony. He has made extensive experiments in theatre. He uses historical characters to present the breakdown of communication in modern life. He practices words and languages not as a dialogues or direct statements, but as a tool to convey the message beyond verbal connotations. The modernization of Indian theatre has been executed with the literary excellency of dramatists like Badal Sakha, Vijay Tendulkar, and Girish Karnad. These dramatists have captured the attention of large number of audience with their innovative techniques. Further, they made fruitful experiments with their thematic concern and technical brilliance. They use legends, folklore, myths, and history with splendid results. They broke the barrier of regional works and produced many good works at national level too. They put universal aspect of human life in their dramas. Let us see Bada Sarkar. He is also a renowned personality in the realm of contemporary theatre. Excuse me. He represents new theatrical movement in India. He creates a genuine people's theatre known as theatre. This theatre is highly supported and created by the people. Sarkar's notable plays project existential philosophy of breakdown of communication and depict the existential attitude of modern men in post-colonial India. Through his plays, Sarkar suggests the constructive action aimed at social. For a dramatist like Virasaka, the concept like modern man who represents new generation as a subject matter of his dramas becomes a challenging task. Next, let us see Vijay Tendulkar. He is a Marathi playwright and has significantly changed the form and pattern of Indian drama. He bridges a gap between traditional and modern theatre. In all his plays, Tendulkar ponders on the theme of isolation and suffering of the individual. He explores the social, political matrix of contemporary Indian subjectivity in his plays. He strongly believes that ideas are firmly rooted in our consciousness at an early age, and that attitude has a lot to do with internalized in our developmental stage. He highlights the problem of anxiety as theme of violence in most of his plays. Next, we can focus on Girish Karnad. Girish Karnad is an important contributor to Indo-Anglican theatre. His contribution goes beyond theatre. He has directed feature films, documentaries, and television serials. He represents India in foreign lands as an ambassador of art and culture. Karnad has dealt with the widest range of themes and techniques. He has experimented the fusion of the traditional and modern dramatic forms and content. The purpose of using traditional forms is to achieve a rare insight into the contemporary reality because Carnot believes that complexities of post-colonialism are inherited from the colonial and pre-colonial times. Let us see the status of colonial, pre-colonial, and post-colonial. Pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial experiences in literature cannot be classified separately. They are integrated with one another. Girish Karnad uses the device of myth, folklore, history, not just to visit the past, but to look at the present and also to predict the future. He uses myth and history to create a new consciousness of absurdity of human life with all its passion and conflict. Apart from the above mentioned playwrights, some women dramatists also try to enrich the soil of Indian drama by projecting in a world of feminine psychic theatre. Among them, Makashweta Devi is noteworthy playwright, profiling social system in her plays. Her plays represent a profound human predicament and sincere hope for the better future of mankind. She emerges as a dramatist, having a quest to explore something challenging and new. And let us see the contemporary Indian drama. The scenario, contemporary Indian drama. The contemporary Indian drama is experimental and innovative in terms of thematic and technical qualities. It is not an offspring of specific tradition, and it has laid the foundation of distinctive tradition in the history of world drama by reinvestigating history, legend, folklore with the context to contemporary socio-political issues. A cumulative theatrical tradition evolved by Mohan Rakesh, Vidal Saka, Vijay Tendulkar, and Girish Karnad. They prepare the background of contemporary Indian theatre. Recently, Indian English drama has produced two brilliant playwrights like Manjula Padmanabhan and Magesh Dattani, who elevate Indian English drama at summit of success. Both of them raise English drama not only in Indian theatre but also in world theatre with rich quality and thematic presentations. Let us see Manjula Padmanabhan. She is the first Indian to earn international fame with her play Harvest. Her play Harvest deals with an improvised family living in a single room of Chor, Bombay. Due to extreme hunger and unemployment, the protagonist of this play decides to sell his organs of his body. Here, a dehumanized, terrifying world in which sells their sons for the price of price. The plays Naban or intellectual, but not suited for stage. Let us see Mahesh Dattani. Magesh Dattani is one of the best playwrights the country has ever produced. The plays of Magesh Dattani emerged as fresh arrival in the dominance of Indian English drama in the last decades of 20th century. He is taken to be true successor of Girish Karnad and responsible for the revolutionary progression of English drama. He portrays women at the center of his dramatic world, and he may call a great feminist. He was greatly influenced by Tennessee Williams, Arthur Miller, and other writers. Mahesh Dattani has used the contemporary sensational issues as a theme for his plays, such as the themes of gender discrimination in community on Muggy Night in Mumbai, in 7 Steps Around the Fire, and communalism in Final Solution. He has dealt with an array of themes to satisfy the audience. His plays and issues he chooses to project are contemporary but controversial. Often, a survey of contemporary Indian drama shows that the works of Vijay Tendulkar, Girish which profoundly unite them in their mutual complementary treatment of the problematic issues or gender discrimination, sexuality, history, politics, tradition, class, and socio-cultural change. I think Indian English drama is in its right path of progress at present, and in future it has a bright prospect too. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to present this.
Pratibha ma'am. Hello, Pratibha. Thank you, Pratibha ma'am. In the 12 hours continuous progressive program today on the topic Sparklers from Sivakasi, faculty participants from SFA College for Women Sivakasi are presenting talks, addresses on various topics from British drama, Indian English drama, and thematic approaches to drama. Now, as the next presenter, let me present this on Girish Karnat's Hayavadana. Before I begin, I would like to thank the organizers from Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, SFA College for Women, for giving this great opportunity. Girish Karnat's play Hayavadana was written in the year 1971, and it was a stage play. It was performed in the year 1972. Girish Raghunath Karnat. I would like to proceed. I would like to present my address in the following way. I would like to talk about the author and then introduce the plays that he has written, and then a description of the plot of the play, and then the thematic analysis of Hayavadana. Now, Girish Karnat, the playwright, Girish Raghunath Karnat, is a Kannada playwright. He was a versatile playwright, eloquent in Kannada and English. As an observer of contemporary Indian English drama, he has observed in the following words: I see a legacy of my generation. I am happy to belong to a generation that had a Dharmveer Bharti, a Mohan Rakesh, a Vijay Tendulkar, and I. Together, we can claim that we did create a national theatre for modern India. As a proud playwright belonging to a contemporary Indian theatre scenario, Girish Karnad has contributed tremendously to bring to the fore Indian mythology. Karnad lived between 1938 and 2009. He was a multi-dimensional figure, film director, film actor, and a poet. Kannada-born, a poet, but traveled far and wide throughout India and worldwide, an Oxford alumnus. He has received Jnanapith Award, the highest literary honor in India. He has entwined history and mythology to contemporary political and social issues. He is equally good as a translator. His plays were inspired from the Kannada theatre tradition of Yakshagana. He immersed himself with the activities of the theatre troupe Madras Player as early as the 1970s. He inspired by the stories of Mahabharata. They were so engrossed within him that he has observed in the following words, I could actually hear the dialogues being spoken into my ears. I was just the scribe. He identified himself to be just a tool as a medium for giving expression or giving words to the Mahabharata. Let me mention some of the plays written by Girish Karnad. In the year 1961, Tughlaq in the year 1964, Hayvadana in the year 1971, Nagamandala in the year 1988, The Fire and the Rain in the year 1995, Tale Ganda in the year 1990, Dreams of Tipu Sultan in the year 1995. These are some of the significant plays written by Girish Karnad, all of them bringing in elements from mythology and uniting them with themes from history, folklore, and current political situation. Now, Girish Karnad's Hayavadana was an inspiration. Girish Karnad acknowledges in the introduction to the play was an inspiration from the Vetala Vinshati, or the stories narrated by King Vikrama Vetala stories, under the title Vetala Vinshati. And it also derived inspiration from Katha Saritsagara. But mostly, as Girish Karnad himself acknowledges, he has drawn a lot of borrowal from Thomas Mann's novella transposed. Now, Karnad he constructed the story of Hayavadana, drawing inspiration from these tales and novellas, but he gave the twist of Yakshagana to the story of Hayavadana. Now, let us see in detail about the plot of the play, which is very symmetrically constructed in two acts. In the first act, the major characters are introduced. The setting of the play is in the town of Dharmapura, which is ruled by the king Dharmashila, and the major characters are Devadatta, Kapila, Padmini. And in addition to these three major characters, there is an appearance of Bhagavata, or the singer, or the Purohit, who serves the role of a chorus. He introduces the story to the audience, and in addition to him, there is a character by the name of actor who is denoted by by Nata, and Hayavadana is the introductory character who appears in the first scene and in the last scene. In addition to these characters, we see the coming of a female chorus at significant points in the plot to take the story from one step to another. Now, Bhagavata begins the play, introduces the plot, and starts narrating the story in the folklore tradition. He introduces the city of Dharmapura and talks about the king and mentions the essential features of the major characters. So, Devadatta and Kapila in the plot, they are thick friends living in the city of Dharmapura. Devadatta is known for his intellect. He is a well-known poet and he has mastered all the Vedas. And he is good in love and logic. He is the son of the revered Brahmin Vidyasagara. Whereas Kapila is a contrast, a foil to Devadatta. Kapila is a fighter, one who is physically strong, son of a blacksmith called Lokita. So they are friends until they meet Padmini. Devadatta meets Padmini in the streets of Dharmapura and falls in love with her. He ensues her to her house and he waits at the entrance of the street to ensure whether Padmini's house. So after confirming the house of Padmini, Devadatta informs, explains to Kapila about the inevitable nature of his love for Padmini. He says he is not able to live without her. Kapila takes on the strain on behalf of Devadatta and he meets Padmini. It leads to a happy wedding of Devadatta and Padmini. Now, after a few months, Padmini conceives a child, and all the three, Kapila, Padmini, and Devadatta, they decide to take on a travel to the city of Ujjain. Kapila is the cart driver, whereas Devadatta and Padmini, they travel in the cart. On the way, Padmini wants them to stop in the forest for a while. Stop there in the forest and Padmini develops a desire to visit the Rudra temple in the forest. Devadatta is already exhausted because of the growing affection between Kapila and Padmini. And the contrasting features between Devadatta and Kapila is that Devadatta is known for his cleverness, whereas Kapila is known for his agility. So Padmini is married to Devadatta, but she fondly recognizes the agility of Kapila. So this exhausts Devadatta physically, and he's unwilling to come to Rudra temple. He returns, and after a while, after Kapila and Padmini moves away to the Rudra temple, Devadatta decides to walk to the temple which is nearby, and he goes inside the Kali temple. He is dejected. He completely loses his interest on his life, and he takes the sword which is there in the temple and beheads him. He executes himself. He kills himself with a sword. And Kapila and Padmini comes from the Rudra temple after a while and they start searching for Devadatta. Kapila leaves Padmini near the cart and he enters Kali temple to ensure whether Devadatta is there inside the temple. So Kapila is astounded to find Devadatta's new body. He's completely vexated and he has no interest to pursue his life after the death of Devadatta. So he chooses the similar way. He chooses the same way to do. He also beheads himself and the friends Kapila and Devadatta live their lives in the Kali temple because of their confounding nature, their confounding love on Padmini. They are unable to with their lives. So the lonely, the leftover woman Padmini realizes that she is alone for quite a long while in the forest and it's well dark. So she starts searching for Kapila and she enters the Kali temple and she stumbles over their mutated bodies and she is shocked to her life and she decides to kill herself because she is afraid of the blame that she is going to bear throughout her life. So people in Dharmapura, the citizens of Dharmapura, they will readily accuse her that she is the only reason for the loss of lives of Kapila and Devadatta. So they will fabricate a tale saying that the fight between Kapila and Devadatta arose only Padmini. So in order to avoid such an adversity, Padmini decides to take away with a sword which is there in the Kali temple. So as she was going to pierce herself with a sword, goddess Kali appears suddenly and she orders Padmini to stop killing herself. Goddess Kali appears and she asks Padmini for what she wants in prayer, why she wants to kill herself. So Padmini says there's no life for her after the end of the lives of Kapila and Devadatta. So Goddess Kali says, I offer you a blessing, a choice. You can decide to give friends back to themselves. So Goddess Kali asks Padmini to place the heads of Kapila and Devadatta in their respective bodies and join them together with the help of the sword through the blessings of Goddess Kali. So Padmini, in her excitement, she misplaces the head. She places the head of Kapila on the body of Devadatta and vice versa. The head of Devadatta is kept on the body of Kapila. She doesn't notice her mistake. And Goddess Kali disappears and they get their lives back and they stand up with their full lives in themselves. Only the only mistake committed is their heads are transposed. Their heads are misplaced. So it is a shock, it is a wonder for all the three characters, all the three unfortunate characters who are left to their plight, who are left to decide about themselves, what they are going to do with the rest of their lives. So the act one, the first act ends with the question, what will happen to these three characters? And the second act begins with the same question. The question is posed by Bhagavata. So Bhagavata asks, what will happen to the life of Devadatta, Padmini and Kapila? What is the solution for this problem? So it's quite a long time that the three characters, they have come on their way to Ujjain. They have spent a lot of time because of this because of these unintentional accidents. Now they are returning to Ujjain. Now in this situation, Devadatta has gained his brain as well as the strong body of Kapila. On the other hand, Kapila lost his strong body. He has got the weak, the fragile body of Devadatta, and his unwitty head, his dull head. So he is a combination of failures, whereas Devadatta has become a combination of the positive features in both the friends. Kapila is dejected and he decides to lead his entire life in the forest, whereas Devadatta happily moves away to the Dharmapura with Padmini. So Kapila tries to persuade Padmini to remain along with him because he argues that since the body that Devadatta has got is Kapila's body, so Padmini should decide to stay with Kapila in the forest because he has got the body of Devadatta. Here comes an argument from the sacred text of the Vedas, which identifies head to be the index of a personage. The person, the human person, is identified through only the head and not the body. So saying this argument, Devadatta takes away Padmini, and Padmini also happily moves away with Devadatta to Dharmapura. And Kapila is left to live a sad life in the forest. A few months pass by, and Padmini gives birth to a beautiful child. And Devadatta has got dolls for the baby. And there are 2 dolls which are dressed up like with the dress. One is not able to identify whether it is a boy doll or a girl doll. The dolls in the play, in the second act, the dolls speak between themselves and they are making observations about Devadatta's and Padmini's child. They don't like the child because it is crying always and disturbing their silence. They are putting up with all the disturbances in Devadatta and Padmini's house. They want to go away from the house. So this is the conversation between the dolls. And once Devadatta decides to go to the city of Ujjain, he leaves Padmini alone in the house and he leaves to the city of Ujjain. Padmini takes the child and leaves the house in search of the forest. She doesn't know what is taking herself away from the house. She takes the wrong route, she says, and she continues in the wrong route. And finally, she reaches the forest where she meets Bhagavata. And in the forest, she asks Bhagavata for the residence of Kapila. Bhagavata tells about the location of Kapila, and Padmini goes and meets Kapila in this hut. And with the passage of a few months, Kapila's head remains the same, but the body, which was originally Devadatta's body, gets transformed into Kapila's physique. And the same happens to Devadatta also. Devadatta loses the strong body of Kapila and his body becomes the same fragile, his innate body, the same fragile innate body of Devadatta. He becomes effeminate in his appearance. So when Padmini meets Kapila in the forest, he is the original Kapila, one who was the Kapila who was before the transposition of heads. Padmini feels sorry for Kapila, the sorry fate of Kapila, because he is unable to come to the city of Dharmapura. In the meanwhile, Padmini tells him that Kapila's father and mother both are dead. And Padmini also points out that there is a mole on the shoulder of Kapila and the child, Padmini's child, carries the same mole. So having said these introductory words, having said these observations which Padmini wanted to convey to Kapila, she stays with Kapila for 4 to 5 days. Devadatta, on his return from Ujjain, searches for Padmini. He walks through the streets of forest, the same path which Padmini took, and he comes to the forest and he meets Bhagavata. Bhagavata tells Devadatta the inevitable tragedy which Devadatta is going to face in a few minutes. So he tells, he works it out to Devadatta that Padmini is staying with Kapila for a few days. So Devadatta meets Kapila and they fight against each other, kill themselves. Devadatta and Kapila, they kill themselves. They are unable to face the reality. The transposition has undone their lives. The transposition is such an accident that they will not come back to their original selves, even with the passage of so much of time. This unbearability of truth, unbearability of life, compels them to reach the verge of their lives. Excuse me. They kill themselves. Padmini is left alone. And Padmini realizes maybe she could have stopped these friends from facing their inevitable fate. If she had willed, she could have made them live longer. So she realizes her mistake and she decides to come. But for whose honor, she doesn't know. For whose honor she is going to commit a sati, she doesn't know. Arranges a funeral pyre and she immolates herself. It becomes the tree of the fortunate flower. She is identified by the tribes in the forest, praising her for her virtue of committing a sati. And in the end of the day, after the plot, the inner plot of Devadatta, Kapila, and Padmini, the stage is taken over by Bhagavata. And the viewers, the audience, are seeing the presence of the entry of Hayavadana. The story of Hayavadana also comes to a conclusion here. So, to remember about Hayavadana, who was introduced in the very first scene. Haya Vadana. Haya refers to horse, Vadana refers to face. So Hayavadana, the face of a horse. Hayavadana is a man with the face of a horse who is of the play. He's not related to the subplot. He's not related to the plot of Devadatta and Padmini and Kapila. He is completely different. He's separate from the plot. His story, he has an entirely different story. A very long story, a very sad story. He narrates his story in the beginning of the play. His father, his mother was a princess and she was very beautiful. A Swayamvara was organized for her. And in the Swayamvara, an Arabian prince came and he expressed his willingness to marry Padmini, marry Hayavadana's mother. But she decided to marry the Arabian princess stallion. She married a horse and they remained together in a hut for 15 years together. 15 years of human love changed the Arabian horse into a very handsome human being. So the horse regained its original human form, whereas the child born to the princess was born with the head of a horse and body of a man. So Hayavadana was born in this way, and he led a very sad life because he was not able to identify himself either with the horse or with the human race. So he begs her, he pleads her to Bhagavata to tell a solution to his problem, make him a complete man. That was his request to Bhagavata. Now with that, Bhagavata begins the story of Devadatta. Now in the end of the play, Hayavadana makes the body of a horse. So he becomes a complete horse. But the voice remains, the human voice remains. So in the end, after Padmini commits sati, after many years, after the passage of many years, Bhagavata identifies Padmini's child living amidst the tribes. So he takes care of Padmini's child, and he keeps Padmini's child on Hayavadana, who is now a complete horse. And he orders Hayavadana to take Padmini's child to Vidyasagara, the great learned Pandit in the city of Dharmapura. So the child is the grandson of Vidyasagara. Devadatta's son, Vidyasagara's grandson. So Hayavadana happily takes Padmini's son to the city of Dharmapura. And when he takes, his human voice gets nullified and he regains his horse's. He regains the sound of horse. So the personage gets rectified and he becomes a complete horse. So this is the plot of Hayavadana. Now, moving on to the thematic study of Hayavadana. So it was performed in the year 1972 by the troupe of the drama troupe of Madras players in the year 1972. The very prominent theme in Hayavadana is the theatrical tradition of Yakshagana. The theatrical Yakshagana is a native Kannada tradition. It's similar to the folklore traditions of other vernacular languages of Tamil, Malayalam. It's similar to the Indian traditions of Terukuthu or Mohiniyattam or Kathakali, similar to that. Yakshagana has its own original paraphernalia. It is a part of South Indian folk theatre. Yakshagana is usually staging, Yakshagana, in Yakshagana, themes from Mahabharata and Puranas are usually staged. So the commonly used scenes in Yakshagana are battle scenes, the themes of heroism, loyalty and treachery, color and pageantry. These are some of the prominent themes in Yakshagana tradition. Types of Yakshagana. One is Tala Madala and the next one is Bayalata. Tala Madala is a Yakshagana theatre, Yakshagana play, which is staged indoors. Whereas Bayalata is an outdoor performance. Tala Madala is usually performed during monsoon season, indoors, to protect the costume of the actors and the audience from the rains. Whereas Bayalata is a colorful performance performed outdoors during the harvest season. The musical paraphernalia of Yakshagana are as follows. The most important musical instrument used in Yakshagana is Chande. We see the performance of Chande in Hayavadana also. It begins with the high-pitched drum, the performance of the beating of the high-pitched drum, Chande. The other musical instruments are Madala, cymbals, and gongs. The characters are divided into masculine and feminine, and all of them, they wear masks suiting to the characters that they are donning. The male characters are usually representations of gods in the form of Vishnu, Shiva. Female characters are usually the wives of Lord Shiva and Ardhanari and goddess Lakshmi, and most commonly the goddess of Yakshini. So the name of Yakshagana is derived from the goddess Yakshini. And Yakshagana is identified or distinguished with the exquisite costuming. The most common costume is dhoti. the silk bordered dhoti, which is worn by the major male characters in the play. It celebrates the traditions of chivalry, and it attempts to create a sense of fear in the audience. Terror and fear are sought upon to create or end factors which are aimed at by Yakshagana plays. Bhagavata is a common character in all Yakshagana plays. Bhagavata introduces the play through songs. So there is a collection of 20 to 300 songs which are repetitively used in Yakshagana plays. There are evidences of staging Yakshagana plays as early as 1520s. Hayavadana is undoubtedly a very strong representation of Yakshagana, drawing themes from Katha Saritsagara and the Mahabharata themes of Draupadi, the folk themes, the Kannada folk themes, and the tribal folk stories. Here is a rendition of battle scene, a celebration of heroism, friendship, and loyalty, and celebration of goddess Kali. Bhagavata sings a song. He begins the play. He is the first character to begin the play. He sings a song in praise of goddess. He sings a song in praise of Lord Ganesha. He begins the play with the praise for Lord Ganesha, and he also culminates again uttering praise to Lord Ganesha, invoking the blessings of Ganesha, not only for the people but also for the and asking Ganesha to invoke the blessings of prosperity and sense to the people and the rulers. So having discussed the theme of Hayavadana as a Yakshagana play, let us now move on to the next theme in our discussion. The next theme is the role of Bhagavata. The role of Bhagavata and chorus in Hayavadana. Character in the play, and he is also serving as a chorus in the play. And in addition to Bhagavata, in the play Hayavadana, there is also a female chorus. Bhagavata invokes Lord Vigneshwara, and he makes use of the epithets Vakratunda Mahakaya, Lord and Master of Success and Perfection. He introduces the story to the audience. So he always the reader that the play is a live performance. He is always implicating the audience in his dialogues. He introduces the story. He sets the tone of the story. He talks about the place, Dharmapura, and he talks about the king, Dharmashila. He introduces each and every one of the characters and tells some information about them. He is like a bridge between the performance and the audience. He is like a connector between the story and the audience and the readers also. He is chiding Hayavadana for making a loud entry on the stage because he is creating a disturbance at the outset of performance. So he is like a leader for all the actors on the stage. He is guiding them towards a right rendition of their performance. So he is pointing out the audience, making use of the following quotes. Large-hearted audience, wise and knowing audience. So he is convincing or he is persuading the audience to listen to the play, to watch the play. He is sustaining the interest of the audience in the performance. In addition to these tasks, Bhagavata is also uttering stage instructions. He says when to raise the curtain and when to drop the curtain, when to lower it, when to raise it step by step. When Hayavadana makes an entry, Bhagavata instructs. He raised step by step. So he gives stage instruction. And he is one of the characters in the play. He is very much a part of the play. In the beginning, he is engaged in a dialogue with an actor, and he is in a conversation with Hayavadana. He listens to the complete story of Hayavadana, and he feels sorry for him. And through the plot of Padmini, Devadatta, and Kapila also, Bhagavata makes entries, intermittent entries throughout the plot at significant points to make the story move from to another. He appears in the forest and tells the way to Padmini and Devadatta to meet Kapila. And he meets and consoles him when he is faced with the inevitable fate of losing his physically strong body to Devadatta. He consoles Kapila. So he is an interjection in the story. And at the end of the first act, he asks the question, what indeed is the solution to the problem of these three characters? How are they going to find a solution? How are they going to return to their normal lives? And he's also bringing the tone of the story between the tragic and the comic elements. As the story moves very seriously, he brings it to an interval. He brings it to a break, asking the characters, asking the audience to relax and sip tea. So he also tells the Vikrama and Vetala story. And he settles down, or he pacifies the audience, making use of songs and prayers. In addition to the role of Bhagavata, there is also a complete female chorus who sings praise only of Padmini, the questionable female character in the play, one who is celebrated by the tribes, but one who will be abused, or one who will be blamed by the citizens of Dharmapura. The female chorus about the situation of Padmini, especially after the transposition of this is the theme on the topic of Bhagavata, the role of Bhagavata in Hayavadana. Now let's move on to the prominent characters. Discussion about the prominent characters in Hayavadana. To begin with, let us list out the characteristic features of Hayavadana, a woman with a horse's head. He is born to a princess and an stallion. So he was struggling in the beginning of the play to get rid of his horse's head. He does not like the head. He says he has traveled to all temples. He has offered prayers to all gods to save him from this situation of having a horse's head in a human body. But he also points out that he likes his mane, the beautiful mane that he has got. So he mentions in a slightly humorous way to bring a roar of laughter in the audience. He says that I have traveled to every city, to every god, but not to Tirupati because I love my mane. So Bhagavata says you can go to Goddess Kali temple, which is nearby. Goddess Kali will help you to solve your problem. So in the beginning, actor 1, Nata and Bhagavata, they try to pull the head of Hayavadana away from him, thinking that it is a mask. So Hayavadana offers himself completely to the two persons who are in a tug of war within his own body, until he feels the pain of his head breaking away from the body. He utters a loud shout. So he says, what is his problem? He says, it is this birth which I can't shake off. He wants to shake off his birth. He wants to shake off his problem, which he is unable to do. So he looks upon his life as a long story, and he's looking forward to help to become a complete man. But ironically, he becomes a complete horse in the end. and he carries Padmini's child in the end of the play. The title of the play is derived from his name, Hayavadana, which is very much suitable because it also talks about the transposition of heads, transformation, the impossible transformation, or the allegorical or the parabolic transformation. The next prominent character in the play, the plot within the plot, is Devadatta, who is described by Bhagavata as one who is comely in appearance, one who is very soft, very fragile, very soft spoken, and fair in color, unrivaled in intelligence, one who is unmatched by intelligence. And he has defeated all the Pandits in arguments about logic and love in the his knowledge on the Vedas is far and widely known. And as Bhagavata mentions, he is the apple of every eye in Dharma. And he derives inspiration from Padmini. And he thinks that if he marries Padmini, she will help him, or she will inspire him to outshine Kalidasa. So in this confidence, he follows Padmini and he reaches the street end of Padmini's house, and he looks at Padmini's door, and in the door he sees a pair of birds. And when Padmini touches the birds, Devadatta thinks that for a minute the birds came alive. So he tells this bird to be the symbol, an identification for Padmini's house. He in Kapila, Devadatta is able to find a very good friend, but sometimes he is unable to bear why Kapila is behaving in a very slavish way. By birth, he is slavish, and Devadatta is able to. Devadatta is also acknowledging the physical strength of Kapila. Though he tries so many times, he is unable to come near to the physical strength of Kapila. And with Padmini, Devadatta is a complete loser in the beginning of the play. He is unable to convince Padmini in a complete sense. And when him with the Kapila, Devadatta always falls behind Kapila. The next important character in the play, the next prominent character in the play is Kapila, the son of an ironsmith. The name of his father is Lohita. As the name suggests, he is a worldly man with worldly strength and physical skills, a wrestler, one who is able to defeat all the wrestlers in the country. And he willfully serves as a messenger to his friend Devadatta. He also makes Devadatta, saying, you have admired so many women, so many young women in Dharmapura, but what is so special in Padmini? So he is making fun of Devadatta. And Devadatta, he goes to Padmini's house. So he becomes instrumental in arranging the Devadatta and Padmini. He identifies that Devadatta is in a serious situation when it comes to his love. He cannot live without Padmini. Kapila is able to identify the seriousness in Devadatta's love. He also serves as a cart man for Devadatta and Padmini. He stoops to be a cart man. He bows himself to be a servant for Devadatta and Padmini. In the end, he loses not only his physical strength, but he also he loses everything in his life: his parents, his life, his friendship, his love for Padmini. So in the end, Kapila, because of his friendship with Devadatta, because of his association with Padmini, because of his servitude, is not helping him to gain anything. Next in prominence is the character of Padmini, one who is pivotal in bringing the two friends together and splitting them into extreme poles at other times. Padmini, when she makes her appearance in the play, is a beautiful girl one who opens the doors of her house to Kapila and talks with him. Kapila is a stranger to her. She questions him, and she questions him where he is coming from. And she also mentions that on the previous day, there was a man standing at the entrance of the street, staring at her house for hours together. So Kapila understands that Padmini is talking about Devadatta. So Kapila tells, I want to meet your father. So Padmini is quite witty and intriguing in nature. She is not giving a direct answer for Kapila. She is asking, who do you want to meet, whether the master of the house or my father? So Kapila is a little bit tricked. So he says, I want to meet your father if he is the master of the house. I want to meet the master of the house if your father is the servant in this house. So with this tit for tat, with this arguing back, Padmini gets the sense, gets clues, that he has come in search of her father in support of Devadatta, who is a well-known poet who is known for his brains in the city of Dharmapura. So Padmini, after marrying Devadatta, becomes very unchanged in her childish nature. So she's behaving in a very chattersome way. She's bringing Devadatta into trouble sometimes. So she asks him to take her out. It was her suggestion to go to the city of Ujjain. And it was her suggestion. She initiates all of them to stand in the middle of the forest to take rest for some time. And in her condition of pregnancy, she compelled these friends to take upon a journey just to satisfy her childish curiosity. So, because of her, the friends, you can say, to some extent, Padmini is instrumental in bringing these two friends and Kapila to face their inevitable fates. And after Kapila and Devadatta behead themselves and they lay lifeless in the goddess Kali temple, Padmini enters there and she begs to tell a solution. And it is she, in her excitement, she makes the transposition in a way, in an erroneous way. She keeps the heads in the wrong bodies. Goddess Kali notes the mistake done by Padmini before she disappears. So Goddess Kali, if she had willed, the playwright could have written a twist to the play, noting Goddess Kali noting down the mistake done by Padmini, could have corrected that. That is a possibility which the author could have exhausted, but the author did not do. Goddess Kali, the playwright has made Goddess Kali make an observation about Padmini's mistake. Goddess Kali says, my dear daughter, there should also be a limit for your honesty. So you are expressing your honesty by the mistake that you are doing. So saying these words, Goddess Kali disappears. Padmini, in the end, after the transposition and after the characters are coming to life, in the end, Padmini comes out of the house after the child is born. Padmini comes out of the house and travels all the way and reaches Kapila's hut. And when Kapila asks her, how did you come to the forest? How did you find out the way for my hut? Padmini says, I took the wrong route without knowing, but all the passengers on the way, I asked them for the route and everyone took care that I was staying in the wrong route. And the wrong route was attaching to my feet. It will not leave me away. So this is how I reached your hut, Padmini says. And in the end, when Kapila and Devadatta finally lose themselves completely, Padmini is left without a way. So she decides, for the fear of the blame of the citizens of Kழகம, decides to lose her life as a sati. So she is identified by the tribes in the forest as a Pativrata. And one of the supernatural characters in the goddess Kali about whom we are going to, I would like to point out a few details from the play. Kali makes an appearance at the climax of the play, at the peak of the plot. She makes the appearance as she is very much human in her dialogues. She observes the action of these three characters. Padmini questions Goddess Kali, why didn't you stop Devadatta and Kapila from committing suicides? Omniscient. You know what they were doing. Why didn't you stop them? So Goddess Kali says, I know what they were doing, but they had their own mistakes. They had committed errors in the past. So Padmini asked Goddess Kali, what error did they commit? So Goddess Kali, Devadatta had pledged his head for God Rudra and his in one of his prayers some years ago. But out of his emotional nature, he has done a sacrifice as a mistake. Instead of giving his hands to me, he has given his head to me. It is a mistake. And Kapila, he came into the temple and looked at his dead friend. He did not acknowledge me at all. He did not speak even a word to Goddess Kali. He looked at his friend and he decided to take off his head. And what is the respect for Goddess Kali here? So since both these friends, they were doing a mistake, Goddess Kali did not want to interfere in their foolish decision. So Padmini thanks Goddess Kali for giving the blessing of the return of life to them. So the theme of the analysis of characters is here ending. Now I would like to move on the next theme, which is the theme of friendship in Hayavadana. As it is pointed out by Bhagavata, friendship between and Kapila is celebrated by the citizens of Dharmapura. They are compared with Lava and Kusha. They are compared with Rama and Lakshmana. They are remembered, they are acknowledged by the citizens of Dharmapura for their unflinching friendship. Devadatta and Kapila, they are mutually ready to give up themselves, give up even their the most serious of their desires, the most serious of their life's decisions for the sake of this friend. So the friendship makes intact. It keeps them together. One is a contrast to the other. The intellect of Devadatta and the physical strength of Kapila. They are contrasting to each other. And this contrasting nature, they are united by the character of Padmini. She observes both. And in the climax of the play, the tension of the play, in the tense moments of the play, they get interchanged. They get transposed, as derived from Thomas Mann's novella, The Transposed Heads. So when it is transposed, how are they able to face lives? Are they able to remain friends after the transposition? No. With the transposition of heads, the friendship comes to an end. Not only their bodies, but also the friendship is dead there. So when the heads are transposed, bodies struggle. So as it is quoted by the chorus, the memories in the body, they struggle. And it takes a passage of a few months the body to get adapted with the head. So as the sacred text, head is the image of a person. So the head remains with the person, the body is able to adapt with the head with the passage of time, and it is able to regain its position. And at the end, how Kapila and Devadatta are able to identify their friendship. pursue their lives. So it is the end there. There is no life. There's no scope for a continuity there. They don't see their next day. They are not able to see what their next day will be. So their lives. So at the end, it's Padmini functions as a pivot. Padmini functions as a stumbling block, shall we say, stumbling block between Kapila and Devadatta. So their friendship gets shattered on the virtues of Padmini, the virtues which are acknowledged by goddess Kali and the tribes. The friendship gets shattered to pieces. It is not as strong. It is not comparable with the strength and virtues of Padmini. Next comes the themes of Kafkaesque elements in Girish Karnad's Hayavadana. Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis, the 30-page novella, which led to pages of thesis written about him. And it gave rise to the descriptive term of Kafkaesque. So it starts from transformation. Kafkaesque starts from transformation, which is very much found in Hayavadana. And another feature of past world is duality, presence of duality and alternatives, presence of dual worlds, which is also very much evident in the presence of the city of Dharmapura and the forest, and Dharmapura and Ujjain. Friends, the two friends, they have duality in themselves, the contrasting characters in them. So, and in the presentation of the play, there is a duality between realism and expressionism. So when the everyday details, when the aspects of everyday lives are portrayed, Karna takes upon the tone of realism. Whereas when he talks about the metaphysical elements, when he talks about religious elements, when the play shifts over to religious and mythological themes, he shifts over to the rendition of expressionism. And in addition to it, another Kafkaesque element in the play is the meta-dramatic feature. Play within the play. The element of play within the play is very much found in Hayavadana. So, introduces the audience to the frame of the play, where is there on the stage and actor is there on the stage, and he's Hayavadana for making a commotion in the beginning of the play. And the audience and the readers to the play within the play, the story of Devadatta, Padmini and Kapila. So there is an arrangement of a play within the play here, which is again an evident feature of Kafkaesque. Directing the audience how to watch and involving the audience to which part of the play they should focus on, and giving stage directions right in front of the audience, not away, not off stage, not in the green room, but right in front of the audience, giving stage directions, always reminding them that they are watching a play in the theatre and there is a play within the play. So these are the levels of arrangement of reality in Hayavadana. Having pointed out the Kafkaesque elements in Hayavadana, I would like to move on to the next theme, which is celebration of womanhood. Celebration of womanhood in the play Hayavadana. So we see goddess Kali and Padmini, the prominent women characters in the play. They take up the entire movement of the play. And the characters Devadatta and Kapila, they remain just puppets, or they remain pava, or they remain as dolls. in the hands of the fate, which is largely run by, which is largely decided by the passion of goddess Kali and Padmini. Padmini is celebrated as Pativrata, and she commits sati, and finally she becomes the tree of fortunate lady in the end of the play. So we see, we don't see any remains of Devadatta and Kapila celebrated by the playwright, but Padmini is celebrated in the form of the tree of fortunate lady by the tribes, and the tribes they find themselves inadequate to bring up the child of the human child, the city child, which is remaining with them, Padmini's child, is too much for them. They are unable to answer the questions of the child, and he remains mute. And they are afraid of the responsibility given to them. So they would like to hand the child over to Bhagavata in order to be taken to the to the to the appropriate protectors of the child. So the values of womanhood and wifehood discussed here in a mythological sense, although it's very much different. It's very much questionable when it comes to sense. Bernard, as a playwright, and his contribution through the play of Hayavadana, I would now like to bring my address to a conclusion, pointing out that Girish Karnad's contribution in the form of stage plays is unequaled because of his of mythological and folklore elements using the traditional Yakshagana folk theatre for a modern audience, for a contemporary audience, roping in themes of current political situations, adapting the mythological the structure of Yakshagana play to the current political and social themes. So he is a unique playwright, one of his kind, and an Indian dramatist who stands unique in the world stage. I thank from TNTEU and from SFA College for Women for this wonderful opportunity for presenting my views on Girish Karnad's Hayavadana. Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to call upon Mrs. D. Ponnalil, Assistant Professor of English. I would beseech her to begin her address on the topic, The Fire and the Rain. Over to you, Mrs. Ponnalil.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, all. Let me introduce myself. I am Mrs. D. Ponnalil, working as an Assistant Professor of English in the Standard Fireworks Rajaratnam College for Women, Sivahasi. I'm going to about the play, The Fire and the Rain, which was written by Girish Karnad. First, drama is a very powerful and influential medium in the literature of English because it has the audio-visual medium of expression. Drama is a true thematic representation of human life with a combination of real, fictional, art, and reality, and represents the pictures and characters within the dimension of space and time. It also combines the good qualities of visual arts and the narrative poetry. It's a kind of narrative which made visible to the audience. Indian English literature refers to the work of art written by the retired writers in India who write in the English language and whose native language is one of the Indian languages. The early history of Indian English literature began with the work of art by Michael Madhusudan Dutt, followed by A.K. Narayan, Rajarao, and Mulkraj Anand, who contributed to Indian fiction in the decade of 1930. It is also related to the literary work of members of the Indian diaspora, that is, V.S. Naipaul, Kuran Desai, Anita Desai, Govind Gupta, Jumba Lakshmi, Rohinton Mistry, and Aha Sahib, and Salman Rushdie, who are from Indian origin. Next, it's an introduction about Girish Karnad. He was born on 19 May 1930 1998 and died on 10 June 2019. He was an Indian actor, film director, Kannada writer, and a playwright who predominantly worked in South Indian cinema and Bollywood. His rise as a playwright in the 1960s marked the coming of age of modern Indian playwriting in Canada, just as Badal Saha did in Bengali, Vijay Tendulkar in Marathi, and Mohan Rakesh in Hindi. He was a recipient of the 1998 Gnanapith Award, the highest literary honor conferred in India. For 4 decades, Karnad composed plays, often using history and mythology to tackle contemporary issues. He translated his plays into English and received acclaim. He was active in the world of Indian cinema, working as an actor, director, and screenwriter in Hindi and Kannada cinema and has earned awards. He received Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan by the Government of India and won 4 Filmfare Awards, of which 3 are Filmfare Award for the Best Director, Kannada, and the fourth a Filmfare Best Award. He was a presenter for a weekly science magazine program called Turning Point that aired on Doordarshan in 1991. And I'm going to discuss about the play The Fire and the Rain is written by the reputed Indian playwright Grish Karnad. The play is based on the myth Raibya, Parvasu, Aravasu, and Yavakri described in the Manapava of the Mahabharata narrated by the sage Lomash. Karnad, however, has subverted the original myth and created a thoroughly stage-worthy version. Phoenix, the experimental theatre group, has adopted the play in Bengali and related to it to the spiritual crisis of the wasteland. The Raivya and Varadaraj are the two great Brahmins who compete to become the chief priests in the fire sacrifice, which is arranged by the king to invoke rain as the country is going to through long years of famine and drought. The king selects Paravasu as the chief priest as he is young. Vararaj dies of grief. Raivya is jealous of his son's status. Varadaraja's son Yavakri goes to the forest to attain enlightenment from Brahmajnan after 10 years. Ravakri returns to avenge the death of his father and uses his former lady love Shaka, now the wife of Paravasu, as a bait. In the absence of Paravasu, Vishaka is sexually exploited by her father-in-law and easily succumbs to the seduction of Yavakri. As Yavakri is aware of this, he creates the Brahma Rakshasa Kritya to kill Yavakri. Vishaka comes to know that Yavakri has deceived her and pours out the charmed water that could have saved Yavakri. Yavakri is murdered by Kritya, that is Brahma Rakshasan. Paravasu comes home secretly from the fire sacrifice and kills Rabia. He plans to put the entire blame on his younger brother Arvasu. He is innocent, bold, and unorthodox. Fiercely in love with a tribal girl whose name is Nithalai, as vibrant as lively as Arvasu. The blame of killing Raivya is cunningly put on Arvasu, and the mob beats him severely. Nithalai, who is married away to a boy of her own caste, leaves her husband to nurse Arvasu. A local theatre manager offers Arvasu to take part in his play. Aravasu has always wanted to act, but had been barred from doing so by Paravasu, and the society as a Brahmin is not supposed to act in a play. But Aravasu is already convicted and denies all social rules. He plays the part of Rudra in the myth of Rinda, Vishwarupa, and Rudra. Indra, the king of heavens, is jealous of his brother Vishwarupa and plans to murder him. Ritra tries to protect Vishwarupa, but Indra drives him away and kills Vishwarupa. Paravasu reacts to watch the play within the play. The fire sacrifice is looted by the hungry mob. Nithalai is murdered by her husband. Paravasu enters the fire and Aravasu decides to follow him. When the voice of Indra is heard, Indra offers a boon to Aravasu. Aravasu decides to ask for the life of Nithalai. Kritya comes home, begs for his liberation from the state of limbo. Arvasu learns to be selfless and asks Indra to liberate the soul of Kritya. Rains, rain comes at the exchange and realization of sacrifice, and the land becomes fertile. Phoenix, the experimental theatre group, ends it with a rendition and chanting of Tata, Kamyanda, Dayavatam, Shanti, Om Shanti, Shanti. Next is the sixth successful drama of Krishkarnad. It is based on mythology, for which the dramatist relies heavily on an episode in the Mahabharata. The Fire in the Rain is the translation of his Kannada play Aknimatu Mail. The plot of the play is not as simple as that of Karna's earlier plays. It is picked from the Vanapava, that is the forest canto uh, taken from Mahabharata. The Fire in the Rain is Karna's play of jealousy for power, politics, sexual exploitation, humiliation, and isolation. Everybody is anybody's enemy in the name of power and jealousy. Rabia, Parvasu, Aravasu, Nithalai, and Antaka and Vishaka are incomplete in some or other way. Parvasu wanted to be supreme. Arvasu, a character of humanness, is exploited by his own brother. Vishaka, as a wife of Parvasu, is neglected and isolated. The drama of incompleteness continues in the play and is existential in approach. This vision about the quest for completeness forward and exhibits him in certain hues as Shakespeare appears in his later work, The Tempest. He seems to accept the born as Shakespeare ever does. Nithalai in The Fire and the Rain is an innocent as Miranda in The Tempest, whereas Miranda's innocence is protected by Prospero throughout the play, right from her encounter with Caliban to encounter with Bernard. It revolves around revenge, futility of knowledge, and the frugalness of human nature. Through this play, Karna tries to focus the egotism prevailing in the contemporary society by associating with the mythological stories of the past. The play inscribes the human condition, linking the present with the eternal and the contemporary with archetypal, projecting new meaning in every generation. The Rain plays as symphony of desire. In its matrix, no single rhythm, as no single character dominates anything. Their speech controls with silence, the volcanic and the anarchic humanity contrast tranquilly and serenely. The ambience and the range of variations engages as diverse notes, the Brahmins chanting hymns, the tranquil music of the innocent romance of Nithle and Arvasu, the rapturous ecstasy and tragic trend of Yavakri Vishaka relationship, and the catastrophic explosion of Rabia's revenge. And it's Aravasu, a Brahman by caste, who becomes a performing actor who is wronged and misunderstood. He loves Nithalai, a tribal her, who reciprocates his love but seeks the approval of her village elders before marrying him. Parvasu, Aravasu's brother, conducts a major prayer ceremony to appease Devraj Indra so that the region may get rain. Aravasu's father is Raibia, who dislikes both his sons and wishes that he cremates them before his death. Raibia suspects Vishaka, Paravasu's wife, of having an illicit affair with Yavakri and detests her. Yavakri loves Vishaka but leaves her to worship and prays to Devraj Indra for 10 years. And on his return, finds her being married to Parvasu, who lives with her happily for 3 years before leaving her to contact for Devraj Indra. On finding that Vishaka meets Yavakri as an engaged Raibia summons Brahmin Rakshasas, a demon, to kill Yavakri. The demon does so, and Arvasa has to cremate him. This delays his appointment with Nithalai's dad and her village elders, and as a result, she is married to someone else. When Parvasu hears of the death of Yavakri, he kills Yavakri his the father and subsequently blames Arvasu for this, and he is badly beaten up and left for the dead. When Nithile hears of this, she comes to the rescue of Arvasu and finds that she is hunted by her husband and her brother who wants to kill her on sight. Sutrada arranges and acts to entertain the devas, and as a result, Arvasu goes out of control. Nithilai exposes herself and is killed by her husband. Arvasu admits failure and cremates himself. Thus, one by one, whoever was close to Arvasu is dead. Finally, a priest, Devraj Indra, appears and Arvasu is allowed a wish of his choice. The only thought in Arvasu's mind is to bring Mithilai back to life, but doubts Indra turns history around to help Arvasu. As the kingdom is in the grip of ravaging drought, for 10 years, a grand fire sacrifice is conducted at the palace under the guidance of his chief priest, Arvasu, to appease Lord of Gods Indra, the divine custodian of rain. As this sacrifice draws to its close, the play begins. Pharaoh is the eldest son of the great sage Raibia. For 7 years, he has watched over the holy fire, forsaking his wife, family, and every earthly power. Pharaoh's younger brother, Arvasu, is in love with the tribal girl Mithilai and prepares to marry her outside his Brahmin caste, but for his according to his tribal custom, he has to present himself before Nithilai's village elders. Pharaoh's cousin and bitter rival, Yavakri, has just returned triumph after 10 years of practicing austerities in the jungle with the gift of universal knowledge from the gods. To seek revenge, Yavakri seduces Pharaoh's lonely wife Vishaka. This sets off an inevitable chain of events that lead to Arvasu losing his love, Arasu desecrating the great sacrifice, the creation of a demand, and the death of Yavaki, and Rabia. Finally, the purity of Arasu and Nicholas' love brings salvation to the land. Jealousy and ego, the two important human aspects of dominate the play. Filled with the grief of his son's death, Bharatvaja curses Raivika that he will be killed by his own son, and then he immolates himself. Parasu mistakes his father for a wild animal and shoots him dead. Parasu intentionally kills his father to get rid of him. He discloses the death of his father to Arvasu and asks him to perform penitential rites. Arvasu, who worships his brother as father figure for his great scholarship, is deeply hurt by his brother's rude behavior in public. When he goes to sacrificial sites for patricide on behalf of Parvasu, Parvasu asks the others to throw his brother as the demon, encroaching into the sacred site. After performing, asks the king not to allow his brother to enter the sacrificial enclosure because he is a Brahmin killer. The tussle of supremacy between the two brothers shows the brother and the hatred theme in The Fire in the Rain. The Fire in the Rain is written by Gish Karnad, one of the India's foremost playwrights. Its main theme is derived from the myth Aranyaparva of the great Indian epic Mahabharata. It is another feat of Karna's existentialist play where a conflict of jealousy, rivalry, ambition, and treachery can be found. The struggle is not only between a friend and a friend, between a father and son, between brother and brother, but also between a husband wife. For the sake of becoming the chief priest, Rabia and his son Paravasu are at war. Paravasu and Yavagri are a victim of jealousy, while Paravasu and Vishaka as a husband wife are estranged and isolated. But Paravasu and Nikolai are the living others of humanness and love which brings the rain and makes the world happy. It is a play of power politics and sex interviews where characters are at war are divided. But individually, all the characters in some or other way, or the lonely, divided self, split personality, stranger and outsider to the world. It is the pathetic, experiential, as well as existential situations and predicaments of characters which make the play interesting and thought-provoking. The play is the sense of fulfillment seems to be accompanied with the sense of realization and peace. The world has been accepted by the remaining character without anyone to choose. And it appears that Khanna's vision about human relationship has been mellowed and broadened to accept the reality as truth. One recurring idea of the play is the idea of sacrifice. In Aknimattu Mail, Karna reimagines the world of Hindu antiquity and constructs the story of passion, loss, and sacrifice in the context of Vedic ritual, spiritual discipline, social and ethical between human agents, and interrelated forms of performance still close to their moments of origin. The play revolves around the fire sacrifice. The fire sacrifice was actually a propitiatory ritual. It was held to end the grudge, but Paravasu polluted the entire sacrifice by his evil deeds. The fire sacrifice is the main cause of all the troubles in the play. The sacrifice creates the tension of the play and eventually resolves it. The concept of Vedic sacrifice is very important if we are to understand the fire sacrifice in the play Fire and Rain. Vedic sacrifice is probably the most ancient form of sacrifice. For the Vedic people, yajna is not just means to attain some desired end, but it is end itself. Yajna is not a redemptive act as in other religions, but it is also the creative act. Natural disasters are the consequences of people's disloyalty to God. These disasters can be understood by coming in contact with God. According to Hinduism, sacrifice is one of the mediums through which people can stop such disasters by taking help from gods. Hence, sacrifice is an abandonment of a material for a deity. It is an act by which one surrenders something for the sake of the gods. The rituals offering of food articles were offered to gods, which symbolize man's total dependence on and surrender to them. There are various forms of sacrifice in the play, the fire and the rain. There are fire sacrifice, human sacrifice, and self sacrifice. The fire sacrifices in the play resemblance to the ancient Vedic sacrifice. Karnad very finely discusses how a sacrifice gets polluted and how it can be purified. At the end of the play, the audience or the readers learn what sacrifice actually is. Its surveillance of the existing literature. The play basically depicts the myth of Yavakri, Parvasa, and Raivya taken from chapters 135 to 138 of the Manaparva, which is Paras Canto of the Mahabharata. It is the story that the ascetic Lamasha narrated to the Pandavas who were in the exile at that time. Karna took the same for his play with some minor changes. The myth is presented by Karna in such a way that depicts the present scenario. The play is of importance as it helps to understand society. The sacrifice is the center of all actions in the play. There is wrought from for almost 10 years. This is the reason that the king has organized by sacrifice to gain the wrought by propitiating Indra, the god of rains. Parvasu, the elder son of Raidya, is selected as the chief priest for the sacrifice. The sacrifice is continuing under his supervision. One day, an actor manager comes with a courtier and requests the king and the chief priest to grant permission for organizing a play. The actor manager tells that fire sacrifice is not enough to propitiate Indra. He says that a play must be acted to propitiate the god of rains. The play begins and ends with the fire sacrifice. Even the main incidents of the play are related to the fire sacrifice. Yavakri becomes jealous as Parvasu selected the chief priest of the fire sacrifice. This is the reason that Yavakri seduces Vishaka for taking revenge on Parvasu. Yavakli thinks that his father, Bharatbudra, should be the right man for the My father has received to be invited as the chief priest of the sacrifice, but that too went to Paravasu, the husband. Even in the midst of my austerities, I wept when I heard the news. For this reason, Yavakri seduces Vishaka, and this decision has changed the entire plot. Raivya is jealous of his son and he is the chief priest of the sacrifice. So he tells Yavakri to disturb Parvasu. But this incident changes the life of Arvus. Arvus has to meet the elders of Nikolai's village. He gets late as he has to cremate the body of Yavak. Indirectly, Arvus's life is spoiled by the fire sacrifice. Arvus has to lose his love. On the other hand, Nikolai has to marry the man she doesn't love. Her life is also influenced by the fire sacrifice. The fire sacrifice is the central plot of the play. It influences every incident of the play. Rabia is jealous of his son Parvasu as he is selected the chief priest of the sacrifice. Rabia doesn't want the sacrifice to be successful as he is not the chief priest of the sacrifice. He tells Javaki to disturb his son so that he cannot complete the sacrifice. But ultimately, Parvasu kills his father. He even puts the blame on Arvasu's shoulder for killing their father, for which Arvasu is almost beaten by the king's army. The entire bloodshed is the effect of the sacrifice. Thus, Vishaka once advises Arvasu to live his own life and forget about the sacrifice. Let it go to waste. Doesn't matter. There has been enough bloodshed already. Finally, Mithila has to sacrifice herself to teach Arvasu that the true meaning of life. Paravasu realizes his guilt and sacrifices himself. So rain comes with the realization of the true sacrifice. So fire sacrifice creates the tension of the play, and self-sacrifice of Arvasu resolves everything. Here, it is extremely important for me to discuss the idea of sacrifice in detail. The word sacrifice has a close relationship with the word religion. The meaning of sacrifice differs depending on the religion and culture. The most acceptable definition of sacrifice is an offering of sensibly perceptible external thing in recognition of God's majesty and lordship and our subjection to Him. In sacrifice in general, according to our people, sacrifice is the offering of food, objects, or the lives of animals or human to a higher purpose, in particular divine beings, as an act of propitiation or worship. Etymologically, the word sacrifice comes from sacrum tersi, which means to make something sacred. So the term generally means to make something sacred by dedicating ourselves to God. While describing sacrifice, Thomas Aquinas states, "A true sacrifice is an act that is done in order that we may live in a holy union to God. Sacrifice is such an activity through which we come near God, in which the intermediary plays a significant role. It helps people come near God. According to E. Masher, sacrifice is expressive and, if possible, efficacious, a sign of man's will and suppliance return to his God to receive it. Sacrifice is basically the internal expression of us through external rituals. Our internal feelings have to be expressed in concrete actions and rituals, and sacrifice helps us to do so. Presently, people always associate negative things with the word sacrifice. The word probably has lost its ancient feeling. But whatever may be fact, even now in many cultures, sacrifice is established practice. We must always keep in the mind that sacrifice is a form of worship. We try to please our gods through sacrifice. The worship is a man's reaction and the response to the personal experience of sacred and almighty power. The sacrifice and prayers, which are man's personal means to communicate and associate with the supernatural power or the fundamental acts of worship. And atheists will never participate in a sacrifice. This is a hard fight. So the sacrifice is a result of reciprocal bonding between the human and the superhuman. This is such a form of worship through which a strong relationship is built between the two. Sacrifice acts as a bridge like criticism does in literature. According to Levy, sacrifice can be compared to a ferry boat between heaven and earth to make links and contact with each other. Hussein says that true sacrifice consists of the work performed in order to adhere to God in an intimate and holy fellowship. And the concept of sacrifice in Hinduism, in religion. If we discuss sacrifice in context of Hinduism, and then we must discuss what Vedic people thought of sacrifice. Vedic people thought that sacrifice is not a medium to meet the desired end, but it is the end itself. They thought that sacrifice had power to create something. Yajna is the Sanskrit word for sacrifice. The word yajna comes from the Sanskrit word yaj, which means to worship or sacrifice. The word vyaha is associated with yajna. Yeah, yajna is impossible without yaga, that is, without renouncing something. So, sacrifice is renouncing something for God to come in contact with. Yajna was the soul of Veda. Sacrifices are part of Vedic rituals. Gods and goddesses are highly prized through such sacrifices. These rituals are performed by the priests. It is a medium of communication through which priests communicate certain meanings and messages. Doing so, they need to take the helps of yashes, recitation, postures, etc. People offer foods and their dedications to God through such rituals. It is an act by which one surrenders something for the sake of the gods. The idea of purity is central to the Hindu rituals. Anyone who undertakes the responsibility of performing rituals has to be free himself from pollutions and sins. Only the Brahmins are allowed to perform the rituals. The low caste people are not allowed to enter in such ceremonies. The whole process of sacrifice will be polluted if the performing priests are polluted. And God will not respond to such yajnas. God is pure and holy, and if people are to reach God, and then they also have to be holy. Otherwise, all the efforts will be futile. For Vedic people, the sacrifices were more powerful than gods. The gods could be pleased or displeased by the sacrifices. It is for sure a very powerful medium of communication. As sacrifice had not been powerful, it could not have pleased or displeased God. It has the power to call the gods on earth. After the interaction with God, people are benefited with their votes. According to the Vedas, the balance and order of the universe is maintained by sacrifices. In the ancient times, many sacrifices were held for the well being of the human beings. The efficiency of the sacrifice depends on the human kind of offering made. Sri Aurobindo, one of the influential Indian philosophers, talks about sacrifice. According to him, true sacrifice is a complete and undeserved self giving to the eternal without any expectation in return. He gave more importance to the self giving. Self sacrifice is the most genuine form of sacrifice. Our love deepens for our gods through self sacrifices. The result of the self sacrifice is the realization of the divine and the closeness to the divine. In Christianity, self sacrifice means can be seen both in New Testaments and Old Testaments. Christianity also believes that sacrifice is a gift submitted to God for good to the submitter. Like Hinduism, Christianity also believes that sacrifice helps us to be in contact with God. In the Old Testaments, the important means by which one expresses his interior feelings is a sacrifice. So, in the Old Testament, sacrifice were actually giving one's own food items to God with the expectation of blessing in return. The New Testament is focused on one sacrifice in particular, the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. In the Old Testament, sacrifices were all about pleasing God through various means. Jesus always helped and encouraged people to witness the supreme truth. He believed that there is only one single and truth. Jesus taught people that they are the creature loved by the Father most. Jesus' death on the cross was a great sacrifice for the salvation of the whole world. Hence, the cross is the revelation of the love of God. And in Islam, sacrifice means an act of reverence and devotion. Animal or food items are part of ritual only. In the Islamic festival, Eid al-Adha, the Muslims usually sacrifice animals with 4 legs. On that occasion, the Muslims perform that sunnah of Prophet Ibrahim by sacrificing animals. The Muslims do so in the birthday of their beloved Prophet, and a share of meat of the sacrificed animal is distributed to the poor. So this is also done to help the poor.
மேடம் உங்களோட வீடியோ ஆன் பண்ண முடியாதா?
Yes, okay, sir. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is also done to the poor, help to the poor. Quran says about the sacrifice in chapter number 22, verse number 37. It is not their meat nor their blood that reaches God. It is your pity that reaches Him. Next is I'm going to talk about the psychology behind organizing our fire sacrifice. Redemption of mankind from greater evils requires or necessitates the sacrifice of innocence and which good and evil coexist. Without the death of innocence, there can be no death of vice. There is always a balance in the universe. Good and evil exist in a balance. This is the reason that evil is accepted as a part of good in Indian aesthetics. Goddess Kali in Hinduism symbolizes the two opposite sides of the universe, the Prakriti and Purusha. To the end of winter, there will be always spring. Spring will never be far behind. Actually, this is the nature of the universe, and nature is symmetry. So evil will only die if good is sacrificed. Otherwise, the symmetry will not be maintained. Both white and dark side exist in a balance. When the dark side increases, oppression starts. Then the white side has to sacrifice itself to maintain the balance. The sacrifice of the white side will promote goodness. The promotion of goodness will help working out of the evil. It is only through sacrifice that the spread of the evil can be stopped. Sacrifice is an act of surrender. Thus, it promotes goodness and rejects hatred. Dhyaha is associated with sacrifice. So, sacrifice teaches people to give up the most valuable thing. It teaches people to surrender. First and foremost, sacrifice is an act. Sacrifice gives more importance to acting than speaking. These are the reasons that sacrifice is very important to humanity. There are in play Fire in the Rain that conveys the same idea. In the play, Paravasu, brother of Paravasu, is polluted. Not only Paravasu, Radia and Yabakri are also corrupted. Paravasu is corrupted after killing his father. It is because of Paravasu that Arvasu is beaten by the king's army. Eventually, these incidents led Arvasu to hold a kind of hatred towards his brother, Paravasu. Bad deeds always promote bad deeds and are promoted by bad deeds. So, a vicious act can never do well to humanity. Rather, it will spread evil in the society. Paravasu is by the bad deeds of Paravasu. Finally, Mithila has to pay her life to correct Arvasu. Arvasu is purified after the death of Mithila as symbol of innocence and humanity. Arvasu realizes the true meaning of life after the death of Mithila. The sacrifice of Mithila purifies Arvasu completely. So, with the death of innocence and with Mithila, the anger and hatred of Arvasu dies. Innocence has to die to kill the vicious. Karna rise, she lies there, her eyes open, bleeding, dying like a sacrificial animal. The commotion as Arusu states numbly as Nithili. After that, Arusu asked the pleas of Brahma Rakshasa from Indra. It is a virtuous act. It is self-sacrifice. The self-sacrifice of Arusu is reflection to the sacrifice of Nithili. So the sacrifice of Nithili and Arusu re-establishes the balance of good and evil. The act of goodness of Nikolai, that is to save Arosu, promoted goodness. Thus, the balance is established with the death of innocence. The reasons behind the failure of the fire sacrifice in the play, The Fire and the Rain. First of all, it is worth mentioning that sacrifice is not an easy task. There are many rules and regulations of sacrifice mentioned in the Vedas. If those rules are not followed properly, then probably the sacrifice may not be accepted. It is an act of devotion and surrender. So, any corruption may spoil a sacrifice. The order and the system in the universe were also maintained or preserved by the sacrifices. The essence of sacrifice is to surrender one's possessions and substances to God as sincerity of heart and faith. Without sincerity of heart and strong faith, a sacrifice can never be a successful. But the picture of sincerity of heart and strong faith cannot be seen in the fire sacrifice in the play of Fire in the Rain. As it is 7 year long sacrifice, the contacting priests were tired and bored chanting mantras and other things. They couldn't hold their sincerity for long. This 7 year long sacrifice has become dreaded to the contacting priests. This indicates their lack of devotion towards the sacrifice. This could be one of the reasons that even a 7 year long sacrifice would be not bring rain. Paravasu, the chief priest of the fire sacrifice, is one of the reasons behind the failure of the fire sacrifice. The entire fire sacrifice is under his control. But irony is that he is most polluted of all. How can a fire sacrifice bring rain if the chief priest of it is corrupted? Paravasu kills his father intentionally. He didn't love his wife. He used his wife as an experimental tool. He betrayed his honest brother Arvasu by putting the blame of patricide on his shoulder. He even broke the rule by leaving the sacrificial enclosure before the completion of it. He had always been hard and tough throughout his life. So it was obvious that Indra would not interact with such corrupted person. His hypocrisy is true when he lies to Arvasu. He says, I mistook Naidya, our father, for a wild animal. But Vishaka corrects Arvasu by saying that he killed his own father. Arvasu is a jealous and revengeful person that was known by Vishaka. He is such a person that can do anything for a post. Thus, he talks about his father. He deserved to die. He killed Yavakri to disturb me in the last stages of the sacrifice, not to punish Yavakri, but to be even with me. Death must not be the consequence of a sacrifice of wrong. Sacrifice helps to maintain and preserve the order of the universe. It is done for the good of humanity. Sacrifice is a way of asking help from God for the preservation of the universe. But the opposite of it can be seen in the play Fire in the Murders can be committed in the name of sacrifice. Yavakri is jealous of Parvasu as he is the chief priest of the fire sacrifice. Radha is jealous of his own son for the same reason. Out of these kinds of jealousies, Yavakri seduces Vishaka, Radha kills Yavakri so that his son gets disturbed and cannot lead the sacrifice. Parvasu then kills his own father out of revenge. So the sacrifice is the center of the plot in the play. It cannot reach the destination with the bridge of dead bodies. These lines from Vishaka will express the jealousy of Radha towards his son Parvasu. Something died inside your father the day the king invited you to be the chief priest. He is being drying like a dead tree since then. No sap runs in him. Next, of the fire sacrifice in the plot of the play, The Fire in the Ring. The fire sacrifice controls the entire plot of Fire in the Ring. The play begins and ends with the fire sacrifice. Even the main incidents of the play are related to the fire sacrifice. He becomes jealous as Parvasu is selected as chief priest of the fire sacrifice. This is the reason that Yavakri seduces Vishaka for taking revenge on Parvasu. Yavakri thinks that his father, Bharatwaja, should be the right man for the post of chief priest. But that goes to Parvasu, so the fire sacrifice actually has implanted jealousy in the mind of Yavakri. Yavakri himself says, "My father deserved to be invited as the chief priest for the sacrifice, but that too went to Parvasu, a husband. Even in the midst of my austerities, I wept when I heard the news." For this reason, Yavakri seduces Vishaka, and this decision has changed the entire plot. The son, as he is the chief priest of the sacrifice. So he kills Yavakri to disturb Parvasu. But this incident changes the life of Parvasu. Parvasu has to meet the elders of Nikolai's village. He gets late as he has to cremate the body of Yavakri. Indirectly, Parvasu's life is spoiled by the fire sacrifice. Parvasu has to lose his love. On the other hand, Nikolai has to marry the man she doesn't love. Her life is also influenced by the fire sacrifice. Finally, Nikolai has to sacrifice herself to teach Parvasu the true meaning of life. Parvasu realizes his guilt and sacrifices himself. So, rain comes with the realization of the true sacrifice. So, fire sacrifice created the tension of the play, and self-sacrifice of Parvasu resolves everything. And Parvasu and Nikolai are the symbols of true sacrifice. Fire sacrifice is not the one and only type of sacrifice seen in the play Fire and the Ring. Apart from fire sacrifice, there is human sacrifice and self-sacrifice. The fire sacrifice is very much similar to that of lady sacrifice. But the fire sacrifice of the play gets polluted for various reasons. Arnott has shown as the best and worst version of sacrifice in his play Fire and the Ring. According to Thomas Aquinas, as true sacrifice is any act that is done in order to be made live in holy union to God. The sacrifices of Parvasu and Nikolai were the perfect ones. This is the reason that Indra appeared to Parvasu and granted his boon. It was the true sacrifices at the end of the play that eventually brought rains. Parvasu and Nikolai are probably the most humanic characters in the play Fire and the Ring. They are also the symbols of love and humanity. Parvasu is an 18 years old Brahmin boy. He loves Nikolai, a 14 years old rival girl. For the sake of marrying Nikolai, he is even ready to transgress the caste hierarchy. So he is always ready to sacrifice his caste identity for the sake of Nikolai. He is a peace-loving person. He acts according to the demand of the situation. He tries to save Vishaka from the anger of Radia by lying to him. In the epilogue of the play, Nikolai lies for saving Parvasu. There is no meaning left in his life. He wants to burn himself along with the body of the Nikolai in the sacrificial execution. But suddenly, Indra, the god of rain, appears to him. Indra is ready to grant any boon Parvasu wants. Parvasu first asks the life of Nikolai to be brought back. He wants to do so as he holds himself responsible for her life. Through his conversation with the Brahma Rakshasa, he realizes the truth of the universe where death is an inevitable factor. Brahma Rakshasa tells Parvasu, if you bring her back, you will have destroyed what made her such a beautiful person. Parvasu asks the release of Brahma Rakshasa from Indra. He sacrifices his love for the release of Brahma Rakshasa. This selflessness of Parvasu eventually brings rain on the earth. Nikolai is a very smart and intelligent girl. She loves Parvasu very much. She transgresses the caste hierarchy by loving a Brahmin. She is a rebel. She doesn't believe in Orthodox Hinduism. She knows that Brahmins are hypocrites. She even questions Yavakri's universal knowledge. He says But what I want to know is why are the Brahmins so secretive about everything? She always instructs Aravusu in his everyday decisions. She wants to marry Aravusu, but cannot as Aravusu fails to attend the elders' meetings. Thus, she has to marry a man of her own community. But when Aravusu is beaten by the king's army, she saves him, running away from her home. She nurses Aravusu, is beaten by the king's army. She saves him, running away from home. She nurses Aravusu like his mother and cures him. She sacrifices everything for Aravusu, her love. She has to sacrifice her life at the end of the play to save Aravusu. Actually, it is through Nithale's sacrifice that Aravusu learns that the true meaning of sacrifice. She becomes the symbol of humanity. It is for her sake that Aravusu asks Brahma Rakshasha's release from Indra. Nithale would have done the same she had been alive. Thus, at the end, Aravusu says Nithale would have wanted it so. It is for Nithale's sake that Aravusu makes his self-sacrifice. These two sacrifices are the real sacrifices of the faith. There is selflessness in both the sacrifices. There is yaga without the expectation in return in both the sacrifices. Whatever Nitilai and Aravasu have done for this love for each other and humanity. There is selflessness and truth in both the sacrifices. There is no pollution in the sacrifices like in the fire sacrifice. This is the reason that Indra is both impressed by Arvasu and Nitin. Purity is a central part of sacrifice. The idea of purity is essential to Hindu rituals. Purity plays an important role in sacrifice also. Purity has to be maintained if we want to make the sacrifice successful. Corruption spoils all the efforts of sacrifice. So the successful of a sacrifice depends a little bit on purity. In Vedic sacrifices, purity was given enormous importance. The fire sacrifice here, the fire in the line, has many similarities to Vedic sacrifices. The story is a myth taken from Mahabharata, so the idea of purity is like that period in whose context in the play is written. It is worth mentioning because the idea of purity has changed over periods of time. Purity is also important as it influences the plot of Vayanamari. There are some certain rules and restrictions which have to be followed, without of which the purity will be spoiled and the sacrifice will be corrupted. In the prologue of the play, we can see that the actor manager is not allowed to practice sacrificial enclosure. In Vedic periods and in the time of Mahabharata, actors were considered outcasts. They had a very low position in the caste hierarchy. Thus, it is obvious that the entrance of an actor in the sacrificial enclosure will pollute the entire sacrifice. This is the reason that the actor manager has to talk from a distance. Parvasu, the chief priest of the fire sacrifice, says in the prologue, "You may shout out whatever you have to say, but please stay away from the sacrificial enclosure so you don't pollute it." So, this is an indication to the fact that purity is important for the success and failure of the sacrifice. There are various ways through which a sacrifice gets polluted. Anyone who undertakes the responsibility of performing the ritual has to be free himself from pollution and sins. So, purity of the sacrifice lies in the purities of her performance. Next, the idea of human sacrifice in the play. The basic element of a sacrifice is the gift, and the essence of it is the faith that offerer has in his heart. The efficiency of a sacrifice depends on the kind of offering made. Human sacrifice is probably the boldest form of sacrifice. It is because nothing is more precious than human beings. Everything is futile if there are no human beings to hold them. So, in this context, it can be said that it is the most powerful form of sacrifice. Human sacrifice is always effective than others, as the offering of it is very precious. The two women characters, Vishaka, a Brahmin, and Nithilai, a tribal, are portrayed as victims of society Vishaka has no individuality. She is depicted as sex god. Her husband Parvasu uses a boy for a body for making his sexual experience. In his long character reveals how women were ill-treated in the Brahminical order. Nithila is portrayed as bold, courageous, determined, and virtuous tribal girl who falls in love with Aravasu. The tribal elders who do not approve her marriage with Aravasu because they do not trust the Brahmins and think them to be treacherous and deceitful. She is married to a tribal boy against her wishes. Nithila loves Aravasu from the innermost depth of her heart, and sensing that his life is in danger, she abandons her husband, her family, and her all for her love's sake. She cares him when he is single, but her love is not sensual but spiritual. She will live with Arvasu not as a wife but as a sister. She allows him to marry a girl of his choice. In the end, her husband, Krish Karnad, has consummate command over English, and he has successfully and artistically nativized it for compressing Indian ethos and sensibly. His diction is apt, his words are suggestive and reveal both character and situation. Economy and precision, clarity and lucidity characterize his style. For example, the following dialogue between Aravasu and Nikolai brings to light the fundamental difference between the Brahminical and tribal social orders. There are instances in the play Fire in the Rain where we can see the references of human sacrifice. The words human sacrifice is first mentioned by Vishaka in Act 2. When Paravasu, Vishaka's husband, is not responding to her, she speaks those words. She speaks that she was treated as a tool. Now she has committed a crime. So she asks her husband to make a human sacrifice by killing her. She thinks that this might help her husband to meet Indra. But sacrifices are not like that. If someone kills someone out of anger, then it will not be considered a human sacrifice. In such a case, there is no Tyaga, and without Tyaga, there cannot be a sacrifice. At the end of the play, we can see that Mithilai sacrifices her life for saving Arvas. This is the real human sacrifice, as Mithilai Tyagas her love as well as her life to save her love. There is emotion in it, that is love. Nithilai is the most virtuous character in the play. Her sacrifice of her life for love is quite shocking. This is the reason that this impressed Indra. Indra himself said that in the epilogue, they loved the way you challenged Indra and persuaded him in the play. But it could also be because of Parvasu's sacrifice or Nithilai's marriage. Whereas the fire sacrifice failed to bring rain on the earth, human sacrifice did. Arvasu also in the epilogue wants to sacrifice his life as his reason of living was no more. He wants to go to the sacrificial enclosure and burn himself. Then, through the sacrifice of Mithilai, wants to sacrifice of Mithilai, Arvasu learns the true meaning of life. He after that sacrifices love for the release of Brahma Rakshasa, and that eventually brings life. So we can see the power of human sacrifice at the end of the day. Sacrifice is such a powerful act that has the power to please or displease God. It requires a lot of devotion. Nowadays, people are self-centered. They don't think of others. The real meaning of sacrifice is the loss to humanity. Sacrifice is such an act that promotes in the present time, many people are suffering from mental disorders. People are very depressed. They find no solution out of it. But I think the solution lies in history when people used to be happy. We have to look at our scriptures through which we can get the answers of many mysterious problems. Human nature is something that is unchangeable. We must learn that there is pleasure in Yaha also. Humanity can be preserved through compromise and Yaha only. Otherwise, there will be no peace, only we will be destruction. This is a mental state. We have to learn and practice it. It is act of surrender or to God. Helping and loving are the parts of sacrifice because without our which will not be sacrifice. We can say that sacrifice is doing good to others without inspiration of anything else. It was practiced in ancient times, Vedic periods. But I think it is the time we need to practice the self-sacrifice most. There is a corruption and pollution because there is no sacrifice. In present times, people only think of profits with the intention they are even ready to commit sins. Thus, it disturbs the balance of the universe. So, we can do to people only when we will not be self-centric. We have to learn to give up for others. Aravasu was self-centric in the play Fire and the Rain. On the other hand, Aravasu teaches us the true meaning of life, Vyaha, and love. Yes, that is. Thank you all. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Purnali, for your clear, precise presentation of rich remarks on fire and rain. Kudos to you. I would like to invite Dr. K. Mangai Tarasi, Assistant Professor of English, to deliver her address on the topic Marginalization of Invisible Minority in Mahesh Dharani's play 7 Steps Around the Fire. Welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
வணக்கம் தமிழ் அமெரிக்கா டிவி. Very good morning from Dr. K. Mangai-Tarasi, Assistant Professor of English. I sincerely thank organizing secretaries, Dr. T. Shakti Rajammal, Assistant Professor and Coordinator, and Mrs. V. Lalitambikai, Assistant Professor of English, my colleague and my friend, and Dr. T. Assistant Professor, Bardar University. I thank you all my session on Mahesh Dharani's how he has shown marginalization of the invisible minorities in his play 7 Steps Around the Fire. Before I plunge into the topic, let me give a brief introduction about drama in India. Dramatists of Indian writing in English have scaled the length and breadth of the experimentation in dramaturgy of India during and after independence. To fathom the depths of Indian drama in English, certain characteristic features ought to be kept in mind. First, the Indian writings in English during modern age articulate the budding and the already present writers as well as the influence of existentialism, globalization, surrealism, Dadaism, magic realism, and the post-colonial issues too. India had been under the colonial shackles for a time period of 300 years, and as a matter of fact, the colonial language and culture had cast its direct shadow on the Indian literary venues. Drama in Indian English can thus be summed up as the congregation of various social and political nexts. Post-colonial English literature in India works through the process of writing back, rewriting, and reading. This delineates the rendering of well-known literature from the point of view of the formerly colonized Indian English literature, as was seen before, that pertains to that body of work by writers in India who pen in the English language and whose native or co-native language could be one of the several regional languages of India. However, as the ship anchored itself to the port of Indian writings in English, at first started the journey with translation literature. Indian drama in English translation has made bold innovations and fruitful experiments in terms of both thematic concerns and technical virtuosities. It has been increasingly turned into history, legend, myth, and folklore, tapping the strings of vitality and vocal cords of popularity with splendid results. Thus, regional drama paved the way for national theatre, into which all streams of theatrical art seem to gain coverage. The plays written under the pre-independence and post-independence phase were originally written in English. Among the plays written in English, there are few ones which were at first written in the regional language and subsequently translated into English by the authors themselves. Thus, they are transcriptions and merely translations. Rabindranath Tagore, Mohan Rakesh, Badal Sitkar, Vijay Tendulkar, and Girish Karnad have remained the most representative of Indian English drama, not only in Marathi, Kannada, Bengali, and Hindi, but also on pan-Indian level. With Vijay Tendulkar's plays translated and staged in other regional languages, the plays received thespian recognition. He ventured for experimental theatre, which can be interpreted as a synonym for modern and Western. Both Tendulkar and other younger playwrights wanted to give theatre a new form and experiment with all aspects of it, including content, acting, decor, and audience communication. In his early one-act plays, he used the techniques common in contemporary European and American theatre. Most of his plays deal with the social life in the post-colonial era. This was an age when human beings were exploited, women were probably the worst sufferers, and the social order was a victim of communal violence and political unrest. His plays included in the first period are Srimant, Manus Navashi, Ashi Pakhara, Yeti, Sariga Sari, Me Jinklo, Me Haralo, Shankatha Kot Chaluaki, and Madalya Bint. The plays are colored by the pangs of financial strains, problem of and inadequate income of those with jobs, problems of housing and high rent, marriage and oppression of women, and so on. The stark realism of his work is further highlighted use of humor and satire with telling effects. He had an uncanny ability to develop a complete image of the characters with relative ease through few but sound details. The Sriman, which was published in 1955, deals with the familiar theme of the conflict between the rich and the poor in a capitalist society. It also explores the predicament of a lower middle class family with the problem of premarital pregnancy. Both Srimant and the subsequent Garaka Amuche Chan deal with the corrupt, money driven, and selfish lives of the rich who are morally lacking. Many of his early plays are fairly conventional in dramatic form and style, but in his later ones, he has experimented with both, though not in an artificial manner. In Shantata and Code Chaluaki, he had interwoven the rehearsal of a play and a real life story to produce intense dramatic encounters where reality and fiction become difficult to separate. The works of Vijay Tendulkar poignantly portrays the human sufferings and they also reflect the author's compassion and respect for the human beings. The plays in the second period break away from the setting of the middle class and dwell deep into the socio-political and historical realm. Githade, Sakaram Binder, Gashiram Gotwal, Balya Kaka, Bahu Murarao, and Baby are some of the plays written during this period. They are felt to be better conceived than those written in the first period. Gashiram Kotwal, his most popular play, was published in 1973, performed in December 1972. This play, a dance and musical display on one level, is a bitter commentary on the hypocrisy of the dominant castes and classes in society. On another level, its characters are historical figures, and it is set in the Beshra period, but it is not a historical play. It is a fictional account of the social circumstances that can create characters like Gashiram. The theme of the play, the dishonesty of the Orthodox Brahmins of Pune, and impoverished Gashiram's willingness to offer his daughter to the demands of lecturers Nana Padandavis, created a storm of social protest in Pune. Tendulkar's play makes use of chorus as well as kirtan, a folk music form used primarily to narrate religious mythical stories with incisive effects. Talking about Bhishkarna, he made his playwriting debut with Yayati in 1961. This play was about reworking this Mahabharata legend about responsibility. Tughlaq, his other work, 1964 was published in 1964, was inspired by Albert Camus' Caligula. Shot to fame as it made history contemporaneous by reading the dilemmas of Prime Minister Jawaharlal Neru's period into Tughlaq's rule in 1325 to 51. Hayavadana in 1971 took its leitmotif from an ancient tale in the Sanskrit language, Vetala Panchavinshaktika, retold by Thomas Mann in the transposed text. This was of the dichotomy between mind and body and the problem of completeness using folk elements such as masks and the supernatural. Anjumalige, that is Fearing Jasmine in 1977, recalling Edward Albee's Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf as a foreign setting and deals with incest. Kitchina Himsha, that is Dauko, in 1982 describes Queen Amrutamati's sexual attraction for an ugly mahouch, the theme borrowed from Jana's Yashodhara Charity, a Jain poem. In Nagamanda in 1998, Carnot gave a Freudian interpretation to a folk tale about a woman's love for a cobra that impersonates her husband. Kaleganda in 1990 demythologizes the life of Basaveshwara, the poet, mystic, and social revolutionary of 12th century Karnataka. Agnimattu Malai, that is, The Fire and the Rain in 1994, depicts the story of Yavakrita in the Ramayana. Thus, Bernard made his name as a lead actor in Kannada art films like Samskara, that is in 1970, and Vamsha Vriksha, that is Family Tree. The latter one he co-directed in 1971. He did stage productions of Sophocles' Oedipus and Kamba's Jokumara Swami in 1972, and Hindi movies like Siam Bengal's Nishan, that is Night's End in 1975, and Manthan, that is Churning in 1976. He also acted in Basu Chatterjee's Swami, that is Husband, in 1977, and Jabbar Patel's Shubha, that is Dawn in 1981, and many Tamil movies too. We know about Vishkanath's acting. And now, talking about Badal Sirkar of the trio, wrote his first serious play Ivam Indrajit in 1963. Its publication and premiere in 1965 attracted noticed for its striking originality and themes of absurdities, meaninglessness, identity crisis, and social conformity. It is perhaps the one contemporary Bengali drama most translated into other Indian languages. While working in Nigeria, Sirkar authored in quick succession several plays which secured his reputation. Some of the names can be mentioned as Bhakti Ilhas or Remaining History in 1965, Pralab, that is Delirium in 1966, Trinsha Sabadichi, that is 30th Century in 1966, and Bagla Gora or Madhouse in 1967. All of these were premiered by Bohurupi, followed by Stachny, There Is No End in 1969. His concern was the politeness of existence, compounded by a sense of associative guilt and responsibility in disturbed persons. These persons belong to the urban middle class in a world of increasing violence and inhumanity. Now comes our most prominent playwright, Mahesh Dattani, who wrote his first full-length play, Where There Is a Will, on family inheritances in 1986, followed by Dance Like a Man in 1989 on the problems faced by a male dancer. He directed and acted in both, then directed Bravely Fought the Queen in 1991 in Bombay. Meanwhile, Ali Padmasri had directed his third play, Thara, in 1990, a touching domestic drama, and invited him to script a work on community. The product Final Solution was rejected by the Deccan Herald Festival in Bengaluru for dealing with a sensitive issue, though they had sponsored his first two productions. Playpen finally staged it in 1993. The delicate theme led him to create perhaps too perfect a Hindu-Muslim equilibrium, almost consciously free of any perceived bias. Gay presence in Dattani's work increases with the play Do the Needful in 1997. This was written for BBC Radio 4. The plot centers on the negotiations for an arranged marriage between Alphys, a Gujarati man, and Lata, a South Indian Kannada woman. As the play progresses, it is revealed that the woman is not agreeable to the marriage because she loves Salim, a Muslim man, while the prospective groom is in love with a man named Trilog. Although she tells Alphys about her love for another man, Alphys keeps quiet about his homosexual relationship. Alphys' homosexuality is revealed to Lata when she surprises him and the gardener of her family having sex in the cowshed, just as she is about to run away to Salim. At first, horrified, she subsequently decides that the best way to deal with the situation is to marry Alphys so that they can lead separate sexual lives, yet keep up the appearance of a happy couple. This is a clear example of a common compromise in a society that has criminalized non-procreative sex since 1862. Indian dramatists in English during thus depict the issues related to society, though it is mandatory to be acquainted with the fact that the writings pursue either the classical genre of the modern age or adjust them to the contemporaneity of the contemporary age. This is a general introduction about the Indian dramatists, a few Indian dramatists. Now, I just begin my topic, marginalization of the invisible minority in the Dattani's 7 Steps Around the Fire. See, as we know, he is one of India's most daring, creative, inventive, and notable playwrights in Indian English literature. He does not hesitate to highlight the taboo subjects in his plays. His plays have been categorized as problem plays. He was born on August 7, 1958 in Bangalore, Karnataka. In the early 1980s, Dattani joined Bangalore Little Theatre and participated in workshops in acting and directing plays. He founded his own company, Playpen, for doing something innovating in Indian English plays. His play, Final Solutions, won him the prestigious Sahitya Academy Award. And Mango Shuffle won the Best Motion Picture Award at the Barcelona Film Festival in 2002. Mahesh Rathani himself directed the film. He is a playwright of word stature and also one of the most celebrated Indian English dramatists till date. Among his contemporary dramatists, okay, already we have seen, he is different in his concern for the marginalized groups of society. Let them be women, incest children, homosexuals, or eunuchs. Through his play, Dattani tries to raise those fringe issues which have not been dealt so boldly by other writers earlier. His writings are the projection of the here and now of modern contemporary Indian society, of his own life and others too. Let me give a list of the major works written by Mahesh Dattani. Where There Is a Will, Tara, Dance Like a Man, Final Solution, the Girl Who Touched the Star, Seven Steps Around the Fire, On a Muggy Night in Mumbai, Do the Needful, Bravely Fought the Queen, 30 Days in September, Morning Raha, and Brief Candle. What are the major themes dealt by Mahesh Dattani in all his plays? The major themes are gender identity, alternate sexuality, child sexual abuse, communal riots, exploitation of Hijra community, suppression of women, and also theme of crime. This presentation is a deep analysis of his play, Seven Steps Around the Fire, how the Hijras are suppressed or denied their rights by the society in India. Actually, it is a radio play. It was broadcast on BBC Radio 4 on January 9, 1999 with the title Seven Circles Around the Fire. This play was first performed on 6th August 1999 at Museum Theatre in Chennai by MTC Production and the Madras Players. The play deals with the socio-psychological crisis of the eunuchs or the transgenders. It highlights the conflicts, anguish, dilemmas, insecurities, fear, and frustrations of the Hijra people. See, here I try to show the sad plights of the Hijras. Actually, the term comes from the language Urdu. The writer tries to bring forth how this section of society, how the transgender remains unheeded in terms of their existence, identity, and rights. The writer did not confine in projecting their pathetic condition only, but he provokes the people to think about this burning issue and make them aware of the injustice being done to them in our society. Let us have a look at who the Hijras are. It is a general view that the Hijras are neither men nor women. They hold a different gender, the third gender. They have defective genitals. The scientific reason behind the birth of a Hijra is that there is an abnormal level of sex hormones during fetal development. Thus, they are neither completely male nor female. Most of the Hijras never exhibit a sexual orientation towards males or females, and they label themselves as a third gender. But they have got the tendency to associate themselves with the female gender only. The society only, on the basis of their defective genitals, treats them roughly and cruelly. They are isolated and segregated and constitute an invisible minority within the society. This is very pathetic. They are the neglected. Curse the people. They are considered as the chosen or the choice of God, and the curse by them cannot be revoked. For many Indians, both upper and middle class, hijras exist at the periphery of their concern, making themselves visible only on certain occasions like marriage and childbirth. And this cruelty does not end only at the physical level, it extends to the social, educational, and political levels too. Here, the writer Dattani gives a chance to the Hijras community to articulate their feelings and predicaments in the English theatre through his play 7 Steps Around the Fire. Mahesh Dattani presents the harsh reality and the status of the Hijras community, presenting how they are placed on the margins of society. Dattani has used nearly 10 characters in the play for the first time. Usually, there are 6 to 7 characters in his other plays. See, his characters in the 7 Steps Around the Fire are Uma Rao. Actually, she is a professor of sociology and she is the protagonist of this play. Suresh Rao is a jail superintendent and he is a husband of Uma Rao. Munsami, he is a constable, and Mr. Sharma, he is the minister of that area. Nadu, he is the son of Mr. Sharma, the minister, and Salim is like a PA to the minister Sharma, and Kamla, a beautiful figure. Anarkali, her sister, and Champa, the leader of the Hijras. They all the characters contribute to the development of the play. In fact, the whole play revolves around the mystery of the murder of a beautiful Hijra named Kamla, who secretly married a minister's son. The role of the police, politicians, and the society is questioned by the author. So here, the main objective of this play is to explain how variedly the world treats the Hijra community. Actually, how the play begins. Kumara, a sociology professor, she wants to write her thesis on the third gender or the transgender. Suresh Rao, her husband, was in the beginning was not interested to let her do her project or thesis on this topic as he has no respect for the transgenders. So, but anyway, as he insists, he lets her to deal with uh, a victim who had been arrested in the case of this Kamla, a beautiful Hijra. So Umara, okay, with the help of Munsami, the constable, she visits the jail. So Munsami also threatens or not threatening, he just frightens, okay, so Umara, telling her that okay they won't they don't deserve your meeting, so better do some other cases, ma'am. Okay, that's how he advises. But Umara is not ready to change her mind. She wants to proceed with her decided topic on transgender. So when Constable Munsami takes her to the jail, where Anarkali Hijra is kept in that, okay, along with the male prisoners. See how you can just know she Anarkali actually we had already seen. No, they want to be identified as women or as female, but here the police superintendent or the police they kept Anarkali, the transgender, at the male section of the jail. So she was in a way, no, she uses a different slang. We know about how they use a peculiar slang, okay, for speaking with no, all these things because she's irritated and she's punished by for the crime not done by her. All these things makes her to speak abusive language, okay, without considering grounds. So she speaks she uses all kinds of bad words to address, okay. So even she considers Umarov as a journalist who wants to help the police. Okay? So this Umarov, she just convinces Anarkali that she's not a journalist. She has come to deal with Anarkali, and she wants to know about the real murderer of Kamla. Okay? The beginning, Anarkali did not reveal anything about this, and she tells, if you want to know about the murderer of Kamla, you go and meet Champa. Okay, who the Champa is? Champa is none but actually the present leader of the Hijras community. See, so if she tells this to her husband Suresh Rao, definitely he won't let her to go and visit, okay, or go and meet this Champa, who is the leader of that Hijra community. So, what she does is, without the knowledge of her husband, she, with the help of Munsami, who in the beginning also hesitate, okay, to help her, or hesitate to take her to the specific place where the transgender people are living, because he's afraid that these transgenders are liars. They will just pounce upon this Umara and they may spoil, okay, everything. So Munsami is not, okay, supporting this decision of Umara, but finally, when she decided to take the auto rickshaw to that particular place in order to meet that Champa, so somehow he has a soft corner for this Umarov, and he also joins or he accompanies Umarov to that particular place. Right. So here, so when she meets, okay, the place is beautifully described by Manjashitani, how it is occupied, fully occupied with Hijiras. So this is and how they are neglected, how they are marginalized, how they live the state, all these things in a beautiful manner. And now she enters, okay, the place of Champa. Champa is also, as Anarkali is irritated, Champa is also not willing to cooperate with Umarov in revealing all these things. So why this Umarov is talking about Anarkali? It was she who sent her to meet her. She was not ready. She was furious on hearing the name Anarkali because she too believed that, or she too just acts as if Anarkali is the murderer of Kamla, her sister. So when both Kamla and Anarkali were thrown away by their own parents, actually Champa, the transgender, she just gives shelter for this Kamla and Anarkali. And actually, Anarkali was suspected. Why? Actually, it was she who killed Kamala because it's Anarkali's wish to become the head of the Hijra community next to Champa. Actually, Champa wants to make Kamla as her successor. So this is how the police just makes up the case that Anarkali has murdered Kamla as she wants to become the leader of the community. So Champa also tells us that she doesn't want to talk about Anarkali who has murdered this Kamla. But she knows the truth. Okay, so when Umarov was talking, when Umarov talks with this Champa, there is Salim, who's PA to that minister. Actually, what has made Salim to come there? Actually, he wants to search the trunk, that Kamala used to keep her belongings. The Kamala, who loves, as we know, transgender people, they love to wear lots of jewels. They pay so much attention on their beauty. They want to have a beautiful appearance. So this Salim wants to have a peek through, or wants to have a look at the belongings of Kamala. In fact, he was in search of something that will come in the later part of the play. So, so when he understands that okay, Umara is there, and Salim comes to know that she is the daughter of Vice Chancellor and the daughter-in-law of the Deputy Commissioner of Bangalore. So he has that fear, and he leaves that place suddenly. So somehow Umarov guesses, okay, there is some association between this Salim with the murder of this Kamla. She wants to dwell into that. And this Champa also tells, okay, please leave the place. I won't give any money or jewel for getting the bail for Anarkali. No, like that, no. She sends Umarov outside her house. So Anarkali, here in the jail, she suffers a lot, okay, because along with the police, the men in the jail also beat her like anything. This is what, because we are not ready to recognize them as human beings. If they too have feelings as we common human beings have. This lack of compassion towards this transgender makes Umar Rao to develop a kind of compassion towards all these people, or the neglected people, or the marginalized people. So she wants to find out the truth. So what happens? She just knows something about Mr. Sharma, Salim's master or Salim's leader. So what happens now? So she goes thinking that Mr. Sharma is not there, and she wants to get something from Salim about this Kamla. Okay. So through Champa, we come to know that Salim used to visit Champa's house every night for Kamla. So what happens, because she's a beautiful, transgender, as we all, how we people, how the common human beings, okay, treat the transgender people, we all know about. Okay, we consider them as beggars, as call girls, or as whores. Okay, so something more like that, the neglected society. So through Champa, we come to know that Salim too has an eye on the beautiful Kamla. So the visit of Salim to Champa's house or home for Kamla is not liked by Anarkali. So what happens? It is this beauty that attracts the others, excuse me, that attracts other men. Is not liked by this Anarkali, her sister. So what she does, so she wants to spoil her beauty. So even just she just blades her the face of Kamla and making her face looking ugly or not pretty. Okay, but this also does not prevent visit of Salim to Kamla's home every night. Okay, so all these things we know. So Umara, she just goes to Mr. Sharma's house thinking that the minister has gone abroad, that is to America, on some official duty. So she just wants to meet Salim and get something more about this Champa, Kamla, and Anarkali. So when she was talking with Salim, suddenly this minister appears and he threatens his Kumara. Okay, she manages, and she just tells something about the marriage that he has arranged for his son Subramanian. Okay, and she talks about it as she's family. She says something about her father and her father-in-law, and she's not suspected by this minister. So she safely reaches home, and what happens? Okay, so somehow she gets, because she wants to get bail for Anarkali. So she goes to the house. She goes to her father's home for getting that much, nearly 50,000 amount that she has to pay taking Anarkali in bail. So her father, she just lies, okay, as she wants to get a beautiful, expensive gift for the minister's son's marriage. So the father also gives the money, okay, or no, when though he's in the university, she knows, okay, where the money will be, and she gets the money and she keeps it with her. These things, okay. So what happens now? She doesn't want to, after knowing that, the involvement of some other the third person in Kamla's murder, she doesn't want to give the money to take Anarkali in bail. She keeps that money safely with her. So what happens now? So this also known by her husband, because her father has told, and he asked the question: if you have asked money, definitely I would have given you. Why did you ask your father like that? No, as a male chauvinist, we know he questions. But Umara, okay, she's very intelligent and very smart enough. She somehow manages that she got the money to get the gift for minister's son's marriage. As they belong to a reputed family, the present must be expensive and costlier. So he also agrees and says okay. And what happens now? See, on the day of the marriage, okay, actually, she gets something when the next day also she visits Champa, and she tells, okay, she tells how she just tells how uh, she wants to have a look at the trunk of this Kamla. Okay, and when she was just searching for that, she finds a photograph, okay, where it's actually a marriage photo taken during marriage, and she keeps that with her. And okay, now she comes to know who the murderer would be, but she doesn't reveal the matter to anyone. And Champa also tells how Kamla had been burnt to death and was thrown into the pond nearby, and how her body was found after 4 or 5 days in a rotten stage. So this creates sympathy in the mind of Umarov. In the name of doing her project on this transgender people, she wants to find out who the real murderer is. So, on looking at the photos, somehow she finds out, or that makes her to come to a conclusion or come to a decision who the murderer would be. So she visits the house, she visits the marriage party of this Mr. Sharma's son, Subbu. Okay, so even she wants to meet Subbu, and he's agitated or he's completely disturbed, though it's her wedding day. The day is supposed to be the most happiest day in anyone's life, at least on that day. But what happens? He looks very, anticipated, or he looks very, no, not happy at all. That's one thing I would like to say. He was not even happy about what's going on around, okay, in his family, and she was shouting at his top of the voice And when Uma Rao, she shows the picture that she's having with her for and this this I'm sorry, what this Subbu is demanding that photo. And looking at the photo, he knows how much love he has for Kamla, the transgender. Okay, actually, we come to know that in the photo, it is nothing but the marriage between Kamla and this Subramanian, the son of the minister. As we all know, the minister has a status and he is not ready to accept a transgender as his daughter-in-law. So he doesn't want this to happen. No, he doesn't want. He was not ready to accept this transgender as his daughter-in-law. It is he who has made all the arrangements, or he has made the thugs to murder or burn this Kamla. Okay, after her marriage with Subbu. Okay, this is the reason why Subbu is not happy, because he doted upon this Kamla. We just came to know that Salim every day visited the house of Kamla. Actually, this is not for himself. Okay, as everyone suspected, or as everyone guessed that it is not for Salim. It is not for for his personal cause. Had visited the house of Kamla, but for this Subbu and Kamla. Say Salim used to take Kamla to at night to Subbu's room. Yeah, thus they developed a strong love for them mutually, which is not at all accepted by the society, by the common society. Now, how can Mr. Sharma, the minister, accept this marriage with his son's marriage with the transgender? That is why he has made all the arrangements to kill or to murder this Kamla, the transgender. That's ended the marital life between Kamla and Subbu. So Subbu cannot question because his father is a minister. So he is not in a position to question his father. He was dumbfounded. Now, on the day of his marriage, anyway, he doesn't want to have this marital life. He wants to end his life. He pretends, he takes a gun and he pretends, no, everyone, no, don't come near me, otherwise I'll shoot, like that. So, unexpectedly, after getting the photo from from the sociology professor Umara, he looking at Kamla or his wife, the transgender wife, he immediately shoots in and he dies. So Mr. He did not even expect this to happen, was terrific, was totally shocked, and he couldn't come out of it. Of course, we all know that this is a marriage occasion of the minister's son. We know the people who have, we may guess, who are the people who have gathered to attend the function. The policemen are there, all the judges are there, everyone is there. But how, even after coming to know that Kamla has been murdered by this minister's people, the society or the administration is not ready to arrest the minister or his the tax who he has appointed. So that is why the hypocrisy of administration thus is brought to limelight by the author Mahesh Dattani in the Seven Steps Fire. Actually, the title, the aptness of the title, we can look at it. Actually, so in northern India, not in South India. So in North India, the couple after marriage, they have to take 7 steps around the fire to to complete or to the marriage ceremony. But here So here what happens, the marriage ceremony between this transgender Kamla and this Subbu is not accepted. The fire, which is supposed to be, it's doing its dual, has its dual power. One is for productivity and the other is for destructive. It has done its, both the duties. It's productive when it when it stands or when the couple went around, and destructive when it burns the body of Kamla. And how the society remains how the society is muted even after knowing the real culprit is. Thus, the writer brought into spotlights how the marginalized society. Anarkali, we know that she's also a human being with feelings, with emotions, with pains, with happiness, and everything. Is not ready to consider Anarkali as a human being at all because she's a transgender or the marginalized or the neglected community. So that's the place with no arrest with the death of the Subbu, and how the society is muted towards the marginalized, the invisible minority called the hijras or the transgenders. With this, thank all the organizers once again for giving me a wonderful opportunity to be a part of this world record event. Thank you so much. Over to you, Lalita ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your elaborate explanation and a detailed speech on Ramesh Dattani's steps around the fire. Thank you so much for your
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
presentation. Meant a lot to us. Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite Dr. G. Umadevi, Assistant Professor of English, to begin her talk on Henrik Ibsen's play A Doll's House. Welcome, ma'am. To you. Please take over the session.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I'm Dr. G. Uma Devi, Assistant Professor of English, the Standard Fire of Rajaratnam College for Women, Sivahasi. The topic chosen by me is Ibsen's A Doll's House. First, let me give you a biographical sketches of the author Henrik Ibsen. So this Henrik Ibsen's lifespan covered from 20th March 1828 to 23rd May 1906. He was a Norwegian playwright and a theatre director, and he is one of the founders of modernism in theatre. He is often termed as a father of modern drama, and he is pioneered in realistic dialogue and presents his character with psychological depth on the stage. That's why he is often referred to as the father of realism. So, Henrik Ibsen is often regarded as one of the most influential playwrights in the 19th century. Then I'm going to give you some of the works of Henrik Ibsen. He has written 25 plays in his lifetime, and some of his important plays are Brand. So first one is a semi-dramatic poem was published in the year 1866. And then the next one, Peer Gynt, was published in the year 1867. Next one, An Enemy of the People, in the year 1882. Next, Emperor and Galilean, in the year 1873. Next one, A Doll's House, 1879. Next one, 1881. Next one, The Wild Duck, 1884. Next, Heda Habler, 1890. Next, When We Dead Awaken. So these are some of the popular plays of Henrik Ibsen. So throughout his life, he has written 25 plays, and all his plays had a strong influence upon contemporary culture. Okay, his plays had a strong influence upon contemporary culture. Then, his as a playwright, he influenced some other playwrights and novelists. He influenced all these writers too. So let me conclude this biographical sketch of the author. Now we are pausing on to the analysis of the Doll's House. So Doll's House, it's a three-act play. So now I'm going to introduce the important characters in the Doll's House. First one, the protagonist of the play, Nora Helmer. Nora Helmer is the protagonist of the play and she is the heroine of the play. Next one, the next important character is Torvald Helmer. He is Nora's husband. Third character, Mrs. Kristin Linde. She is a widowed friend of Nora. Next, Nils Krogstad, widowed bank employee. Next one, Dr. Rank, family friend of the Helmers. So the whole play revolves around these five characters. So all these characters play the most important part in this drama. Now let me get into the analysis of Act 1. This Act 1, it opens in the Helmer's household. Now we are introducing to the protagonist, Nora, as well as the another important character, Helmer. So the scene opens in the Christmas Eve. Nora purchases so many gift items for her Christmas Day celebration. She purchases some items for some gift items for her children as well as the decorative things for her house. And she comes back with her shopping bag and she gives a amount to the porter and she is in a very happy mood because the previous year she did not have enough money to celebrate Christmas. So she worked very hard during the Christmas time in the past Christmas celebration. So this time she is really very happy because Torvald Helmer, that is her husband, is going to get a promotion soon. By the new year, he will be in the next level of his job. That going to get a promotion in his job. So, because of this secure income and a good job, she is very happy. So, she spends some extravagantly for this Christmas time and she shows all the gifts items and the things that she has purchased from the shop to Tower Helmer. On seeing that, Tower Helmer, he lovingly calls Nora as my little spendthrift, and he affectionately calls Nora as my little squirrel. Why do you spend a lot of money extravagantly on such things? For that, Nora says some a trivial reason. So, like that, they are exchanging some lovable words with each other. By the time the maid of the house announces the guest for the day. So, Towel leaves the place. Mrs. Linde comes. Mrs. Linde is the school friend of Nora. She has come back as a after 12 years, it seems. So Mrs. Linde comes and she introduces herself to Nora. At first, Nora could not recognize Mrs. Linde because Mrs. Linde has changed a lot. Okay, so after some time only she realizes Mrs. Linde's appearance and she feels really very happy and welcomes Lindy, and both of them are exchanging about their hardships in life. So at that time, Mrs. Linde says that she has lost her husband and she has lost her mother too, and now she has no one to depend on, and her life is totally a reckless one, and she feels somewhat destitute and alone. So after listening to Mrs. Linde's story, Nora feels really very sorry for her friend Mrs. Linde, and Mrs. Linde learns about Nora's husband present promotion in the bank. So Nora promises Mrs. Linde that she will help Mrs. Linde in order to get some job in the bank. So Mrs. Linde also feels very happy. At that time, Mrs. Linde asked Nora about her life. So Nora also explains about all the hardships that she had encountered in her life. That when Nora and Helmer married, in the first year of their marriage life, they met a severe financial crisis. So, in order to meet the financial crisis, both Nora and Helmer worked very hard throughout day and night. As a result, Helmer was sick, and the doctors advised Nora that she should take her husband to some warmer climate area. So they preferred, the doctor suggested Nora to take her husband to some hilly area or some mountainous region to cure her husband. So Nora has decided to take a trip to Italy. This was really an expensive trip because at that time she was badly in need of money in order to run her family as well as to meet out the medical expenses for her husband. So both the things are important. At the same time, Nora is expecting her first child at that time. So she did not know what to do. So out of that tension, confusion, dilemma, she borrows money. Crockster, she borrows money without the knowledge of her husband Helmer. Okay, she went for the treatment, and they spent their time in Italy, and they came back with a good health. And she explained everything to Mrs. Linde about her hardships. But at the same time, she mentioned that without her husband's knowledge, she borrowed money. So Mrs. Linde thought that she might have got it from some help, wealthy person, some relations of Nora. But Nora doesn't reveal the person from whom that she gets the. Okay, so while they are talking about these things, immediately they get another visitor, that is Dr. Rank. So Dr. Rank, I already told you, he is the family friend of Helmer. Okay, Dr. Rank usually daily visits Helmer's house and he talks about something with both Helmers and he lives for his house. So it's a routine duty of Dr. Helmer to visit Helmer's house. So to that day also, Dr. Rank comes and he sees Mrs. Linde and Nora are talking. So he immediately goes to Helmer's house. There, Helmer and Dr. Rank talk with each other. So, thus, The four characters are engaging in their dialogue. The maid comes and inform about the arrival of next character, that is Crocksted. So this Crocksted, he is a widowed bank employee and he is at present working as a clerk in the Bank of Tower Helmer. So he has come to meet Tower Helmer. So on looking at Crocksted, both Nora and Mrs. Linde react different way. Okay. Now Crocksted enters the study room of Helmer and he's going to talk about some official terms. He's going to talk some official duty. Okay. So when this Crocksted enters the study room of Helmer, Dr. Rank retires from the room and he is mingling with all these two women, that is Nora and Mrs. Linde. And Nora introduces Dr. Rank to Mrs. Linde. At that time, Dr. Rank calls Crocksted as a morally sick person. So this type of people really infected the person, those who are surrounded him. Okay. In such a way, Dr. Rank expresses his disappointment towards the arrival of Crocksted. So Dr. Rank doesn't like this man Crocksted because this man is morally sick. He doesn't have any principle at all. At the same time, he's not fit enough to rear his children. Already we know that he is a widowed man and he has many children. Okay, but he is not a good or a perfect or a real father to bring up his children. In such a way, Dr. Rank passes his remark on Crocksted. Okay, this Crocksted, we know he's a morally sick. No. So this Crocksted, he comes in terms of some official matter and he talks all such things with Helmer. In the meantime, these characters are all discussing about the character of Crocksted, and after some time, Crocksted leaves the house. Then Nora and Mrs. Linde, they are also exchanging some words about their past school days. Then Dr. Rank also wants to leave the house. So Dr. Rank takes a leave from Mrs. Linde and Nora, and Mrs. Linde too wants to take a leave. So by the time Nora promises Mrs. Linde that she will surely help Mrs. Linde to get some job in this town because Mrs. Linde is badly in need of a job because she has no one to help in this town. So after the death of her husband, she has come back to the town in order to leave. So that she badly in need of a job. That's why she asked the help of Nora. So Nora is ready to help her school friend Mrs. Linde. So now Mrs. Linde and Dr. Rank, these two characters, leave the stage. That means they leave the house of Helmer. So now Nora is alone and she has three children. Already I told you, no, Nora has three children. They are Ivor, Bob, and Emmy. Okay, two male children and one daughter. So now Nora plays hide and seek game with her children. So from this we come to know that Nora loving mother too. Nora, in first dialogue itself, we know that Nora is a loving wife. From the towards the end of the scene, we can say that Nora is a loving mother. She spends most of her time children, Ivor, Bob, and Emmy. She plays always with children. So just like a small kid, she too enjoys her stay with her children, Ivor, Bob, and Emmy. So now she plays a hide and seek game with her children, At that time, suddenly Krogstad enters. So this Nora, she feels really tensed to see Krogstad at that time because no one is there in the house except the kids as well as the maid. Nora is really tensed to see, and she says to Prox that everything gets over. No, then why do you come now? Helmer also at present not in the house. In such a way, she says that. Then Crockster says that I have come here only to inform about my career in the bank at present is not in a very good stage. That means that Crockster is going to demand something from Nora. That he says that he happens to meet the another lady when he leaves the room of Helmer. So he inquires about that lady. For that, Nora says she is my schoolmate and she is Mrs. Lindy. So Croxton Mrs. Lindy, that's what he asked about Nora, about the person. So now Mr. Croxton, he tells Nora that Helmer is going to fire him from the job. So that's why he has come here to get the help from Nora. That Nora should help Crockster by influencing